Oh, getting everything adjusted now. Yeah, yeah. This is how it's actually how the sausage is actually made in the production stream.
Come on. Someone say something.
Yes, Sandy's right.
Uh,
We need to
thank
give that.
ever loving me.
To be fair.
Yeah, the like button is enthusiastically. How do you say it, Sammy? Enthusiastically
Uh,
giving consent.
Ongoing enthusiastic consent
There you
because
go.
it can be withdrawn at any time
Yeah, I'm too old for all that crap.
by hitting the thumbs down button.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the guys, it was just me that was completely inadequate. And I realized while I was having audio issues, I had that tab muted. So
I
no
think
matter
with
what, I was restarting the fucking PC. I was about to throw it out the window.
that's not
What were
very
you going to say?
parsimonious. Oh, I think that if someone arbitrarily withdraws consent mid-act, that's really that should be the crime. It's like fraud at the very least. I mean,
There
can
it
you
is.
imagine being
I
balls
see
deep
what you're
and
saying.
then the woman saying or guy saying, no, that's it, that's over. Like, huh?
Nerdy for the win.
Finger was still in his ear. Did your ear give enthusiastic ongoing consent? I mean, if
I love you,
consent
nerdy.
was precipitously
Yes, I like
withdrawn,
it.
I would, comply. But I'd be like, man, that's a pretty crappy thing to do. Don't think I'm going to get started with that again. You're on my no-go list.
I don't think we should talk about fingering anything. Sandy hadn't even had her.
Coffee yet?
Yeah, Sandy resolved it all. I think Brojo does
Uh,
have a Discord, but I don't know the link. I don't really use Discord.
so you figured it out. I should have just looked at the chat. They were probably screaming at me.
Well, now that that broadcast is over, the chat's going to be invisible for like a couple hours.
Good. I can forget about it. So, yeah, I don't know how much of it was actually live, but
15 minutes exactly to the second.
You could just delete that one. That one and just do a complete
yeah.
mulligan.
Yeah.
Oh, Carpenter. Sweet Carpenter.
So one thing that I guess that I wanted to point out with this whole thing is that their response to your deconversion, deconstruction, whatever it is, whether, I haven't even asked you how serious you are about it, like what your position is, which is what I'm hoping you might be willing to do. Um, but their response is not to try and reach out in any way or anything positive at all. Actually, it was to get on the defense as though you blamed them directly, which you obviously never did. I
I
think
mean,
just the
that's not entirely true. I did assign certain actions that are typical amongst them, and that were exemplified or yeah, exemplified by Praise and Graham and Olive. And so yeah, in a way, I did bring their names into it. But I noticed that Praise was trying to make
Your audio turned spotty.
about Graham, like putting it all on
I
like,
noticed the
well, it
yeah.
was
praise
Grant.
and then
That's
it
I
cut
never
out.
said that.
So he
I-
said that Praise tried to make it about Graham, and I'd noticed that. That's actually one of the bits that I screenshotted.
Whenever I know that my connection is good, I'll talk more about where I'm at right now. But
there you
You
go.
sound great.
Yep, you're good.
oh, okay. Well, I'm disillusioned with the ability to validate any of these beliefs through the Bible because of what the Bible is and how it was compiled and who was involved in compiling it. So the truth about Jesus, we may never know. We may never know everything that he actually said. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So there's not a whole lot that I can just assume. I mean, I can't prove any of the beliefs that I've had all this time about the Bible, the Old Testament, nor can they, because believe me, if I could find a way to substantiate that I hadn't been wrong for the last however many years, I would be doing that. Just out of pride, if nothing else.
And that's a good point. That the dismissal of your honesty, right? And what they ran back to, which is what they always run back to.
We're
All
never a
Christians.
Christian.
Amen.
Right, and they may be right, because I have no way. If I never was, then I have no way of knowing what that would feel like and how to identify that. But I can say that I believed as hard as anyone possibly could to the fact that I became a legalist at one point. I mean, it was so severe, my desire to want to be God's, one of God's special people, that I wouldn't get gas after sundown on Friday to Saturday at sundown. Like if it was Saturday like afternoon but not evening yet, and I was running out of gas, I would park in the parking lot of the gas station and wait till dark to fill up my gas tank. It could be like 3 hours, and I did that sometimes even with the family in the car. If I didn't prepare like I was supposed to on Friday for the Sabbath, like I was serious. But that's because I thought I was doing the right thing. I knew I had no obligation to do it. I was just trying to do everything right. So I don't know if that would make me sincere. It felt pretty sincere to me at the time, but maybe they can tell me a different experience of being a Christian and being a believer that's the right experience.
Well, that
Pick up. Did that break up throughout me talking?
A little bit at the end there.
Fuck.
The last we got was
that it felt sincere and authentic.
Yeah. So if they've got a different experience than the one that I had that is superior, I'd be interested in hearing about it. But I was under the impression that I believed with all my heart.
Yeah. And the other thing I noticed was that it was a complete dismissal of your whole point about the behavior of so-called Christians and how it doesn't align with Christ's message and so on. They didn't touch that at all. It was
to be fair,
you're appealing to emotion.
Yeah, to be fair though, they didn't speak on it, but then they demonstrated it the rest of their stream. The exact thing that I have a problem with Christians. They got bogged down in arguing amongst each other and insulting each other. Like a few minutes after I got there to, I guess, defend myself, they ended up turning on each other and attacking each other. All from a question that one asked me, they just attacked each other, and I was like, "Well, here it is. There's the Holy Spirit again."
Yeah. One of the things I screenshotted was someone commented a very thoughtful, not offensive, non-attacking comment in like offering an explanation to something that you had said or something, and they must be a Presbyterian. I think that's what he said. But
I am the
anyway,
Presbyterian.
yeah. His response to this comment, which was, like I said, really thoughtful and sort of pushed back on praise, his response was to play a clip that they've made about this guy where he's some sort of super potato.
Yeah, I saw that.
No intellectual response, no response at all when people push back. I noticed he just resorts to the usual.
Well, you remember
So disappointing.
You remember some of the same ridiculous arguments that he was giving the night that me and Shao Vertica were actually in there on the original stream about secondhand smoke, smoking while the mother's pregnant, or drinking while I swear to you, he went back to that same vomit.
Yeah.
It had nothing. It still had no relevance to what we were saying. And that's what I meant, though, that they don't understand how we're reasoning.
Yeah.
PJ.
That's actually one of the things that I've screenshotted.
Howdy.
Well, I think that the whole idea of the clutch, or the clutching of the pearls when you question God's morality, that's the hardest thing. Like, as though you don't have the ability to know right and wrong. You know, like if you see something in the Bible, you go, "Oh, that just seems wrong." That's somehow, how dare you notice that this is some foul shit?
Yeah. I'm going to share it. Hopefully it shares the audio. Let me know if it doesn't. So you should be able to see this. And it's just clips chopped up, obviously, because I was going to use them, but I didn't bother. So this is just what I had thought was worth grabbing.
Audio. Bubba, what are you doing? There's no sound from the video.
Yeah, no audio. You kind of fill it in, though. I haven't seen this episode yet. It's like, knock, 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 whoop, whoop, whoop. Why I oughta. Oh, I get you.
It's so powerful.
So you can hear that?
No, we can't hear that. We can't hear the video at all.
Okay, that sucks.
Midfitty Nuna.
I wonder why you started praying.
What's good, PJ?
Oh, I don't know, man. All kinds of shit, I guess. Don't know where to start.
All right. That summed it up nicely.
Start with the day, I guess. I don't know.
I'm almost out of weed. This rarely ever happens.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
Kevin's in the house. Good to see you, bro. Man, it's perfect already. Ooh, shoe verdict.
Can you see that?
And hear it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's what we have to say about Ryan.
Hi, my name is Ryan the Presbyterian, and I'm Super Potato!
Super Potato to the rescue. He's gonna lift some weights. He's gonna lift 800 pounds. Super Potato.
What? How is that funny?
Oh man.
Praise
I know,
was a
right?
simple man.
It's so
Really?
pathetic.
Oh wow. Let's get past that now. So So I was alerted by someone through email that William Freeman, quote, air quote, deconverted.
See, straight up, quote.
So I was like, oh, let me go look and see what's going on here. Looks like we are the catalyst of his deconversion. So we're going to go through that and just pick it apart and to show you that he was never a Christian in the first place. The guy,
Wow.
He's an instigator. He's a protagonist. He's a troll. He believes in a demiurge.
Called me a protagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He meant
He meant
antagonist.
but he didn't figure it out.
Fucking dumbass.
The Bible demiurge, is that even in like the creeds of Christianity? Like, when does any church father, seriously, he's going. So the guy is totally fringe, radical, like his beliefs are radical. And are we really surprised that he's so-called deconverted? What did he deconvert from? There was nothing there to deconvert from.
Damn.
But we'll go through the video. I want you guys to weigh into a paper that I'm going to read from.
God,
protagonist is the
Please,
main
not
character and hero in the story.
No.
Someone's trying to simp. Don't be a simp, Sergeant Simp Jim. Sparrow's.
So someone just tried to correct him on protagonist and gave him the definition. And because it's the hero or main character of the story, he's turned around and called the guy a simp.
He did dare
The
to correct
trooper-
praise.
Yeah.
Praise is a simple man.
Hey. Let's acknowledge though that Olive's kind of cute, right? She's cute.
No, man.
No, but look,
I'll say it right now. She looks like a bitch.
Yeah,
She has
I was gonna say like the
resting
picture
bitch
was
face.
better. Like, the picture was
I'm just
better.
gonna
Showing from like
say
a
it.
Kmart model to the chick you find behind you at the unemployment line.
but
But I give her props though. She's all right.
it could be just her proximity to Praise's picture that makes her look way cuter.
It probably.
Wow.
I'm not dumping on her, but that is called resting bitch face. And I bet she
Yeah.
was hot 10 years ago.
Well,
There
if you
been
just
plenty of
heard her
times
voice
outside.
though, like
Huh?
like before you saw her, like if you just heard her voice, you just tell me you weren't imagining something much worse,
Oh, yes. Much.
Yeah.
But
right?
it's from the smoking.
Yeah, the smoking part.
You think
She
she
will be
smokes?
fine.
I'm just going to press play before I say anything else that gets me in trouble.
Yes.
She's a
She's.
tough girl. I'm
she's a
telling you.
tax man.
She doesn't. Amen.
I've seen people pretend to be friends but make up some drama. I don't know. I don't know if he's jerking our chain. Is it like one of those things like one day they're a Christian, one day they're not, and like it's just that flimsy, weird.
I just want to say that from my perspective, you are anything but flimsy.
Look, let's
in
keep
your-
our sex life, to ourselves.
Oh,
I don't know really what to put any stock into what William says. So I misused the word protagonist. Let me look at that really quick.
Simp.
The protagonist, someone
some weird
who
definition.
antagonizes in a play. So I'm not sure if I'm misusing the word, but oh well. I mean, I don't want to squabble over that right now. He's an antagonist, so we know that. But let's pull up the video. So, and this is my problem with people like, William. They don't put the due diligence in. I don't see them put the research in. I don't see them putting
Yeah.
in the the research or the critical analysis. That's see the Tanakh is.
He doesn't see you putting in critical analysis, which is a terribly put together sentence to begin with. But
He doesn't believe I'm capable of critical thinking.
yes,
You didn't do
seeing
your
that
research well.
seeing as
You need-
praise is so amazing at it. Did you hear about the Nephilim eating the babies, Math Pig?
What?
I'll take that as a no.
I know I'm a little
So
high,
that-
but what?
That's an example of their excellent critical thinking skills.
Yeah, they say it's like veal. It's better to get them when they're young. Tastes better.
Will's whole point, one time he went into a stream with praise, was that God's punishments always had collateral damage, like children and babies that shouldn't have been involved but had to die, like in the flood and the 10 plagues and whatnot. And in reference to the flood, his sister Olive, I think it was, gave the response that, well, God wasn't responsible for any baby, or proved that he was responsible for any babies' deaths, because we know that the Nephilim were eating the babies. And then one of them suggested that God perhaps waited till the last baby was eaten before the flood started. And none of them can see any issues with any of that.
That was praise that made that claim. That was after all the babies were eaten, of course. But he also then said that before the flood, there was no babies because presumably God could have sealed up the wombs of women like he did later on in Scripture, even though there's no mention of it happening around these times, these events.
Yeah. You think you've heard them all, but
Plug them in the pussy, huh?
Especially the Pentateuch, these are specific. They require specialists because their culture was so dramatically different than ours. I mean, we need anthropologists, we need historians, people that understand the Hebrew language. I mean, it goes into depth of how comprehensive it really is, understanding these cultures back then. And it just turns me off from William that he's so artificial and skin deep. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just purely.
how do you like them apples? You're so shallow, William.
Yeah. Opinions
Emotional
vary.
Hey?
I said opinions vary.
Base, and he's operating off of his modern understanding of reality, and he's looking down on this ancient society and this ancient text which God has revealed himself in. And he doesn't even put the work in, but I mean, at least I put the work in to show scholarship. What are you doing, William? So what I got out of this video anyway is I think maybe Graham might have been the root cause of his maybe going into atheism, I guess, or deconversion.
What?
It wasn't that this is
It
What?
was all Graham.
Right. Yeah. But you think a couple of encounters with Graham is enough to change anybody's mind about what they want for dinner, much less their religion? Did I break up again?
No, you did, but it caught up.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, praise. Graham's not that good at apologizing.
I mean, true. His obnoxious behavior made me go, I don't want to be like these people, and praised and really a lot of that crew in there. I just know that that's not the group that I want to join if I'm just basing it on the fruits of the
Yeah.
spirit, right?
And that's what I was thinking about. Perhaps why Jill seems to hang around with atheists and whatnot more than it seems is on the Christian channels. This very stream, Praise was bagging out Calvinists, and that's when it hit me. Now I see why Jill doesn't frequent here as much as I thought he would.
Veckel does though. Veckel's there quite a bit, and they give Veckel, despite him being a Calvinist, a lot of. He's been around this community a long time though. Like he's made a name for himself, good or bad. But they give him a special pass they don't give Jill.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Fackel actually has some arguments Jill never does.
Yeah, that's fair. But they're both like little hall monitors for God.
Oh yeah, they're both plonkers, like.
Plonkers.
This is what I got out of it. It wasn't me specifically was the problem. It was Graham and how he answered the Genesis flood. But why aren't you listening to other people though, William? Why is Graham your final, why is Graham like some type of arbiter for what you believe? Like he's just a man. He has his opinions and understandings of things.
So that's the response.
Why'd you listen to him,
William? Why'd you listen?
William,
just a man with opinions, William.
They say my name funny. I don't know if it's part of with being in Oklahoma or if it's just that they're.
No, he's trying to condescend.
William.
Maybe that's where they talk. That's just the way they talk in Oklahoma.
He has always used the weirdest inflection. Right, I'm away back to work. It's been a pleasure coming in and saying basically nothing today. So thank you all. But William, welcome to the dark side.
I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist.
No, I'm not an atheist either.
Okay,
welcome to the dark side.
And it's like I'm not a pantheist.
Yeah, you should have either stuck to your original title or put a question mark after deconversion day.
What?
I think that you should have either stuck with your original title of revisiting the silliness, or put a question mark after deconversion day.
Why?
Because now they're all claiming you did deconvert rather than you asking questions. And the way it ended up, I just heard, I took the takeaway as you're honestly searching.
Right, but I don't think I can go back. I don't think I can go back to knowing now what I've learned about the New Testament and all that. I mean, I don't think I can go back and actually call myself a Christian or anything specific right now. I don't know what the fuck I am, but yeah, I wouldn't at this point call myself a Christian because I can't really say that I can put faith in the writings about Jesus because of how mishandled they were.
Right. I think I'd still call that a deconstruction instead of a deconversion, though.
Doesn't matter. Look, I mean, if
you're right,
I could put anything, these people would twist it into whatever they wanted it to mean to begin with.
You're right.
But I accept your criticism there. That does make sense.
What you really should be doing is delving into scholarship. I mean, that's what you should be doing. But anyway, let's jump into it. I know Graham Leviathan Papa Emeritus. Wow. I mean, the guy, come on, William. You know you were freaking trolling us. And like all you do is mock our beliefs. To me, like all I've ever seen you do is be a contrarian. You try to unravel, you try to pick away at the Christian belief system. So why would you consider yourself? What are you deconverting from? And
Well, do you want to address that?
Oh yeah, Christianity. That's what I'm deconverting from.
Well, what version? Do you mean Orthodox Christianity?
The one that depends on the scriptures and the gospels, which I at this point can't trust. And so I don't know what to call myself, but I can't call myself a Christian until I know that the things that are written about the Christ or Jesus are valid. Otherwise, I'm just claiming the name and not really, not really actually able to believe in it.
Okay.
Never trust a living.
I mean, yeah, what we have is so conflicting in some places because of the repackaging of Mark's gospel and the sayings of Q. I mean, it's just I've watched these scholars breaking it down, the order and the progression of how it was put together, and I mean they're claiming that it's a lot of evidence. It's really not. It's a lot of writings based on the same limited small amount of evidence.
Right. Yep.
So I can't just trust that.
Could you get along with being a Christian mythicist?
Yeah, no, I love the concepts. I love
Okay.
what's presented that Jesus taught when it's consistent. But
Right.
if you actually put all the gospels on top of each other and tried to harmonize them, you get all type of conflicting
True.
messages.
It goes from gospel to gossip, most likely.
Yeah,
Because they're
yeah,
spreading the
so-
word of. Yeah.
That is a
Great
great
way to phrase it.
yeah, that's a great way to phrase it. That should be, I should write that down.
All right on.
Gospel to gossip. That's really good.
You should make that the title of your next stream.
All right on.
Might be.
I guess people don't like the just trait of God as well, but that's all right.
That is right.
And does William know how to click the bottom on the gearbox on the bottom right side where it says quality? Come on, William. Mr. Sophistication, Mr. Modern Atheist.
That's on Spectrum, motherfucker.
Well, I mean, let's see you provide contrary or opposing scholarship to shows what I presented is false. I mean, you do have a burden yourself, William, if you think that this position.
Does anyone know of any scholars that we can present that refute that Nephilim ate the babies?
No, they're all pretty much in agreement that the Nephilim did eat all of the babies. In fact, it wasn't until the last bite of the last baby before the first raindrop fell.
Yeah, God withheld every drop of rain until they enjoyed those scrumptious little babies.
It said it had never rained on the earth before that. That's because there was those fucking babies just holding his wrath back.
Those all the
that's
baby
it.
tears that were taken. Yeah.
Hold on, wait. Imagine that you've got your chicken nuggets and you've been just working on these chicken nuggets and everything's going swell until you get to that last chicken nugget and you're popping in your mouth and all of a sudden end of the world.
Yeah,
Right?
hellfire
Because of
erupt.
that chicken nugget.
Yeah.
Not to mention, as I think we've brought up before, that God had to sit back and wait for the last chicken or baby nugget to be eaten.
Well, no, he didn't have to sit back and wait. He chose to let them enjoy that last morsel.
And then he taught them a lesson.
That's just part of that merciful God that
It
they
is.
were talking about.
He
Not
was
till the
just
last
talking
baby
about
bone crunches.
oh, the crunchy baby bones.
Right.
They get stuck
Not the
between your
sound,
teeth.
maybe.
But no, he was sitting here talking like it just got out of his mouth about how just God is. They hate how just God is. And then they're going to describe a whole bunch of shit where he's unjust.
Yeah.
But what I presented is false. I mean, you do have a burden yourself, William, if you think that this position is erroneous or an error somehow. Then by all means, show me where what I presented is wrong. It should be, how I should change my viewpoint and I mean demonstrate that. Just not a bunch of hand waving and emotional outbursts. I mean that doesn't do anything. Is all this based on like an argument from emotion, and then that just shows you like weakness? That's weak sauce. No one takes emotional arguments as some type of superiority over real scholarship, over like, things that are logical, rational, academic. I mean, that stuff supersedes emotion, arguments from emotion. That's all you have
Pause.
right now.
Pause. All right. So he's questioning whether I'm relying on scholars, but had he done any actual research, he would find out that these things are based on Mark's writing. I mean, like for all the Gospels are based on Mark's writing for kind of like the body of the evidence for Jesus. So it's basically Mark and the sayings that were collected by the unknown writer that they call Q or Quilla. So that's for him not to know that and just keep leaning on all the. So that's what I wanted to say.
We lost you at. We keep leaning on all these.
Oh, shit. Nah, you know what? Never mind.
To voice this, I'm going to restate my argument. So let's say a mother smokes during her pregnancy and the child gets some type.
I want everyone to just bask in the logical brilliance of this man.
Type of mutation or something like a deformity. Now, that would be considered a punishment to the child. But was it directly punished? No, there's a bunch of dog barking there. But the consequences of the mother smoking passed on to her child. It was her negligence, but it was indirect. It wasn't like she was punishing her baby or child, personally. That's not what happened. I mean, people can say, well, maybe that negligence should be considered and all that, but still, like, it's not a direct. It's not direct. In other words, and this is what I'm trying to voice to William. Like he's misplacing the blame. He's misappropriating it. Or in this case, the mother that was smoking and drinking during her pregnancy. It's the after effects affected the child, just like the after effects of the Egyptians' sins affected their own born children. But it's still indirect though.
How's that?
But God was the one that chose it. It wasn't the Egyptians that chose it. It wasn't the children. It was God that decided to punish them.
Right. It's the idea that the actor is not to be blamed, even though it is the one taking the action.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how he gets that a mother smoking harming the baby is indirect.
That's pretty direct. That's
Yeah.
the woman that has the responsibility for not doing that. And the baby is getting punished. Yeah. The baby's getting punished by the cruel mother, which is in a way kind of what's going on in the floods. It's just God's wrath in general hurts babies, whether that's his intent or not. But he's well aware of that's going to happen. Like to punish Pharaoh, he's got to punish all of Egypt for some reason.
I think that was it, actually.
You're going something way past us.
Yeah, that was it. That's all I got to, and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
I need some Alan Watts.
Yeah, I enjoyed his reaction when I actually went in and confronted him, though. That's the part I like because he seemed a bit like he wasn't expecting me to come in.
Yeah, he was quite sheepish. We can check it out. I'll see if I can find that bit.
We don't have to. wanted to make the observation that he talked big game, and then I got there and he really didn't have a whole lot to say except for complaining about teasing him about his stream. You're making fun of me, and I take offense to that, William.
Here we are.
I'm glad that you guys are reviewing it because I saw it in my notifications, but I didn't plan on watching it. So I'm glad to get the highlights this way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Highlights.
His reasoning was because you made him leave because of what? Because of how
Reasoning?
you act or what?
Reasoning? What reasoning? He didn't give any reasoning.
Well, here he is right here.
Well,
I'm
that
gonna-
seems like,
Hold on.
Hello,
like,
William.
That comment was to you.
Yeah. Or about him anyway.
Yeah.
what did he say?
They were saying
someone
that
just
they were saying that Graham is the reason, that something Graham said is the reason that I deconverted, and then he was like, "There's no reasoning in it," or again, none of that's true. That they just keep trying to blame it on Graham for some reason.
yeah.
Welcome, William, and thank
Well-
you for having the cojones to come in here. I give you respect
He's
for that.
on the stream.
I got
Yeah, he came in.
I got a DM said that you were calling for me.
Yeah, I said you know, like, your reasoning for your supposed deconversion was pretty weak and flimsy, but maybe you could go more into depth and how that we were insufficient. So I mean, let me ask you first. Well, does your deconversion have something to do with me and Graham at all, or is it not?
I mean, not specifically.
Okay.
As in general, yes. Just the kind
So
of
they contributed to it.
Can you elucidate? What do you mean by that? So, like, what is it like? Is it my apologetics offended you, or like, what do you? Can you?
you know, I think just I guess you were watching my stream. Is that what's is that what you're
Yeah,
telling
we
me? Okay.
reviewed it. We did a review. Yeah.
Okay, so then if you watch my stream, then you should have been able to follow what I was complaining.
We did a review, but we don't know the reason for your conversion.
That was my point. Yep.
Just the honesty is just, underwhelming.
Complaining about the lack of logic being used.
The lack of logic.
Like,
Well, yeah,
the lack of logic. I didn't get that from your video at all.
if you maybe because you didn't see what I was saying, I was destroying your logic. So
Yeah,
you were
I'm
trying to
sure.
moral.
How
His response
pathetic
to
when he has to announce, "Oh, I destroyed." No, you made a stupid claim. You're not
Yeah.
destroying anything. But where did they even come up with that?
Remember, there was no babies before the flood. I told you that. Oh, William.
Yeah, if I make a stupid vacuous claim, that's a destroying proof, and you have to come up with scholars that identify me by name and say that I'm wrong.
And Jill does the same thing. Why do Christians feel this need to destroy arguments?
Think about it though. Wait. That's important. That's been heavy on my mind lately because the attitude that these people who say they're filled with the Holy Spirit come in is one of combat. They want to fight you. They want to destroy your argument. How dare you think differently than them? You must be destroyed.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like Jesus.
No. And if you try and point it out, they'll go further and insult you and, call you a big girl to toughen up, stop crying, feelings.
You're a big girl, William.
moralize with utilitarianism. We destroyed utilitarianism. We
Sounds
also
like you've been busy.
Yeah, we've been pretty busy.
Sounds like you've been busy. Oh, I have to applause that.
He
Yeah,
didn't.
back
He
a few
didn't even
seconds.
register with him that was an insult.
Nah.
No. Praise is a simple
maybe
man.
because you didn't see what I was saying, I was destroying your logic. So
Yeah,
you were
I'm
trying to
sure.
moralize with utilitarianism. We destroyed utilitarianism. We
Sounds like
also
you've been busy.
Yeah, we've been pretty busy.
So
for
what
an
is it
hour.
that you wanted?
I was hoping you would offer something tangible, like if it's something based on a lack of logic, and I think that that's a pretty flimsy standard to go by, but that's just me though.
I'm befuddled.
A lack of logic is a weak standard.
I mean, if you're just saying that what I'm putting out there as truth is totally illogical, I mean, that hurts my feelings.
But you're the emotional one, William.
I mean, yeah, but then, just in a second, he's going to complain that he was offended by me commenting on his stream, like without him around, misrepresenting things that he said. But you've seen it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Why do you care whether I'm deconverting or not?
Well, I mean, it's the virtue signaling to me is it to me was I took it offensive because you tried to leverage it as some type of you tried to weaponize our last video, and I'm just wondering, like,
word salad at the highest level. Like he just
because you caught him off guard.
I weaponized it, and what?
You weaponized that napalm bomb. Shame on you.
Okay. Now I'm a threat because I'm weaponizing shit. I'm a terrorist.
Well, like you're using some type. You just mentioned like I didn't logically rationalize, or I wasn't logical, or something.
You were being intellectually dishonest throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, and you're just trying to weaponize that without any really validation or support.
Did everyone just hear him agree with William?
Ask that again.
Yeah, but you're making it hurt when you point it out.
Oh, but like seriously, every 5 to 6 seconds, it ended up I just couldn't get clips of all the stupid shit. That's why I just gave up, because I don't think anything that they say isn't ridiculous.
You just mentioned like I didn't logically rationalize, or I wasn't logical, or something.
You were being intellectually dishonest throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, and you're just trying to weaponize that without any really validation or support, and like you're not showing. You're just like showing arguments from emotion.
Did you want me to come here so you could complain about my video? Is that what you're doing?
No, I'm saying like, maybe you could to get a hint next time. I mean, before you just put up a video and try to weaponize the other people's videos and try to slant. Well, the hint is that unless you have some type of supported justification, then I mean, just don't try to put other people's videos up and poo-poo it. That's all you're doing is poo-pooing it.
Why does that bother you? I'm disagreeing with what you're saying.
Well, because it might give a false image of myself, like a false understanding of other people out there of my channel. And I'm just saying, I mean, you're going to have to.
It is the case that I was playing a video from your channel.
Right.
Right. So that was you talking in that video. I'm not giving a false image. I'm letting you speak and say the things that you say and sound the way that you sound.
Right, but then you're narrating it though, and you're commenting on it and trying
Sure,
to
of course
spin
I
it
am.
in a way that makes me look bad. And also Graham, and I
Okay.
don't approve of it. I just thinking that's just. I mean, if you have any type of moral standard.
Do you know what my opinion is?
He's being emotional.
It's deeper than that.
Uh-oh.
By you calling them out, they've done the unforgivable Christian sin. And they've stumbled you away from Christ. So they can't admit any responsibility.
Well, it does. He's saying that he's feeling some kind of way about me making him look bad by playing videos where he's talking.
Yeah, I don't want you to make it look like I've stumbled you somehow, or that it's my fault.
I just
because you were never a Christian,
right?
That's the whole point.
Yeah, he just spent this time reviewing apparently my stream and poo-pooing it, but now he's like, I don't approve of you doing this. You know, well, it happened. It's been going on. That's the basis of what his stream is making fun of other people's streams and shit like that.
Right. If he wants to, if he wants to do that, he's gonna have to take it. If he wants to hack it, he's gonna have to take it.
You can't come in here. I mean, you can't you start ridiculing somebody constantly, and then they take your own words in your own stream and go, "Now look at this dumbass," and then you go, "Hey, you called me a dumbass. That's not fair."
Yeah, don't make fun of me. It's almost it's just very emotional. It's kind of like a little whiny there.
Look at their faces. They know. I'm telling you.
I make him give me
feeling
consent.
Guilty. You will never ever hear that. But the way you came in there so quiet and humble, and you stood up when he thought you weren't even going to show up. They're all sitting there with their little tail between their legs.
Well, I make him consent because he used the term "I don't approve." So in the next couple seconds, I make him consent to it. So it's recorded that he consents to me doing this.
Nice.
Standard that you adhere to, then I think you should be ashamed of yourself.
And why would I be ashamed of myself?
Well, I mean, so you're an amoralist then? Do you have any type of moral standard?
No,
that you
I'm
adhere
just.
to?
Why do you think that you should get some sort of special treatment, Praise?
I never requested that. I'm just saying, if you're going to try to poo-poo
Right,
people,
I watch you do this all the time with other people's streams as well. And then when I restream something from you, you have a problem with it.
Problem? Can you give me an example or?
Problem.
This last 5 minutes of you complaining about it.
Did you not want me here? Because I got a DM saying that you were requesting me to get here, and I come here and you want to talk about my stream and tell me that I should be ashamed for commenting on the conversation that I was involved with you in. Okay, we were all there. So I'm not spinning it in any other way than what I'm trying to say during the actual stream, but you won't allow it.
Well, no, as I didn't actually care if you came here. It was a challenge to you, as an open challenge to demonstrate how, and this is how I laid it out in the stream. You can rewind.
I'll tell you, your first question
why
was,
Praise be allowed to respond back to you, William?
I'm sorry?
Why wouldn't Praise be allowed to respond back to you?
He is responding to me.
No, on your that you put out. I mean, tonight. I mean, what we're going over.
Jesus Christ, spit it out, woman.
He just said he was destroying all my arguments or whatever he was doing.
Why wouldn't? Thank you.
I didn't come.
Was someone saying something? Nope. It's hard when it's like watching a restream of a restream and people in the current stream were in the stream.
You can complain about it. I don't have any problem with him doing that. I think it's a great thing.
Well, you are. You were saying he has these motives. He's being he's doing all these things, and he does it to all these people. So yes,
Could you be more
You're
specific with these
complaining.
things that you're claiming?
Well, it's exactly what you just said.
I didn't say
Oh.
all these things to all these people.
I can't verbatim repeat what you just said. So why don't you go on ahead and tell everybody again what praise does?
Condescension mostly.
There you go.
Condescension.
Praise, can I
Yes.
speak in tongues?
But no,
Shabba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dee-dee-doo,
I'm sure.
shabba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dee-dee-doo, shabba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dee-dee-doo.
Bippity boppity boo.
Yabba-dabba-doo!
What the fuck are they
So-
doing?
So you left the faith because of someone's condescension.
Was that an in joke or are they just insane?
Dave needs a lot of attention.
But, like, I don't get the joke. I don't. Can I talk in
The Holy
tongues?
Spirit. The
What
Holy
was it?
Spirit.
I think it's an intelligence
Was it-
thing by not poo-pooing on it.
Fucking bizarre.
Yeah, I think like maybe like a preschool or a person who takes care of children might understand what they're talking about.
Shamala hamala.
Yep.
Forgot about
exactly.
that, John. We
Radio Gaga.
we used to say that instead of that was the atheist greeting. That's right. We had to come up with an atheist greeting, and I don't know how it ended up at Shamala Hamala, but
I don't know, but how this Graham guy ended up with a 1978 Kmart background photo portrait studio
It's
set
curtain.
up.
oh,
I don't have any
dude,
idea. Is that the eucalyptus forest?
It does look a little like that, but it's actually like it looks like a forest. Now, you mentioned it like that, but those are I think wrinkles in a curtain, and that's actually just a pattern, and like
see
it's
it.
like a shower curtain that's just it.
Yeah.
If it was the thing that you just described, it would be awesome compared to what it actually is.
Yeah, that's just like a curtain for a hallway.
Yeah, that's his
Okay,
mom's moo he just hung up.
Yeah.
Mom, I'm trying to have some privacy.
it looks
My
like a
grandma's
shower.
He doesn't hang it up.
Like-
That's just her standing behind him.
Yeah, my grandma's got the same type of curtain between her front room and living room.
It's a devilishly handsome fellow, though, isn't he? Just studly.
What?
PJ said, bruh.
Session.
Well, it's
Because
because I
doing a
real.
lot.
Okay, well, you go ahead then.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
It's because I realized that there's nothing that this group won't try to defend in the name of heaven, without it. I mean, it's like a series of fortune cookie sayings about how righteous and awesome God is, and then when you're talking about acts in the Bible, and you say, well, that doesn't seem very just. That seems like collateral damage.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Can you
See what I mean? That's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm
From the
saying. So
people's
this
pride.
is why I comment on the stream. If you don't like that, that's fine. You can ask me respectfully to take it down.
Can you
No, I
can
don't-
you give an example?
No, I'm just
of
calling it out. I
don't-
can care
Oh,
less
well, then
if
that's
you take
fine.
it down.
I totally support you doing that. I think it's a great idea. You
That's
should
called
definitely spend your
consent.
time doing that.
We
Can you
don't
give
want you
an
to take it
example?
down. I'm glad you've exposed yourself.
Can
Amen,
you give
Graham.
an example of what we don't like to or choose to challenge or talk about when it comes to heaven?
Well, when I use my conscience and I look at something that's right or wrong, something that, you know, I identify as being unconscionable, and I express that, all of a sudden, who am I to question the acts of God? But didn't God say don't do some of these things? It's okay when God does it, but we're not allowed to do it. That's not objective morality. That's subjective morality. That's God's subjective morality upon us.
Who said that, William?
Are you open to the dialogue as to if you might be wrong?
Sure. As a matter of fact, I was begging someone earlier to come in and give me a demonstration of the Holy Spirit, because I don't see much of that. I don't see a lot of love.
I just spoke in tongues.
I don't see it from you either.
That's fine. I'm clearly.
Oh my God, PJ, you were right.
What?
He spoke in tongues to demonstrate the Holy Spirit, which
No, he's being a shit. By the way, that's not. He was coming in, kind of making fun of that that belief.
Oh yeah,
yeah, but yeah, he was talking about the Holy Spirit. Yeah, which is a weird co-relationship, the babbling of the Spirit.
Like a really bad sin to.
Who knows what the hell that means? Blaspheme the Holy Spirit. I've heard 1,000 different explanations of what that means.
Yeah, because it could mean anything.
Yeah,
Not a Christian. That's what it is. I don't have the Holy Spirit.
William, you're not interested in saying
it. I came here because I was told that I was requested here. If this is just going to be you telling me what I am and what I'm not, and what
I've already had it. I've already experienced you on a stream. Are you going to behave differently this time?
It depends. Are you going to condescend to me?
Well,
so it's okay for you.
Let's just note that he did already condescend to you as soon as he opened his filthy little mouth.
Are you gonna be a good boy? Are you gonna behave yourself?
Yeah,
jerk.
and then. Oh, so immature. Well, it's okay for you to do it.
Yeah. For you to be condescending.
I'll do my best not to.
And then project and assume my motives.
I just said I would do my best not to.
You just did. You said, so long as there's no condescension. You've accused me of condescension, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Then
you're
you don't want to
assuming
talk
condescension.
Someone has an echo.
Yeah, it's Graham's head.
I'm not hearing an echo.
If there's something specific that you want to say to me, Praise, go ahead and say it, man.
I think
Get
it's
it off your chest.
Well, he asked you why you deconverted.
Talking to Praise now.
I love that. You directly said, Praise, if there's something you want to say to me, here I am. And Graham speaks for him.
You've already decided not to talk to me, Graham.
I was probing.
You decided not to talk to me.
So I guess I do have something to tell you. I think that you are basing your arguments against the Bible on emotion. I think that's a weak, flimsy way to approach things. That if you claim to be logical and a rational person, then the last thing you should be doing is arguing from emotion. And some of these objections that you try to leverage against the biblical God, they were not scholarly. I mean, there was nothing that was hermeneutical, nothing that was philosophical. There was nothing even, like, you didn't provide a syllogism. You didn't even provide a.
Do you want to respond to that? I mean, I know it's ridiculous.
Right. What is he asking me to do? Like make a mathematical equation as to why he's illogical? When I mean, the whole thing is he recycled bad arguments from the first time, from the first stream, the original stream, in this stream to justify. Like, he used the same illogical arguments to justify the shit that I'm claiming is illogical. There's nothing else to say. What sort of formula would help him see that?
Yeah. They don't want your explanation.
Graham's not gonna let me answer anyway. I mean, Graham wants some interaction, you know. He wants to shame me and guilt me. So I'm ignoring him.
I wonder if that's his response to you calling him out.
But again, it's not about me
obviously
deconverting. None of this is about me deconverting. Right? It's that their behavior has pushed me further away. They're wanting to separate themselves from that culpability that they feel about it, which I'm appreciative in a way.
Quite a syllogism why this God is wrong or bad
I'm sorry,
or
I
evil.
didn't know that I had this list of things I had to do in order to deconvert.
Well, I mean, you claim that I was being illogical. I'm just saying, if you claim to be a rationalist and like as you claim, then I mean, I'm not saying like you must do these or you're going to be put to death or something. I'm just saying like maybe you should try to employ those things into your.
I'm sure the case is that you guys are just far smarter than me and far better human beings in general, and I'm some sort of reprobate. So.
There's the projection again.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm new to the group here, and anyhow, I'm just curious, William. So you're not a believer in Jesus, or you are?
This is my friend Brandon from Arizona, by the way, just to introduce him real quick.
Hey,
He knows
welcome,
Tim.
Brandon.
He knows Ken Hovind and Tim Behrens, and they're all friends.
Wow.
And everything.
I'm losing my belief in it. Yeah.
Losing your belief. Okay. Well, to me, the key is to push all of the religious nonsense to the side, and let's just investigate the claims of Jesus Christ, Jesus of Nazareth, the actual historical person.
Greetings, Richard.
Peace and respect, everybody. Good morning or good evening or whatever.
Peace, sir.
And that's, you know what I'm saying? There's the key, the cornerstone to building your worldview correctly.
Well, can I ask the question for the whole group to answer individually or all at once?
Sorry, I might go back a little bit. So this dude come in and did he try and offer you actual advice, like, or try and understand?
He's a country preacher. He's a country preacher. He's just going to his script.
To me, the key is to push all of the religious nonsense to the side, and let's just investigate the claims of Jesus Christ, Jesus of Nazareth, the actual historical person.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And can I propose that had they acted like this when you were questioning stuff, that perhaps you wouldn't have deconverted?
Just wanted to see some evidence that these people actually have this Holy Spirit, this spirit of love and acceptance and reasoning and all this that Jesus demonstrated, because that's the claim, that we would be more like him when we have the Holy Spirit. But I see combativeness and a lot of shaming, and there's no real interest that I'm deconverting. That doesn't matter that one is leaving the flock. It's just to make sure that it's that I was never a Christian to begin with.
And that's, you know what I'm saying? There's the key, the cornerstone to building your worldview correctly.
Well, can I ask the question for the whole group to answer individually or all at once, however you want to do it? But how many of you here have experienced the Holy Spirit, have been filled with the Holy Spirit?
I have.
I have.
I have. Yeah, I have.
Can you guys name the fruits of the Spirit?
Let's finish.
joy,
the
peace,
question
long
that-
suffering.
Pause it. Yeah, Yuri is right over the target, and they just totally disregard where he's going the right direction. He sees what I'm trying to say, and he's trying to get them to list those things, and they just totally shut him down.
William, I feel like you're trying to talk or something, and I'm not hearing anything. Is it just me?
No, it's. Can you hear me now? Because
Yes.
it was Sammy. I would think was muted.
He might have gotten distracted with a phone call or something.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know how it muted. Who knows now? I spoke for 2 minutes.
Sorry, Bo.
That's all good.
Hey, welcome, Centurion. Good to see you, bro. Awesome. I forgot that you were here too.
Backfighters.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, that's what I said. It's because he went there too quickly. Yuri went there too quickly. It's jarring to them. They sort of need to be coaxed there gently.
He raped them with the idea.
To their credit, they're intelligent enough to know where that's going to lead them, and they have to quickly pull away from there.
Right. As soon as you say something like long suffering, and then they're impatient, it makes them look bad. So why would they want to?
That's a good point. That's right in the same instance.
No problem, Phrase. Hey, just real quick, there was a statement made by William about you debunking other people's videos. And the ones that I've watched you do that, you've always had citations. You've backed up your assertions with claims, or your claims with
I just want to reiterate that your whole point has been about their behavior and lack of apparent
Love. There is no love.
Holy Spirit.
I settle for any sign of actual love towards their neighbor.
So what fucking scholarly fucking citations are they asking about? It just shows me they're still not listening. It doesn't matter what you say. They will never, ever understand or hear what you're saying.
A little bit of housekeeping. Graham Pong has asked, in kind of an odd way, if you'd like them to come in. It seems like they want to come in, if that's okay with you, in some sort of way.
Graham, I'm happy for Graham to join. I think William probably wouldn't mind.
Sure, man.
It's up to you.
Your show, bro.
Yeah, jump in, Graham.
Do you need us to post the link again, Graham?
He's got it. Oh.
Actual evidence, scriptural evidence. So I don't see where he can be saying that because he did that to your video that you somehow have violated some kind of standard or something like that, because I've never seen you do that. That's why I like coming to your program, because you are intellectually honest and you're very adept in the scriptures.
Oh, this dude's audio is dog shit.
But his ass kissing is impeccable.
It is. Yeah. He's got praise in the stirrups position right now.
So I don't see what the problem is if you're debunking other people's falsehood.
Well,
Because
thank
the
you. I
question
appreciate
was,
that. Wow.
I see something wrong with it. The question was, do you have the fruits of the Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit? And do I see that in you guys? And the answer to that apparently is, yes, I have citations.
I love it. That was beautiful, Richard.
Richard, have you ever gone on to Praise's channel live?
I have several times. They like me over there, not because I agree with them, but I find gentle ways to say the things I'm trying to say.
Okay.
God, they must think you're just outright demonic, Richard.
See, but the problem is, and a lot of people will say things like that, but I did it with Smokey a long time ago. I've done it with Praise, where we had, like a one-on-one talk, and we got down to the nuts and bolts of it, in which they agreed with me what I was saying about each and every individual point. Now, they'll come to a different conclusion than I will, and they'll just say, well, you come to a different conclusion, but on all these points, blah, blah, blah. Same thing that rebuke and reprove and Veckel have to do with me. And it's okay to disagree with the overarching conclusions. I can understand that. We're given that amount of free choice. That's fine. It's just that their conclusions make less sense than mine.
William?
Yeah. What?
I don't. I think it was addressed to all of us, but I wasn't sure if it was addressed to you.
Kind of open-ended, actually. You just, whatever happens.
I was just laughing at Gio's spirit citations required.
Right, exactly.
Let me see your bona fides of the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Do you want to see if there's any left about it, or how's
really
he
not
saying it's pretty much it?
Yeah, there's really not. It gets.
I was going to say, I'll chime in on that one a little bit, Richard.
I think he's having connection issues. He keeps dropping out.
As soon as he starts.
At least he didn't push the red button and close out the whole stream like somebody I know.
Yeah. The person will have to feel really foolish after that.
As soon as you started, you dropped out, Graham.
I know. I'm probably going to have to find something to do with I run my Wi-Fi off of my phone, and it's for some reason we're stretching that tin can string as far as we can here, Sam.
That's it.
And I wanted to comment on Richard a little bit, and some of what he's talking about on belief is different for me with my autism, because the way, from my autism, the way I was raised, I don't believe like other people. It's more like scientific hypotheses. They're contingent until they're like, I get this solid piece of evidence to show me it's wrong. Then I move to whatever my next one is. And what he's talking about as far as his position making more sense is actually a formal thing called abductive logic. And that was pioneered in the 1800s by C.S. Peirce. And it's basically, it gives a probabilistic logic, and it's like a best fit. And what Richard's trying to say is his best fit is better than theirs, and it's different than having that logical proof.
Right. It's not proving except things that have already happened. Yes.
Yeah. And to reject the God of the Bible because of what someone said is deconstruction, not deconversion. And of course, the next sentence just ridiculous. But is that correct?
It doesn't really matter.
Deconstruction, not.
It doesn't matter. These are technical terms for a place that I am in my life right now, and he can call it whatever he wants. But the fact is, I'm losing my faith in the scriptures. So that's where we're at. And you can anybody but Jill can talk to me, I guess. But Jill is not capable of communicating in a way that's productive.
Yeah, Jill, I already made a similar comment earlier, but said it in a way better way, and he disagrees, but respects my viewpoint.
What I want to do with you,
Jill
William,
has trouble just communicating.
It seems that way. William, what I want to do is differentiate between the view of interpreters and what might be a universal intent of authorship. Because there's plenty to pick on about what Christians say about the Bible, or even what Jews say about Tanakh. There's plenty to pick on there. But is that really the point?
No, it's not the point to pick on it. No,
that's not what I'm. Okay, there could be righteous critique of what people say of these stories, and they do say ridiculous things about the stories. And I mean, I encourage that. Just because it's critical thinking, if nothing else. When people say things that don't make sense in reality and they stick with that, and you look at it and say, well, that doesn't make sense in reality, good for you. That's awesome. But that doesn't show anything about anything other than how they're looking at it. But why is that important? Is your belief in a thing based in someone else's belief in a thing? And if so, it's a fragile position. And if you're dropping a fragile position like that, congratulations.
But at this point, my question is, does my belief in a thing even matter? Is it even consequential in any way?
I could make, I think, good argument from several religions, including Christianity.
That there's information that I need to know.
That you're better off ignorant, and you've already learned enough to damage yourself and cause you to make bad decisions. But at the culmination of the religion, you get the evidence you need to make a great decision. And why would you not be okay then? So what you think right now may be fairly inconsequential.
Right.
Except for your personal comfort in life and the fact that you're struggling with this, and I call you friend.
No, I appreciate that, but
that's why it matters to me.
It's like waking up out of a dream to realize that I was forcing an identification on the guiding force in my life that may or may not fit.
Right. Yeah, may not fit. May be actually contradictory.
Sure. Yeah.
Even, I don't know, if you assign it personality, insulting.
I'm more leaning towards a Promethean perspective right now, like where it's always got to be about wisdom and the better knowledge, the better understanding.
How can anyone pick on that?
Ooh,
and the phrase that comes to my mind is what the caterpillar calls the end of the world, the master calls the butterfly.
That's lovely. That's lovely. I mean, but it doesn't matter to me whether there's an afterlife or anything. It doesn't matter. I'm positive there's no hell. Positive there's no hell. Because nobody's been able to figure that shit out.
Might we not be in hell right now?
What I'm saying is, as far as the Christian bastardized version of hell, if you know what I mean.
We're not. Yeah, no ECT.
Yeah, where spirits burn.
Yeah.
So, but
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The way and the whole idea got me. Sorry.
So, but again, it doesn't matter. I mean, my belief in something, even Richard, if I'm not mistaken, the aliens or the inhabitants of heaven don't give a shit whether I know about them now, right? It doesn't matter.
As far as I can tell, I mean, just in practical matters, you're 30 or 40 something, you people, maybe 50 something, and you see children. And you look at the way that children think about life and reality and the way that they learn things, and you know that if you want to teach a child something relatively complex, you have to condescend to where they are and talk to them in these not disrespectful but simple terms, not talk down to them, but you've got to talk to them, you got to explain things. It is thorough and throughout through the text that the The supposed authorship claims to be of a higher enlightened state and intelligence and experience. Why would they not look at us the same way? In fact, in many of the Western religions, they refer to us as children. Well, what does that mean?
Well, again, it's not like I'd be a bad shipmate, you know, and when it comes to heaven, right? Like I'm a pleasant guy. I'm not malicious or anything like that. If they're just looking for you know, population, they want to harvest some good folk. You know, I'll go.
Dude, if heaven is anything other than a bunch of heretics like us sitting around trying to figure shit out, I don't want to go there.
Well, you know, if you think about it, if I'm reading this correctly, they're all heretics.
What?
If I'm reading this correctly, everyone's a heretic.
Okay. That means no one
they'll
is.
have to, yeah, you might as well say no one's a heretic. It's just a very different idea than people thought it was because of traditions of magical thinking rather than understanding technology, which is natural. Of course you would.
I'd say what has been like the most humiliating part of this though is like starting to question like the Gospels and what's actually known about Jesus, and then feeling like I've spent so much time with an imaginary friend. I mean, I'm not saying there's not a guiding force in my life, but I've been naming it. I've been assuming that it was Jesus, and that I've been talking to it, and I don't know the first thing about it, you know, except for the guidance that I've gotten.
I'd like to say congratulations on being strong enough to say I am presently embarrassed. Congratulations on that.
Well, thanks.
That's hard.
It makes you feel like a dumbass. Like it makes you just like I've been an adult with an imaginary friend.
I have an argument against that though. When did you ever learn from affirmation, and what didn't you learn from correction? It's always embarrassing.
Right. Yeah, I've learned more from correction by far than just someone affirming.
You didn't learn from affirmation. That just someone just said you were right. You didn't learn anything there.
It solidified your belief, but you didn't learn anything new.
All of your learning came from nope, you were wrong. All of my learning has come from nope, you were wrong. Congratulations, it's growth. Be happy with it.
Yeah.
Jill, you really are a hateful son of a bitch. You know that, right?
Yeah. He really, truly is. He's God. That's the power of his God.
And Jill will pass you and be annihilated.
How can Jill be so sure they're not one of the Satan's confused?
That great deception that they talk about would somebody would deceive the whole world. I know that's in Revelation. Like, how do we know that it's not Christianity?
Could be Paul.
Or organized religion.
Again,
could be Paul.
I have trouble blaming anybody pre-Constantine for what's happened since.
That's
rational.
Pretty brilliant. That's pretty brilliant.
Oh God.
I hear war drums. Oh, I thought someone gave Jill a link. That's what. Okay, my bad. There's no war drums.
No, I was going to share with you, Leviathan. I went apostate in the mid-'80s in front of a priest, and I can feel for you about how I was doing something for a long time, and I didn't realize what it was. And it took me a good 10 years to finally shake that off. So I feel where you're coming from, and you got nothing but sympathy and encouragement from me. Find what the truth is, and realize you can always get better.
Would there be anything wrong with just letting go of the search?
Depends on what you're searching for.
Whatever the truth is.
as long as you're insisting on certainty, I would say let go of the insistence on certainty. Except you're always going to not know some aspect of it.
I would say that stopping the search is the very definition of damnation. Damnation
Yeah.
is just the cessation of progress.
Yeah, it's like my goal is always learning. And that's where my search comes in. And it was basically I had to choose between the Bible or Euclid's Elements. And it's like I could prove everything in Euclid's Elements. The Bible has a lot of truth, but a lot of it's hearsay too. So when push comes to shove, I'm going with Euclid over the Bible. And that's when I went apostate.
For me,
But it doesn't mean that I don't find value in the Bible, don't read it, and don't learn more about it. Does that make sense to you guys?
Absolutely.
I think I've exhausted the Bible's potential, at least in the standard reading. I mean, Richard offers a new perspective to it, but again, my question is its origin, like oral traditions and the handling of men with it. You know, they have their own agendas and always have, which is evident by the war propaganda that's even admitted to by some of the Christian quote unquote scholars. So.
Yeah, now one of the things I've enjoyed in my search recently is looking into the origins and how these various texts got twisted and inverted at different points in time. And sitting there and seeing the later twisting and all, not necessarily changing the underneath. I'm going to tag out now.
Peace and respect, Jody. I see more love and concern and honesty in this room and between you gentlemen, which I would label as something godly, than I do in most Christian, quote-unquote, Christian discussions. And this is more evidence of the Holy Ghost than what I normally see elsewhere.
Similar to what I was going to say, Richard, my true searching didn't begin until I actually I want to say gave up on trying to prove this thing that I had always thought had to be true. I spent my whole life having a relationship with this thing, you know, whether I was close to it or the times when I lived in shame of it. And then to try and get my head around the fact that I was, for all intents and purposes, and by clinical definition, schizophrenic for many years of my life, it's a big mind fuck. But once I got over that, I think it's pretty evident when you look at me, my joy of learning, no matter where it comes from.
Also your acceptance of others, also your acceptance of self, also your larger view of the world. All that was previously stunted, if I'm paraphrasing correctly.
Absolutely, because while I was searching in a direction,
right,
rather than
which is like wearing blinders.
Exactly.
Would you, for the benefit of anyone who should ever watch this, would you go through the emotional states of belief, then doubt, then acceptance of dissolution, then the shame, the guilt, the fear of damnation, whatever it is you went through in these states? Because I think that's a really important thing to share with people.
Will or me?
Yes, definitely.
Go ahead, Sammy.
Or maybe everyone who's been through that.
Well, mine began with mostly guilt, because I was the belief, I think, is the last thing to go. And so whilst I guess at first it was a turning against God, or the idea of that God anyway, and just an acceptance that I couldn't ever be that. I didn't understand it. It was gross to me. But because I was raised as one, I thought that that was reality. So I obviously thought the problem was with me, which gave me a pretty dark view of the world for a long time, until I would say 20 years of trying different hats on, as they say, religious hats on, and always, stumping the priest or the pastor or the elder or whoever it was, and them, giving me the old "just have faith." I quickly became disillusioned and gave up searching at all, and that was probably the darkest years of my life, if I'm honest. And it wasn't until a few years ago when I stumbled onto people like the mythicist guy, Carrier, and he was able to let me see that there's a possibility for Jesus not to exist. And if there was a possibility for Jesus not to exist, that there's a possibility that Jehovah didn't exist. And for the first time, I actually began deconstructing. And since then, I quickly became very anti-theist. Even though I had not been religious for so long, I still had that reaction of anger, and I was very aggressively anti-theist, very dogmatic. I judged people on their position rather than on any of their arguments. And slowly had to try and self-reflect constantly, in trying to become better. And that actually made me realize that I was just as guilty as the people that I was supposedly disproving. And since then, I've felt even freer again. So it's just been a progression of getting more and more free within my mind to approach ideas that used to grate my being, if that makes sense. Whereas now they're not so scary. And I'll tag out there.
Okay. Well, for me, it feels like a second divorce. It's like a second time going through losing someone, being disillusioned, and losing a connection with someone that never really existed to begin with. So I guess I've been prepared. I mean, from my divorce, to deal with, I guess, this sort of disillusionment, but it still sucks.
I don't think we need to be crying on each other's shoulders or anything, but we may as well face the facts I don't care when you repent of things you now know are false. It's friggin' insulting.
Yeah, you feel lied to.
Yeah, and worse than that, you feel like I must have been an idiot. What the hell's wrong with me? Right? You feel like, and that causes anger. I mean, nobody likes being duped, right? And sometimes when they give you answers like, "Well, son, that's a mystery of the faith," it's almost like they're thumbing their nose at you. You know, it's almost like just continue to be stupid, son.
No, but
I
it's
mean,
not. It's not. I'm not putting that on them because I built this God. I built this God, and my understanding. I created a relationship and spoke to this thing as though I knew it. You know, and I mean, I could be totally crazy about even the guidance that it's given me, but it's led me towards wanting to know more, always wanting to know more. But it's heartbreaking because this was a personal relationship that I thought I had.
well,
I mean,
there's the idea of people with false empowerment doing great things. Then you have to default to the fact that they just did those great things because they were never empowered. It was just them, and that's not such a horrible thing, is it?
Yeah, Halsey.
that's kind of the direction I was going with what I was going to say too, is that, you know, the guidance that you received and the good things that it offered you were just, I mean, I don't want to trivialize your beliefs, but I think that it's a part of you that you were sort of calling upon, and it was answering, even though you recognized it at the time as something sort of apart from you. It's, I mean, the good part is that it was within you and is within you, the wisdom that you thought you were receiving and all that. That was just a part of you, and it, you know, I think that.
But that's little comfort, if
I
I'm being
know.
honest, because
I know,
it's
but
like losing almost like a father.
It's hard for like someone like myself that's never been, you know, immersed in a faith, because I've heard several people's, you know, deconversion or whatever you want to call it, stories, deconstruction or deconversion, but, you know, and they, you know, admittedly went through sort of a sense of identity loss and a period of a somewhat traumatic adjustment. And, you know, and sometimes even went through a period of depression that they didn't expect. And, you know, that I believe you to be a very strong person. I don't know what all is in store for you, but I hope that you'll understand that, you know, you needed somehow to believe those things for you to be in your life doing the things you were doing. And it's come to the point where maybe you don't anymore. Maybe that's just how it is. I know I'm not saying stuff that's any kind of comfort, but what exactly would be a comfort right now? I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
There are better things ahead is all I can say.
And is it particularly any sort of loss, or is
I
it?
wanted to tag on to Space Cadet there.
Yeah, well, I'll quickly
Go ahead,
say this, it's only one little sentence. Or is this just you recognizing that God is much greater than what they had represented?
Amen.
I don't know.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to tag in on was the biggest thing that I had a problem with was the loss of community. That loss of the relationships with the people in the same way it was. It was like my relationship with myself and, you know, God didn't change. It was like everything else rotated around it. And I don't know if that's resonating with you at all, Will, but that was to me the biggest problem.
And I'll retag onto this by saying that, you know, like the God that prays and those people and people of similar mindsets seem to believe in, fits in a very small box as far as I'm concerned, and is a very limited sort of God, and also not a very nice entity. You know, if that box were just to be eliminated, and God is something a lot more infinite that doesn't really fit in a box and doesn't fit any definition that we have, you know, there doesn't have to be the loss completely that there. I mean, I know you said you're not an atheist. I don't know if you are ready to define what you believe. But you know, it's possible that God is a much more interesting thing than what, you know, you thought of it, and what those people, how they think of it and everything.
It's called multifaceted.
Yeah, I'm still of the belief that there's a meta, there's a creative force that brought all this, and that there's patterns that I see that make me think that it's an intelligent force. But whether it's, I want to say whether it's selfish, because I don't want to admit that I might be like crazy, or like you said, guiding myself somehow from a higher, you know, state of mind. I don't know, but I want to say that something was guiding me. So it could be personal, but I don't know enough about it. It's been really mysterious, and it feels like it's led me over and over again to discover that no matter what organization I go to and look at their beliefs, they all seem to be in conflict within, like just a mess and inconsistent in their behavior, you know, towards what they're supposed to do and what, you know what I'm saying? And Geo Sam pointed that out too. I mean, in his weird, unique, and crazy way about throwing rocks at people. But the Christian thing is supposed to be loving and accepting, and that is just not what it is anymore. That is not Christianity. And so even if all the books and everything were wrong, but there was this Holy Spirit that this group had that caused them to behave in a noble way, I could get behind that. I would call that something, you know, maybe even divine, but that's not what I see amongst them. And what I see is a common spirit of, I mean, it's very cookie cutter. It's contemptuous amongst them all. I mean, not, okay, I don't want to say all, but in these lower chambers of the internet, you know, you have great Christians out there that are kind, like Bond and Carpenter, and there's too many to name, but they're still in a terrible minority to the Christians that you see on here and just around in your day-to-day life. So I don't know. I don't want to be associated with whatever that spirit is.
Now, Richard made a. Oh, sorry. Who was that?
No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Graham. You know what? I get your icon mixed up with Bonds for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it looks similar, but I know that I think it was Richard, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it was Graham that said that there was a reflection of what they thought they could call the Holy Spirit in the nature of what we're doing right now. But you know, I would be reluctant to call it that just because of the baggage that's associated with that term. You know, I don't know. I would probably want to come up with something new, or maybe less associative with what it's formerly, you know, been associated with.
I was going to say that's what I was going to offer is that I use the term for myself that I stole from Karen Armstrong, which is freelance monotheist. There is one God, but I'm not bound by any given doctrine towards it.
Do you have any other details on it, though, that you know that you've noticed or observed?
Well, it's very much what you're talking about. There is the intelligent entity. Again, it all depends. I end up more Taoist, where everything's emerging from the infinite, the unknown, the source, aperion. And then you start as you start distinguishing from that and making distinctions, the world comes into being. Again, this is old school metaphysics.
Do you, Graham? I don't know if I have to tag in, but like, how do you feel about the Fibonacci sequence?
It's fundamental to reality.
So this would technically lead to the source.
Yeah, it's one of the emanations from the source. If you look at my my avatar here, that's the Mandelbrot set. That's another another connection towards the source.
I'll need to learn more about that in the coming days.
Yeah, part of it is I've gone into some really deep math, and that's where I pull a lot of stuff from too.
Oh, I'm terrible at math. I mean, I think I have a disability when it comes to math.
No, I feel you. It's that's just my autism puts me 100% on the other side. It's all good.
That's what I was about to say. Graham, like me, but in very different ways because he's extremely intelligent. If you can get past our social inadequacies, we have a lot to offer. There's a lot underneath that. And Graham constantly blows my mind.
Enjoying this
just a wealth
conversation.
of knowledge. Sorry to put you on the spot like that, Graham, but you're just a wealth of knowledge in so many different fields.
There's so much here in this room that I've learned from everybody in this room. Well, I mean, I just met Jody, but like in a lot of ways, some of you have been very formative in keeping me in line with putting logic and reason ahead of emotion and stuff like that. Like really nailing down, what I can prove and how I look at things through a very limited perspective.
Well, I could say definitely the same about many people in this room, many people in chats that I've been in, and definitely from you, William, as well, specifically.
Notice you said that you're embarrassing me here, Sammy. And I got to say, I learn from everybody I ever interact with. It's always a learning experience.
Yeah. That's why I'm constantly surprised, because you don't come across as though you think you're intelligent, which turns me off a person straight away if they have that air of, they know that they know more than you.
Of course, I noticed that you said it while you thought I was gone.
People that are smart don't have to announce that they're smart. Wise people, the wisest people are aware of and will readily admit that they don't know everything and that they're still learning and all that stuff.
Yeah, the more that I research, the less that I believe that I know. Like, I mean, I'm not learning that I know things. I'm learning that I never knew anything.
Yeah, that's a big one.
I'd like to suggest something. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say there's this graphic that I'll never forget, and there's probably a more complicated version of it, but I'm going to describe it to you. It's just a pie chart, and there's this little tiny sliver, really small, and it says what you know. And then a slightly bigger slice, it says what you think you know. And then a slightly bigger slice that says what you know you don't know. Or no, what you don't know. And then a little bit bigger slice, what you know you don't know. And then the whole rest of the pie is what you don't know you don't know.
There it is.
Like what you're unaware of right now that, there is to know, but you're not aware of it yet.
And on the
one thing I was going to
Spirit,
share, William, is and I agree 100% with what Space was saying. There is you're starting to discern more strongly between knowing and believing, because believing you don't need any evidence. In fact, you can have all the evidence against you and still believe. And that's one of the things where my autism and the way I was raised and the phrase that I use for it, and this is one Sammy's going to like, is for me, belief takes over when knowledge is exhausted. It's based.
Oh,
Oh no, he'll come back.
Oh, it was well said. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we got.
William, I'd
But
like to.
somewhere along there, excuse me, you believe something strongly and you think you understand it. So I'm going to use my on again, off again Christian dogmatic belief system that I held from the age of 16 until the age of 45. So I was on again, off again, an atheist. But yeah, I slammed the door on God like numerous times. And I just kind of walked out of that life and walked into being an atheist. I don't even know how I did that, but I did it. I think it was more like to mentally be all right. I had to do that. That make sense?
Indeed. William, I'd like to suggest that everyone's going through, everyone has to go through at some point what you're going through right now. And I'd like to take your analogy of a marriage or a relationship. You know, at some point there's the romance and all the magic, and you look at it and you go, this is it. This is really it. This is the thing I've been looking for. This is the answer. But eventually you learn that your conception of that person wasn't accurate, and suddenly the honeymoon is over. Well, you have a choice to make there. You can say the love was false, it never existed, or you can grow up and say, okay, it wasn't what I thought it was, but I really feel like there's something there. Is that something worth looking into? Is it worth my effort? And I think that's what you're doing right now. Is you're growing up. You're done with the childish, overly romantic, unrealistic ideas, and you're changing into maturity. Now, I don't know if the marriage will last or not. It depends on you, and if there's another, it depends on the other.
Is it possible that the other is something that I fabricated in my mind entirely, and not just a misrepresentation of a thing?
It could be entirely fabricated. Yes.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. It's basically a deluding spirit, but we don't recognize it because obviously we're too close to it. So, yes, there's that.
This is one of the reasons I go directly to information theory, to know if there was a mind outside of my own.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Like when I watch a video, I go straight to the comments and read down through, and I glean what I can. I'll read like 300 comments. I mean, I'm like that. That's just my personality type.
And
yeah,
the self blame part, like, and the feeling stupid, for me anyway, came down to the sunk cost fallacy. I felt that I'd wasted my life, but I just look around now, for example, and like Halsey said, I wish that there's a better word for it, but you're never going to feel this much acceptance, love, in a place like Praises amongst those Christians.
Sammy, I got a question for you, because the issue that I'm wrestling with right now is a parental one. I've talked to my two oldest sons and let them know that I have serious disbeliefs in the God of the Old Testament and stuff like that. That's the last conversation we had. My little one, on the other hand, I mean, part of his schooling is to understand like the stories of the Old Testament, because it's easy for me to grade that stuff. I'm pretty familiar with it, and but I don't want to emphasize it anymore at all. But I don't want him to look at me as being a fool. I want him to know the things first that I'm walking away from, so that he'll understand why and not fall into the same trap either. So I'm considering just letting him finish that study, and then telling him that whatever he thinks about it is okay, whether he believes it or not or whatever. That's up to him.
I'm guessing he's doing religious studies. You don't have dumb kids. I'm guessing they're intelligent kids.
Oh, no.
No?
I mean, I guess, like, it's socially dumb because being
Yeah,
homeschooled
that's fine.
and such.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine. That doesn't mean shit. Yeah. Don't panic too much, and don't push too hard. I was in the exact same situation, but the exact reverse. And I had to be careful not to push my atheism too hard on my second oldest, who was quite religious. He's my stepson, and his father was a pastor and all this sort of stuff. So I just let him have that and let natural conversations flow. And he knew my position, but he never felt pressured. And in time, once he became old enough and intelligent enough, he quickly started to see for himself the problems. So I think, it's hard to watch them being taught into something that you just, fundamentally don't believe. But as long as you give them those critical thinking skills and you show them that you're looking and you know the stuff. If they talk about theology, you show you can talk about it, and take them to the logical end of the thoughts, and just don't come at it as
I don't claim to
I'm
know
worried,
anything because I don't know anything.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate thing that I have to admit to them, is that I didn't know. I thought I knew, but I didn't know. So I don't have any answers for you about this.
I'd like to introduce an angle for you, William. It's not necessarily the text, but the interpretation of the text. And there can be lots of different interpretations. Because one of the ones that may work for you a little better, or at least you might want to look into, is Jordan Peterson's biblical series, where he's starting with the Old Testament. And he kind of breaks it down as entirely consciousness and basically like universal human lessons, as opposed to
it's going to be, it's basically going to be, don't think of it as a let down, but a step up into learning to where you want to go to,
You've now, instead of one interpretation, you've opened yourself to an infinite number of ones, and you can explore them and decide which ones are true and which ones aren't.
12 rules is already in the curriculum, as far as their high school years. I give them 12 rules, and so it wouldn't be a stretch to go ahead and insert Peterson's view of the biblical accounts. But again, I could use moral lessons out of it, but I can't really use the Old Testament for moral lessons. But I can use the Jesus stuff for moral lessons.
It depends. And no, that's not true. It depends on how you look at the Old Testament stories, which is what I think Graham Pong is trying to say. View one of, they're about an hour. They're not too cumbersome. view one of Jordan Peterson on the Bible, and tell us what you think.
I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I was just also going to say, like, you know, I don't know if you've introduced any other mythologies into, you know, their world, but that's another angle that you could take is just, you know, introducing other mythologies and slowly sort of transitioning how you present that information as mythology and not as truth, and
Well, it's kind of
shifting it.
Yeah, I just. I'm
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'll say with the stories of the Old Testament, if you want to look at them in moralistic, good value type ways, you have to look away from the puppet master because it's always pointing to where the true evil is. So you just have to look at like a stage show where the puppet master, don't look up there, just look at the puppets and see what they're portraying and put out, you know, what they're putting out there, and just don't look up. I think on the Old Testament.
Well, I think I could also just include more of the like the other myths, you know, like all of the myths from the Gilgamesh epics, and just give them a wide variety of the way that people in ancient times thought about things, and then let them progress on with you know, well, him, because my two oldest aren't learning anymore, but
What
Why wouldn't you if that's where you're at? I mean, honesty is the best policy. So I mean, if you're there, why not take your children there with you? I would say, yeah, that's a good idea, as much as you can.
well, thanks, man.
Can I add one more thing real quick? Yes. So, you know, you said before that you had to admit that you didn't know, you know, that you weren't sure about, you know, the truths of the Bible or your own beliefs in the past. You know, I think it's safe for you to be able to say that no one knows and not put so much of that burden on yourself. Because then that changes their view of how they see everyone as a believer. And I'm not saying that you should influence how they see other people, you know, specifically, but I think that it is fair to say that no one knows you know, no one knows if these things are true. A lot of people believe it, but no one knows.
Yeah.
And Hillary's?
I asked what age range we're talking about for the kids.
12. He's 12 now. Like I said, my older sons have already moved out, so I just have my 12-year-old now.
Another option, and this is going to sound silly, but you could even do like Star Wars, the Star Wars theme, and then he can point out why the good guys are good, why the bad guys are bad. Say that even though it's probably fiction, you know, what life lessons can we learn? And then not even point out, you know, how it applies to the Bible. Just having him go through that as a literary technique, then I think he may be able to apply it without you ever making the connection for him.
There's a lot of stuff for him to look at it, but I want to de-emphasize the religious nature of it and more just a looking at ancient beliefs and myths, and instead of saying that this one is the right myth, you know, and then all the others. So I want him. I don't want to do that anymore. But what I'm worried about as far as the parenting aspect is taking his sense of security. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, just don't emphasize it as historical fact. Just say this is the narrative that this culture taught. What do you think of that?
No. I meant his security with me giving him always the best answers, the right answers. You know.
Well, just be open and honest and say, you know, as human beings, we are all wondering. None of us can be absolutely certain until we meet, you know, the Creator, and then hopefully all of our questions will be answered. So I was always brought up being told.
If he's transitioning into adulthood, maybe it's time he knew that adults are not infallible.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it, Sammy. I'm gonna let him in.
It's your show, brother.
Well, it's actually your show.
Well,
but I'm interested to see what spirit he comes in.
You're running the show, though.
Oh boy.
I don't think you can discern spirits, William.
I'm pretty sure I can.
If you voted for Biden, first of all, don't lecture me on morality.
I'm not
First and
sure if anyone
foremost,
here voted for Biden.
um, the Christian perspective, if I may give it, since it's not allowed up here apparently on this panel,
You can give the
the
Calvinist perspective, sure.
Christian perspective is that there is no such thing as a deconversion. Okay, there's no such thing as a deconversion. You can deconstruct the Christian faith. And if you talk to some of the people who are close to me on the internet, they'll tell you that I've told them before William tried this stunt that that's exactly what he was doing from the very beginning. So we're not ignorant of Satan's devices. We knew what was going on. We knew what you were doing. You were deconstructing the faith slowly but surely to come to this point. So you're not fooling anyone, at least not the elect, Mr.
The
Freeman,
elect.
the elect of God.
Well, he's been open and
You're the
honest.
elect.
Were you not listening?
You are not fooling anyone.
You're
Right.
making this all about you and how great you are.
So
Yeah.
that's the spirit. That's the spirit.
Spirit of pride. We got it.
That's the
wonder who's
deluding
confused,
spirit.
Mr.
That's the
Judgmental.
deluding. Yep.
Okay.
Deluding spirit.
So I will say that we're not impressed by this stunt, and where it reveals the truth.
Jill, we're speaking about you.
It
You
reveals
are the
truth.
you are caught up in the deluding spirit. We've all been there.
I'm a man. So we're not convinced by any
Well, that's the claim, but it
deconstruction
really
of
hasn't
the
been
faith.
demonstrated that you're a man.
Okay, go watch the one-on-one I had with William, where I demonstrated he had no valid reason to reject the God of the Bible. Yet
Person doesn't need a
he
valid
still
reason.
rejects the God of the Bible. So I would say,
All I hear is pride. You're proud to be who you are, and no one else is as good as you.
hey, I'm a man.
Fuck that shit.
All right, yeah, good for
Amen,
you.
Jody.
All right. So what I would say to this is any woman married to a man that cannot find evidence that she is unfaithful, but continues to say, well, what if you're unfaithful? I would leave that man and never marry him and never deal with him ever again. So good riddance.
Should
I have no idea what you just said.
Never met. I mean, basically, you're saying that God is catfishing William. If someone's pretending to be something, they won't demonstrate anything. They just say, "Take it on faith," and keep sending me your money.
And you are proud of what you believe in.
Analyze the situation and see what's really there. Maybe there is someone really beautiful around the corner, and if I keep listening to this catfish, I'll never find the beautiful person.
Yep. Your God is like really pissed off at his creation. Like you've made him into a living monster that's ready to scare the living shit out of its creation.
You know,
The only thing keeping you from demolishing that monster is that your ego is being fed.
Yeah.
Your ego feeds off of this monster. I don't even know. Something along that line.
If Hillary's you and Jody would forgive me, I'm actually once glad that Jill just spoke over and pretty much ignored whatever people were saying and said what he wanted to say, because I think he came in and did exactly what we expected him to.
Yeah.
Amen.
Came in the Holy Spirit.
Came in the spirit of pride and delusion.
If I take the words holy subjectively, sure. If I take it as I think it's intended to mean, definitely not.
Is my connection good enough for you guys to hear me right now?
Yeah. Go with it, man.
Okay,
Sound
I wanted
good.
to say this to William before I get disconnected again. One of the ways you can angle it through the religion is the difference between the Word of God written in the hearts of man and the Word of God written in the Bible. And that you're basically transitioning more towards the one written in your heart, which can't be put into words. And
Well, it was well said while it lasted. I appreciate that.
Well, he got it out.
Yeah. Been there, done that shit.
I would
That's what I'm
yeah.
left with. Wait, he's about to come back in. Graham, that's
Okay,
what
good.
I agree. That's what I'm left with because I don't know that I can trust the text, but I can trust the spirit that people come in.
No, that I wanted to share that because that could help you with the kids too, where since they're young, they need the learning from the Bible is more important. But once you learn more lessons in life, you can make the transition more, and you can start to see it in other people too. You know, just trying
Can
to
I
give
say
the
something?
example that with the kids as well.
Yeah, thank you for that,
Can,
Graham.
could I say something? In the 90s, I had my first daughter, and I'm sorry, she was born in 88. Her birthday is Saturday. She'll be 35. So my youngest is 18. I have 6 children. So I was at various stages while they were growing up where I did the homeschool. I never took them to church. They would hang out with friends in the local town that we lived in, and they would do the Awana Club where they learn all about God and memorize Bible verses and blah blah blah. Anyhow, there was a point where I told you I became atheist. So my kids saw like me as this, I don't know, zealot is the only word I can think of. And then they saw me the opposite. So they saw like the full spectrum of me and what I went through. They also knew that I had a traumatic childhood. And, excuse me. Anyway, what my point was is that about 10 years ago, um, I flat out told them that I don't associate with the word Christianity at all. And so since then, I mean, it took a long time for them to understand why I wasn't Christian anymore. But um, since then, my kids and I can talk on a personal level where we couldn't before, because they could only see me as this militant mom being a zealot about God, and it was the wrong God. Like I was giving them the wrong God in my whole day-to-day interactions. They knew that mom was all about the Christian God, but in my mind now, it's the wrong God. It was a fucked up God, the God that was a monster. And that's about all I'm going to say. You guys are too quiet.
You know, one thing that comes to mind, an approach that I've seen people take is just instead of prayer, maybe they meditate on the idea of God, and they meditate on wisdom and understanding, and they go about their lives in a mindful way, and it, you know, the things that you probably would have prayed for before, I think will just sort of flow to you naturally. And I think that you'll in time, I think you'll be okay with this change. You know, there's an adjustment period. And like I said, it's really hard for someone like myself that has never been immersed to understand like this thing that people go through when they deconvert, when they stop believing and they deal with all those changes. And at one point in my life, I almost wished that I knew what it was like, because people that I've met have also noted a huge growth from the experience, post, you know, the pain and all that stuff. You know, they have a huge area of growth in their lives, and character growth, and all the good things, you know, that you get from a difficult adjustment that can be pulled out of that situation. But you know, so I don't know, for lack of a better thing to say, like, I have faith that everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, I can relate to everything you just said. Like I told you, I would shut the door on God. What I think I was doing was I was taking off the old and putting on the new. but I didn't recognize it, and so I couldn't really say it out loud. But I've been doing that my whole life, so I feel like I've lived like multiple lifetimes.
You may look at this as a difficult time, but, you know, clearing all the toys off the table makes a good place to build.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a transition for a little while,
Yeah.
just because when you form your ideas around certain things being in place, it's just the way they are. You know, it takes some deprogramming, and then also to not have anything to go to. I mean, the only thing that I can say that I know that I believe is that there is some sort of being that began all this creating. Like there is this source of mind.
Yeah, I believe in the source of everything. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I've been in that for 10 years when I walked away from Christianity. And then I became a hippie that smokes pot with my 18-year-old son, which is really hilarious when I think about it.
You know, William, in some ways I'm kind of jealous of where you are right now, because I remember what that was like. It's not precisely the same, but in my perception of the time that I went through that, and where I was no longer pigeonholed into some specific small mind frame. And in understanding that, what I thought was a universe was, you know, a moon, and then I could see that there was so much more out there that was worth investigating, and the discoveries and learning that you're setting yourself up for right now, I think people could be jealous of that.
It's a very exciting time.
I just can't help but feel like I'm behind. Like all these other people are way ahead
You're
of me.
standing,
You're not.
You're
You're
standing
right where
on
you
the
need to be.
threshold. You're standing on the threshold of a whole lot more.
Yeah, and you're exactly where you need to be, but you have to be here now, in the moment, so that you can kind of, I don't know, it kind of guides you if you stay in the moment.
You know, if you're not behind the power curve, you're Christ. So there's a lot of pressure off of you there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if
and
you
know
remind
what?
yourself that you're okay being where you are, not where you are going to be or where you were, just remind yourself you're right where you should be. Like you can't possibly be anywhere else.
That's true.
That for me, like, was like an explosion in my head.
You know, one thing
And-
is... Oh, go ahead.
And just remember, you're not alone in
I know.
being behind, man.
Why do you think I'm here right now?
I mean, Will.
Oh, well, I'm speaking to all of us.
I think you're right too, and I've really felt more comfortable. Like PJ and I started looking at the myths and stuff together a little bit, and that got me digging really heavy. And then you've been kind of going through this Zen thing that you've been working on, and like coming to like middle ground on a lot of things. So it's been really helpful. And you know, Halsey is constantly reminding me about logical fallacies and things like that to keep me from saying stupid things. And of course,
Nah.
Richard is always expanding the way that I look at text and all the different perspectives that you can look at them with. So, I mean, really, I and Hillary's, good Lord, you're very well read, sir. Very well read. But I appreciate all of the contribution that you guys make in my life on a day-to-day basis.
Well, that's the end of that conversation. Crap.
You know what's kind of neato about where you are also is that, you know, if you were like the people, you know, that you were interacting with a couple of days ago or yesterday, or, you know, the people on Phrase's channel, you know, they are almost like required to reject a lot of philosophical angles and other like moral or ethical systems because they just don't fit like with the Christian worldview, and those chains are gone now for you. You know, you can investigate anything and everything now, and nothing is forbidden.
Well, yeah, I mean, nothing's forbidden, but not every pursuit is really
Worthwhile.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
no, it
I don't
doesn't.
want to get sucked into some, you know, some
No,
crazy
no, no.
shit. You know?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
See a
I'm
lot
not
of donkey
saying
shows and shit.
Yeah, right, or like a cult or something. No, I'm not talking about that. It's just that, you know, like in past conversations when I've asked questions of people that were devoutly, you know, religious, they found it very difficult or totally impossible, or at least their willingness was not there to step outside their worldview to have a conversation because they just couldn't do it, you know.
What
and,
you just described, Halsey, what you just described was how I behaved, and I think it was my way of shielding myself from the things on the outside of me. So if it's going to sound really mean, but if I thought that God was the monster that Christianity God says he is, then nobody would want to touch me. As crazy as that sounds. I mean, I
Because
literally walked.
you would be a monster, like you said.
Exactly. Why would you want to? Why would you want anything to do with me if you knew the way I guess I thought about mankind burning in hell?
Jody,
Which, you know, to be honest with you, I never really believed that. But
Jody, you might need to refresh. You got audio issues.
Yeah, you gotta.
It's my voice.
Going off.
Your
No, it's not
SpongeBob.
your
I got
voice.
static.
It's like
It's my voice.
sputtering. No,
For like
it's,
3. Is it stuttering?
it's like sputtering. Like every time you talk, there's like this tick 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 tick.
Staticky. It's like staticky.
Oh, let me go in the settings.
Just refresh.
Oh, that's all I do?
Yeah. Okay. Don't know that that's what she did. It's just the hand, her reaching for the screen, and then bloop, she's gone. Oh goodness.
So there's several ways to look at this. I mean, okay, yes, you believed something that may not be true, or had perceptions of a thing that is not true. And yes, transitions are difficult. In fact, you know, psychologists have pretty much universally said that promotions are stressful. Moving to a nicer house is stressful. It doesn't matter what the transition is. Transitioning is stress. So it's perfectly appropriate if you feel stressed in this time in your life, and really predictable actually. But that's not necessarily just because something is stressful. It's not necessarily extraneous or unnecessary stress. This might be a necessary stress. And if what's going on is you have thrown off the bridle and the blinders to look at a larger thing and see where truth lies, well, then congratulations are in order. And who should be jealous of you is people they're still wearing that bridle and embracing it. They're embracing the blinders. They can't think outside of whatever little patch you know, of their possible periphery. And they can't look at that. They should be jealous of you.
Well, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
If by jealous you mean they want to burn me at the stake.
No, that's not exactly.
That's not exactly what he's saying.
I was gonna say, like, if they can't get past the idea that you're doomed, you know.
No,
those are
it's
their
not,
blinders.
It's not even that. It was, you heard Jill just come in and basically say that it was all some big like stunt from the very beginning. I guess when I started on this 10 years ago. And
Sure,
so,
but I mean, he is still chained to the wall in Plato's cave. That is exactly what he's doing.
I was just thinking about that allegory when you were talking a second ago. I just didn't, because I thought I was coming out of the cave once before, but really I only just stepped back a little towards the light. Now I feel like I'm getting close to the cave's entrance.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing is, William, is that you have people who are around you that can stabilize you whenever you do really decide it. I guess see things for what they are through your lens, because I can tell you that a lot of people tend to, for example, view enlightenment as this great serene state, right? And it can be that, but for some people, it could literally drive them nuts, right? Because
Yeah, felt a little of that. No, seriously, because I was driving the other day to work, and I started, because that's when I would pray, and then I realized, like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, who am I? I don't even know who I'm praying to. I don't even know. And then I'm thinking, I've always trusted this thing to keep me safe. Even when I was working as a prison guard, I mean, I didn't fear anything, because I figured when it was my time, it was my time, and the good Lord knows what He's doing. So, but then all of a sudden, it was kind of like, yikes! I was just naked out there.
One of the things I recommend you do is that you engage yourself in musings. Basically, you write down your thoughts, right? Because it's a way. So right now you're being flooded with a ton of information, concepts, and you have certain intellectual and theological decisions you have to make, right? And so it's a lot to deal with and to take in. And so, we're not, most of us aren't the super intellectuals who can just kind of like sit there and figure things out in our minds, right? But I think along with your newly gained structured thinking, right? I think sitting down and writing everything down certainly helps. And you're probably going to get to the point where certain things that might bother you, it will no longer bother you, because you've just kind of accepted things for what they are. When you really look at things without a lens.
There's nothing for me to do now. I mean, whether Christians want to believe it or not, all I got from them was that there was works involved. Even reading the Bible, you had to have scholars, you had to have, citations for this and that, and you had to keep the law in some cases, or you had to repent of all your sins and all these things. But now, there's no action. There's nothing for me to do other than to just research at my leisure these things, as they're not of pivotal importance.
But you're doing the research because in your mind you are comfortable enough without being embodied by a label, Christianity. Because I think we have to accept that we're good with seeking something that isn't dogmatic, beliefs that almost like those beliefs have to be fed, and if you don't feed them, you start to feel bad.
Look
But
at it this way. I'm sorry to cut you off,
no,
Joey.
go ahead.
Do you remember our conversation where basically you guys were kind of grilling me on the New Testament, right? And you remember when I said that I eventually got to the impression that the God of the Old Testament is an amoral being that's learning about human nature. You remember when I said that?
Kind of.
Yeah,
I
I do.
do.
William?
I think I might have been a little
Okay.
drunk and a little high.
I can imagine that.
So once how I came to that conclusion was that I took away the lens that was given to me by other intellectuals, by other Christians, and saw this entity for what it was, right? And I'm not gonna lie, it was extremely uncomfortable for me to realize that, because the way how I was looking at it was like, okay, how, like, why would this being who's of this disposition even care about what us shitty humans on a mud ball would like even think about, right, or do, right? And it's clear to me that it has some kind of intentionality, right? Um, and it wants us to achieve a certain type of living amongst each other, right? And I don't know if you remember, I said that you realize that eventually it gradually stopped directly interacting with us, with the humans, right? And it seems to be learning as it's doing it's certain things. It seems to be less emotionally inclined to do so.
I don't know if you realize this, but your mind is a universe.
Sure, we got billions of neurons, and if you look
And
at the
we
web
don't
of the
run it.
universe,
We don't run that universe. The source of all runs the universe. So we don't realize it, but we are being captivated by what's real because people have to wear masks in order to survive, and and God is capturing us. We don't have a choice.
I mean, me personally, I don't.
That might be a lot, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm being really intense.
It's that
But you
crackles
get what I'm
come
saying,
back
though,
really
William.
bad, Jody.
What was that?
The crackles come back really bad.
Really?
On your
Yeah, it's really
microphone.
bad.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't hear any of it?
No, we
we heard
understood
what you
everything.
said.
It's just really bad. You might want to refresh.
I already did that. Maybe it's my internet. Weird.
Your video's
Okay.
coming through fine, so it can't be that.
Oh, you know what? I'm
Here,
wearing
try turning the video off for a second and see if it clears
Yeah.
up. Sometimes it's a bandwidth issue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or the headphones.
It's the headphones. Yeah.
Are they plug-ins
That
though,
button.
or are they batteries?
They're plug-in, same. But like,
Lesser.
so I'm just saying, William, like you'll come across certain understandings of your own, and your reaction to it is probably going to be emotional, right? Um, some emotional, not necessarily meaning bad, right? It could be good, right? But I highly recommend taking off a certain type of lens. I know I said this to Sammy, but the other day when I don't remember the name of the person where I shared that I do practice Zen Buddhism, right, and it doesn't affect me being a Christian, right, and I said that Zen it's like a form of theological ophthalmology, right, where it just clears away a lot of the gunk that's in your eyes and allows you to kind of see things for what they really are. Right.
Appreciate that, man.
So I definitely get the state that you are in right now, and I am wholly confident that you will find a place where you are not just happy, but you're grounded in what you believe, and how you're going to live your life based on those beliefs. Because believe it or not, that actually really affects how you treat other people.
Oh, you want to hear something crazy?
Yeah, sure.
I think I'm gonna miss Jesus.
Okay. It's not a bad thing, I guess.
But dude, that's not crazy at all. I miss Jehovah to this day. And I know he never existed, but it's just some part of me that you can't fix or fill or whatever word you want to put in there.
I think your theological position should be useful to you. It shouldn't just be this tag. And when I say useful, it doesn't mean getting some kind of reward, or or letting you allowing you to feel powerful or protected. When I say useful, I mean useful in the sense of how can it make your life better in relation to other humans. Because whether we want to admit it or not, if you sit down and you really read the Bible and a lot of other religious books, they are all focused on the human experience. Sure, they might have gods in them, but the main characters are humans.
You're something else, Odin.
What I do now?
No, it's just that like you always have these different perspectives than what I think you're gonna say. You always say something different than what you're hard to pin down. You're not predictable.
Go ahead, Judy. Talk to us.
Yeah, let's see if your static is fixed real quick. Say hello.
Hello.
Do you have a
Say
microphone?
hello, Judy.
Can't hear us.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
That's better. That's better. Okay.
I don't remember what we were talking about.
Good, you'll remember.
That's okay.
Were you saying, Space Cadet?
Oh, something that you said kind of reminded me of something that I wanted to say, and I hopefully will get it back within 3 seconds. Otherwise, I will pass the talking stick.
Was it about missing Jesus?
I think that started my thought. Shit. Oh well, it'll come back to me.
The usefulness of the theological position.
And you talked about holy books being like the human experience. Yeah,
human experience and human condition. Yeah.
Right. It's gonna have to come back to me. It just fleeted right out of my head, so I'll tag back in at some point.
Oh, theology, what have you done for me lately?
The best way to talk to the dead is to understand them.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say.
Really? That's what you were gonna say?
That to remind you.
Okay, so I don't remember exactly like how long ago I became aware of and was interacting with William. Do you remember, Will? It was like what, like a year and a half ago?
I was a bail bondsman, and so this would be 2017.
2 years ago?
No, this is
No,
like
it was not long ago.
2018, 20. Yeah, no, it was.
Was that long ago?
Yeah, it was the first time that I met you. It was in a Brojo's stream.
Okay.
Briefly.
And I can tell you that for quite a while, we did not get along. Like, there was zero chance for conversation or seeing like any kind of eye-to-eye moments. And you know, just for the past like few months, I've seen a huge amount of growth in you just because of your own focus and study and determination to like understand yourself and what's happening with all of this, you know, belief business. I'm just here to say, I guess, that you know, I appreciate all versions of you that I've known, but I really do. I'm very much appreciating the inquisitive and thoughtful person that you. I mean, maybe you were always that way, but I see you more so now than I ever have known you before. So I'm just wanting to tell you that.
It could be blush.
I see you blushing.
Hubbles.
Quick question. I have a question for Richard. Richard, in your studies, what was the most uncomfortable thing you came across that, in terms of the current beliefs that you hold?
That perhaps the most uncomfortable thing was when something took over my mind, and I'm a control freak about myself, at least. I used to be a control freak about everybody, but it's down to just me now. And where I thought I understood things about astronomy, and I was wrong, and I had to admit I was wrong, and then I had to reevaluate a lot of things that I thought were true that were not.
What was the thing that scared you the most?
The thing that scared me the most. That I couldn't hold on to my atheism. That I couldn't just do whatever I want at whatever time I want, that humans mattered.
Amen.
That's interesting. Because again, it's just one of those situations where at like every single person's theological position, I'm able to understand in relation to what that book, the Bible, conveys to them, right? And I think one of the I think the recommendation from earlier to kind of listen to Jordan Peterson's musings about a few of the stories in the Old Testament. I think it's really important because I think it emphasizes the psychological aspect of the human relations that take place in it, because you can learn a lot from it. I think the reading frame is important, and I think that's what Richard emphasizes a lot. Is the reading frame.
You know, the interesting thing is about Jordan B. Peterson and the things that he says in his readings of these Old Testament stories, which he doesn't cover all of them. There's just a handful, but he's reading it at like the fourth level of reading out of 5. And what's interesting about that is that the depth and truth about human psychology that is portrayed in the stories, we are only now getting to that level of understanding of what the human being is, and for that to be in an ancient text is significant in itself.
Yeah.
Like, it's so far ahead of its time. It's brilliant. I'll say that.
So can I just say that I have like this trait where I absorb feelings, and so when I was growing up, because I had childhood trauma, I never really fit with people because they could see the pain on my face, and I knew it. and I would feel it. So yeah, that's me.
I
But I
think
just go ahead.
I think you remember Richard, what she says is actually pretty interesting. 'Cause, Richard, do you remember when we first spoke and I brought up the idea that a semi hive mind would be necessary for us to get to the point where we would ascend, right?
I remember us speaking about it. I do not remember that was the first conversation.
No, I don't think that was the first. That wasn't the first conversation. But
okay,
in so so the idea of being able to absorb people's feelings. And when I say feelings, I don't mean the outward part of it. I think the deep
You're thinking of the
inner.
word essence.
Oh, you were breaking up.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Jody, would you go to the bottom of the page of that is StreamYards that you see here, and
Right.
hit stop cam?
Yeah.
Stop.
Your camera's
Stop
eating up too
cam.
much bandwidth.
Yeah. All right.
And that'll probably help, okay?
Oh wow, that's cool. You guys like my icon?
It's a huge difference.
Yep.
Yeah.
My son painted that. His name is Jacob.
Nice.
Can you continue what you were saying, Odine, about the commentary, or were you done?
So
about feeling.
yeah. So what I was saying was that the purpose of the hive mind would allow us to connect to each other on a deep emotional level, right? And that the networking, so to speak, would be grounded in the empathy that we all have towards each other.
And I'm
right.
INFJ. Are you familiar with INFJ?
Huh?
Are you familiar with INFJ?
Yes, I'm a INFJ -A.
So I just found out I was INFJ.
Mazel tov.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Back
so
in September. It's only been 6 months.
that's my impression of it, in the sense that I think that's probably the only innate thing that allows us to connect, even with people who we don't really hate or who we hate, right? Because like understanding I think having a certain level of deep understanding is necessary for us humans to be able to really rise above the pack mentality that we have.
Right.
Yeah. So like 10 years ago, I learned about the law of attraction. You know, excuse me. Like how magnets are attracted to one another. They can repel.
We're familiar with the theory.
Well, like we are magnetized.
Hillary's goddamn.
We are being pulled in that, like how a magnet can't resist itself. It's the law of attraction. And the law is the law. It's God's law.
Yep. And further, on top of all that, as long as we see each other as different, we can other each other.
We're each uniquely qualified.
If we could see that we are one, i.e. the hive mind, then we would have a really hard time persecuting each other in misunderstanding.
Amen.
I don't think that's true.
Really? Why not?
Because what if you start empathizing with the wrong people?
How could they be the wrong people if they understood everyone?
Unless you're saying that you hate yourself, that doesn't make sense. Hating yourself is the only way that you can mistreat another person.
Say that again.
Hating yourself is the only way that you could mistreat another person, because you recognize they are just another aspect of you.
So riddle me this: what happens if everybody starts empathizing with a pedophile?
What
Then
if the pedophile couldn't be a pet? You're missing it. He couldn't be a pedophile.
Right.
Because he's blended into the singularity.
Exactly.
So we just dissolve our individuality. I mean, that's sort of like saying we should just self-destruct so we don't have problems.
No, it's not. It's saying that he would understand how the child and their relatives and everybody else would feel, and so that would keep him from wanting to do those things that he might have inappropriate urges for.
Let me take it somewhat out of the emotional. If a person born with such a brain state that they could not experience human emotion were attached to everyone to where they understood everyone's emotions, they would effectively have those emotions.
Yeah.
Literally.
So you could no longer say they were effectively a sociopath or psychopath. The statement wouldn't make sense anymore.
Yeah, because. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. That sounds incredibly chaotic to try to adopt everybody else's feelings on things.
You're not adopting them. You're just understanding them.
You don't think people understand?
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that people
Understanding and caring aren't the same thing. Huh?
We try to
run
understand
this credit.
each other. I don't think that we actually 100% succeed.
The very fact that we're having this conversation and having described what we mean by things, and that we're having to negotiate that, is the absence of the hive mind. That doesn't mean I would become flow state. It only means that I would understand flow state without flow state having to explain this much crap to me.
Well, I think that's a misconception. I think we assume that other people would have our same beliefs if they understood it right. And then it's a misunderstanding, whereas it's a devaluing.
What's the difference between understanding and fully understanding?
Or even understanding and acceptance. I can understand a flat earther without accepting their position.
So my understanding of understanding is that no one authored, no one can finish. It's only the source of everything that is the engine, if you will, or the force behind the engine that is taking us. Like we're along for the ride. We're being carried.
Is understanding when we have justifications for our beliefs? Can we say we understood something when our beliefs are justified?
Oh my God, put maps in my phone.
I think you're adding an unnecessary level of complexity when saying, are we justified? Justification doesn't even have to do with understanding.
Okay, so understanding is how we perceive reality through our senses.
Yes.
Sensors.
Yes, actually stand under that concept. So the concept is that the source of everything is true. So therefore, you understand that truth. You stand under that truth.
Yeah.
And you understand the truth. It stands alone, which is the source of everything. Did you catch all that?
Well, as soon as you said stand
No,
under,
I didn't catch any of that. I was swapping around the driver's spot. I'm in the car with my homie. He doesn't really probably want to be on camera. I haven't asked him. but he doesn't give a fuck, so we're good to go. But no, we're getting gas. We're getting shit done today. So I'm sort of multitasking, but the whole singularity concept is so sort of pseudo self-destructive in my mind. If you are immersed in somebody else's experience enough that that yours syncs up with it, then necessarily you have to lose some of yours.
If you sync up with it, that's true. That's what the Boers suffer from.
Okay, so
That's the part that keeps us stubborn as fuck. Because
why do we think that emotion and empathy is a good way to be making decisions? It's clearly not.
Correct.
Well, we have to mix it with some, hardcore reason facts and stuff like that. I think it's good to have a touch of empathy because pure logic, pure reason, sometimes, isn't going to give the best result. Sometimes it will. Sometimes
I would suggest that pure logic. I think that we'd almost be better off with a world full of psychopaths using pure logic than a world full of emotional, uber empathetic people like running around berserk.
I wouldn't say psychopaths, but I would say the autistics are probably a step forward in human evolution, that we require their emotional detachment when making decisions.
I don't know enough about autism really to have an opinion on that statement, but doesn't it involve like a lot of sensory overload and interpersonal chaos?
That can be one
junction than overload, I think.
I was diagnosed at 19 with being emotionally disabled.
Right. But we're talking about autism specifically, and I don't really know a ton about that, except for the people I know with Asperger's.
But the doctor and I didn't even know I was INFJ, because we're talking.
Right, but that's Briggs-Myers isn't necessarily whether you're emotionally disabled. You're emotionally disabled for a couple other reasons. And I understand and I agree.
Okay. Which means that my emotions shut down.
How is autism different from psychopathy in the emotional, empathetic respect?
A psychopath will totally disregard other people when making decisions. An autistic person will have emotional detachment in deciding what's best for the group and for other people.
So they're diagnosing emotionally detached, reasoned decision making as a disorder.
That's not as a disorder, just a condition.
That's
because of how it presents in society. Because we're so socially inadequate. Because I'll just tell you what's in my brain without really considering how it affects you.
You can't possibly think that that's how the world works. Like, look around. It's all, everybody's completely whiplashed by their emotions. There's no thought at all on the collective scale.
And so would you agree that that is a problem?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So
too much emotion is a problem. Now, I don't think the solution is then to just delete individual emotion in favor of one sort of unified experience. Again, it sounds.
Anything. That's just it. You're not deleting anything. It's like with cell phones.
How can I have Taylor's experience if I'm busy feeling your emotion and vice versa?
It's like Bluetooth. So let's say my cell phone walks up to your cell phone and they do the protocol handshake. Now I can transfer images between our phones. It's the same way with emotion. I can understand how you're feeling while I'm talking to you, but then I can distance myself the moment I no longer want to engage.
I think that's what we already have right now. I just people just don't have time nor the intent or interest in stopping and empathizing with every single person they cross.
Yeah, you can choose who you empathize with. And that is the
that
goal.
would be exhausting. To empathize with every single person would be an exhausting of resources. Yes. And some people, I used to have this problem, and I still do sometimes, where somebody tells me about some problem of theirs, and I all of a sudden feel like, now that I know about it, I have to help them do something about it, or somehow I'm like neglecting the situation.
Yeah.
And
A lot of
I've had
times
to
they just
like
want to hear you
back off
listen.
that shit because that's kind of like that same issue, you know, like too much empathy, too much attachment. You know what I mean? So
Okay, can I?
yeah.
Okay, so have you guys ever thought about what it means to be good to someone? Being good and being
Yeah.
kind is not the same thing, right?
Love is action. It's not it's not just an emotion, it's action. So yeah,
Yeah.
I do.
So look at it this way, flow state, right? You can absolutely have your thoughts on someone, not necessarily good thoughts, right? Let's say it's someone who, you know, you grew up with, and let's say theologically or philosophically, you disagree with the person, right? But if the person is in peril, right, um, you have the capacity to help that person, right? That that type of goodness, right? It comes from the a form of relatability to what it means to be in peril and needing help.
So
See
I,
what I'm
again,
saying?
I still disagree
So
that the problem is that we don't feel for each other. Now, if I think the problem is that we all have our individual experiences and views and beliefs. That's exactly it. So the only way to solve that problem of individuality and the fact that they're not unified is to destroy it. But if we take an example, right, like global warming, I think it's a complete scam. Obviously, probably some of you don't. If we start then with our different perspectives or understandings, want to implement laws that affect everybody based on our own understanding, even though I understand that you think it's real, I don't care how you feel about it because I think that you're wrong. How do we rectify? How would that situation play out in a hive mind?
Same way it does with capitalism. You know, you buy the products that you want, other people buy the products they want. They understand that you think it's a hoax, and you understand that they think the world's going to end, but you still make your own decisions about what you purchase. You're reading way too much
yeah.
into this. You're not becoming subsumed into the collective. You just have access to it. It's just like if you walk. You understand my handshake analogy?
Then why do you think that people would access it? I mean,
do you understand my handshake analogy?
I don't think I heard it.
Okay, well, I mentioned it with cell phones, but I'll use it with humans this time. Let's say I'm in a crowd and I see a whole bunch of people and I wave at different people. So that's a request for acknowledgement. I go up to one of those people that I waved at and they wave back and I shake your hand. The whole time I'm holding your hand, I can feel what you feel. I can understand what it is you're trying to convey, you know, regardless of any sort of word confusion. The moment I release your hand, I no longer have that attachment to you, and I'm free to attach to whoever else I want. You don't see that as a benefit?
I don't see it as as something that would particularly change the way people interact on scale.
I think it would be a vast improvement in the confusion in our communication right now, where people have to have these long dialogues or multi-logs where everyone's trying to explain what their position is. If you instantly knew it, how much time would that save? How much more?
I mean, it would save more time in explaining, but then if we know we have this tool at our disposal, all of a sudden we got to spend more time walking around touching everybody's hand at the city commission meeting.
No, we're all being busy. But if you want to touch somebody's hand, you can. If you want to have a big ring at a company meeting where everybody holds each other, you know, in a big circle, then great. Then you can, you know, and then when you want to disconnect, then you can.
So this really isn't a true singularity or hive mind at all. It's just more of like
It's a semi-hive mind. That's the term I coined at the time.
Okay.
Semi-hive.
I mean, I don't know. In the handshake example, I suppose that's fine. I don't actually think it would make that big of an impact on the world as a whole. But I guess I'm less resistant to it than what those words typically mean.
So think of it this
can I
way.
ask you? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you have it. You were first. Go for it.
So think of it this way, right? So a lot of people have trouble understanding different concepts as to why people might do certain things. Like, take for example, people who do not want to live, right? Like they see their own existence as not necessarily being fruitful or useful. Um, and there are some people who looks at that as being selfish, right? And they'll ask this person who does not want to live, right? Why are you still alive, right? Well, the person who does not want to live understands that them no longer living can cause more pain and suffering as a result. And so, because of their connection to other people, they keep living for the sake of other people.
I mean,
Does
but
that make
people
sense?
understand that now. There's nobody that harms somebody else not understanding this is harming them.
There are
They
a lot
don't
of
care.
unintentional harms.
What?
A ton. You know, people get offended all the time because they don't understand where the other person's coming from, and it's just
I mean,
very
that,
easy to
yeah,
overlook.
like in family settings and shit like that. But if somebody's running around stealing catalytic converters, they know damn well that they're hurting the people they steal from. They just don't
Yes.
care.
Correct.
It would be no use in that situation.
They're
So it might solve
sociopaths. Correct.
little localized misunderstandings between people who are already on close pages with each other. But I don't know. I think that my biggest issue now that I'm hearing you explain what you're actually talking about is the words that you're using, because I'm super opposed to the singularity as it's known, as it's understood.
Is there such a thing?
No, but it's an end goal. It's not in existence yet, but it's definitely achievable and being worked towards.
I mean, so like take for example, the concept of what it means to have a national identity, right? That's a form of a localized singularity. Like what it means to be American, right? Like the people in this room who are
No,
born and
I mean,
raised and red-blooded.
singularity implies a lot more.
Stick to hive mind.
But where are we
I
getting
couldn't
this
hear you guys.
idea of the hive
He
mind?
says singularity implies a lot more, and I said yes. Stick to hive mind because singularity is.
I mean, I think that what we're talking about is like a shared experience, not a unified singular or hived. I don't know. It's just you're describing culture. You're describing just relating to people. It's not anything new or
So
drastically altered.
So my understanding is that God is the mind of all, and He's running. He's running one creation, one human creation. He's running us through His mind. We are just being carried. We don't do anything for that to happen. He just carries us like a mother carries a child. That kind of carry. Wow. I need to get higher.
Well, I'm just
No, I
wondering,
don't
is
think.
Flow State still here? Did he leave?
He dropped out.
Okay, that's too bad. I was going to ask him, like if you were walking down the street minding your own business and you saw, let's say an older woman crossing the street with a bag of groceries and she tripped and fell and her groceries went everywhere. She's in the middle of the street. Would you just keep walking saying, it's not my problem? Or would you
No.
automatically feel like inclined to go
pick up
and
her
help?
groceries and have free
to go and help.
groceries? Oh, no, different.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like she can catch me.
I feel like it's a natural inclination for us to want to relieve suffering.
Right, but by the same token, you're not forced to. You can still have free will to make your own decisions.
Of course, yeah.
They say the laws of attraction. like your mind couldn't resist giving to her what you already have. So you are empathizing with the fact that that could be you on the ground and somebody could be passing you by. Does that make sense?
We understand your position.
Okay, good.
Something about the way you said that, Hillary.
Because you know
You know,
exactly what I mean.
I usually object to someone speaking for me, but I don't mind in this instance.
Thank
You
you.
say we.
Jay's been quiet. I'm just wondering what kind of mischief he's up to right now.
Who?
Hold on, William.
PJ.
PJ?
Yeah. Hold on.
William, did I miss the wedding?
Which one?
The one with the Roo.
Been a few bro weddings.
Oh, it was a private ceremony. It wasn't really a big. I mean, it wasn't televised or anything.
Well, you know, I'm kind of disappointed because I didn't get the opportunity to object to that union.
Well, now what
I
would you
wanted to be
possibly
belong to
have
me.
to object about?
I get to be a little bit selfish, you know.
Okay, so maybe if you're interested in joining our harem, we can work that out. Okay, but you got to talk to Sammy about that. And it's already getting crowded in the bedroom.
But we'll figure it out on the back end.
Don't say it like
Back end.
Naughty boy.
In or on?
He's one of them field plowing fellas. He likes to plow the back nine.
There you go. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself when I saw it.
Whatever mischief PJ was doing, he stopped it for this incident.
Yeah, right?
What the fuck?
I've been listening.
He's like, all my friends are gay.
Dude, you know, it's funny because, like, you know, when you're growing up, you always have that friend who's, you know, like super chill, and you know he's kind of mischievous, but it's like when he goes like silent or missing, you're like, fuck, what is he up to?
Oh yeah.
Right. But like PJ's probably like building a robot or something to take over the neighborhood, but he's not telling anybody until he's ready for the rollout.
Yeah, right?
I'll show you guys when it's all done.
Yeah, when it's plowing through my porch. I use the word plow again. Don't get excited, Odin.
All right.
The whole robot thought, my thinking was, I'm like that, but I'm like that in gardening. So I have to like create these crazy gardens that to a normal person, they look over the top. And then,
Oh, you're that lady.
yeah, I have to
You're
put
that lady. Yeah, just a
Yes,
fucking
I have to
eyesore, isn't it?
fruits that I raise. I have to feed them the manure from my animals. I have
What kind of animals do you have?
Well, I don't have anything anymore.
So it's just your poop you're feeding them.
No.
Y'all go.
Thanks for the visual.
I walked out of my marriage a little over 3 months ago. So when I walked out, I walked away from the farm, the garden. Basically my entire family. And so now I just kind of think about the gardens I did. And I talk to my kids like I'm talking to you guys.
Walking away, it is good physical exercise and mental exercise.
Yeah, and I did it suddenly. So my kids, they treated me like I died. I mean, it's crazy as that sounds. So I
They
had
tried to give you CPR? What do you mean they treated you like you died?
they couldn't see me without their dad.
Oh.
So because I walked out of the marriage.
Oh, not because you were invisible and he was the only one that knew how to make you visible.
No, it's her identity.
Got it. It was a we. It was a we instead of an I, right?
Exactly. You said it.
Maybe I did. I don't know. I'm just saying things right now. I thought that's what we were doing.
You said that. Yeah. Yeah. So I didn't, I told my husband I had no choice because I messed around on him. And the guy that I messed around with, this is going to blow your mind.
Did it blow your mind, though?
Oh, yeah, it still is.
He was your first high school sweetheart when you were 14, and yeah.
And yeah, he was 15, I was 14, and we were separated by 1,800 miles. And at the time, I didn't even think it meant anything to me at all. Nothing. And what happened was I suppressed that memory. And I didn't realize I did. So 42 years later, I'm with.
Wait a minute. What memory? What memory did you suppress, darling?
That I even cared about this guy.
Okay. You suppressed your feelings of care for him, and then how many years later?
42.
42 years. Okay, go on.
I left my husband that I've been with for 33 years, 34 years, that I had 6 children with and 12 grandchildren.
How old were you when you left the husband that you'd been with?
3 months ago.
Right. So you don't want to tell me how old you were 3 months ago?
57, right?
I'm 57. I just turned 57.
I know so much about you, Jody.
I wonder why that is.
Yeah, I wonder.
I don't know. Maybe Hillary was the guy.
No.
Come back to me,
There's been
Jody.
a
Come
lot
back.
of discussions where she repeats this.
Yes.
I don't even know where we were at.
Oh no, Joe. I mean, Jody. We're talking about your 42-year separation from this guy, and then meeting him magically, and then falling in love, and then it's like, yeah, forget that guy that I was with forever.
I hadn't had sex in like 15 years. I mean, sex where it meant something.
Right.
And I didn't realize that through the
You were
marriage.
getting the stale in out, eh?
If that.
If that. Well, some of it was me because it definitely was me. I didn't want my husband to
Bust all kind of nuts on you.
I didn't want him to fuck me over because I felt like he was always trying to one up me. And
Wait. I'm getting lost, Jody. You didn't want to have sex with him because he might one up you?
Because my husband is extremely competitive.
In bed?
Extremely.
In bed.
So you were worried he'd finish before you?
Just bed. He's always been the guy that had to keep growing his business.
Okay, well, hold on, Jody. You said
Almost like his business was his wife.
okay, but you said that y'all no. You said that y'all weren't having sex because of you.
I didn't realize it till just now.
Right. You just now realized that you were withholding sex from him.
On purpose.
On purpose.
But
And then because you wanted what instead? What were you looking for instead?
So I basically didn't feel needed. And I told him, no, I wrote this down, that I needed to feel needed.
I think you're making this up.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. You wait. How you're holding sex from him, right? You're not giving him sex, but you're saying that you wanted to feel needed.
When I walked out, I realized at that point that, well, it was a few days later that I walked out because I didn't feel like he needed me.
He
Like,
doesn't.
no, when I say need, I mean desire.
Right.
Like,
Right.
like
'Cause
something in
you were
him.
withholding it from him.
I was.
No, she was withholding the emotional attachment and the sex because he treated her more like an object, an appliance, rather than a person that he really
Yeah,
needed.
like an
Yeah, but you've
appliance.
met her.
We had a connection, and he asked me to marry him. But in the back of my mind, I didn't realize it till right now, is that the only reason he wanted me to marry him was that I had his firstborn child.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
So your
so
kids grew up before you. Yeah, your kids are all grown up, and then you had 6 kids with them. But they're all adults when you leave to go to this other guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this only happened December 7th of
Right.
2022.
Right. So.
Say that 3 times fast.
And how did your ex-husband react to you leaving him?
A little bit of shock.
Go
And I
ahead.
think disappointment.
Take it
You
away.
said.
What?
You said he was
Oh,
shocked
yeah.
and a little bit disappointed.
It was literally like I yanked the carpet
Yes. Out
out
from
from
him.
under.
Yes.
And at the same time, I did it to myself. But I didn't recognize that till maybe a week ago.
But you're pretty happy now, though, right?
I am.
Yeah. Oh,
I
that's
haven't
good.
felt like this since I was 14.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
Well, good luck with that. I hope that goes well for you.
Thank you. That was very kind of you. But my kids, they worry about their father, so they tell me what's going on with Dave. That's his name, by the way. They'll tell me about if he's being too quiet or, oh, I forgot to tell you guys. He got with his first, but it wasn't his first. It was his girlfriend's first. She was only 14. No. Yeah, she was 15.
Oh my God. So you're not saying that he, at his age, went and got with a 14-year-old. He went back to his first love.
So okay, his
You gotta
first.
express this where it doesn't sound like he's perving on a 14-year-old.
So he was like 26.
What?
And yeah.
Sorry. That's a bit shocking to me.
But listen, it was more like she could not resist him. It was the other way around. It wasn't him pursuing her. It was the other way around. Like, this girl was my match. Her and I ended up fighting over him, and we almost like killed each other. It was so much.
You weren't by any chance while all this was going on living in some sort of manufactured housing or like a house with wheels, right? That was what was
In a
going on.
trailer park.
Yeah.
My father died when I was 17, and my mom became a widow of 3 children. So we had to move into a trailer.
Right. It just sounds like the kind of drama that goes on in a trailer park.
Kind of. Well, I was raised in the country, but it was out in a remote place where I didn't really get to interact with kids.
Right. I get you, Ellie Mae, but I'm saying now that you're away from all that and you're with this new situation, why do we need to like rehash all of the past or whatever? Where are we going with this?
That's how I've understood how God operates the universe inside your mind. Is that
How?
I'm going to tell you. Um,
God operates the
um,
universe inside of our minds.
yes, the universe is God, the source of everything, running the show. We are just.
Woohoo! We're back to God. No, just kidding.
Oh, I know you think God is like something he's not.
Do
But
I?
God is actually, right?
I don't know. Do I?
All right. So when I understood that God was happy, I no longer had to be pissed off at everything and everyone. And I don't know, my mind just started expanding. I no longer feel like I can fuck it up. It's already
Bet
perfect.
you can. Bet you can. I mean, we're humans. If there's a way to fuck something up, we can do it.
Okay. It's reasonable.
Like if anyone can do it, we can.
Okay.
So is that a notebook? Is that a notebook over there beside you? What is this? What are we reading? Yeah. Dream big. Is this a dream journal? Or is this just a you talking about things journal?
This is just writing down thoughts.
Cool. Hey, wait. Don't show me. I don't want to. Don't. That's spoiler alert. Here, how about this? Turn 2 pages and then read the first sentence on the page. Do it.
2 pages.
Yeah, 2 pages. Then read the first sentence.
You are God's dream come true. His desire just becomes yours. No choices. Be quiet and listen.
Wow.
Yeah. My throat is dry.
You should turn this into poetry or songs. You should turn that into. I mean, that would be a good thing to do.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
don't know, like with music or make words rhyme and put these thoughts in there for the whole world to share.
Somebody could figure that out. I don't mind.
Oh no, I mean this has to be solely from you. If anyone else messes with it, it'll corrupt your art.
So you're saying I have to put the music to it?
No, you have to turn it into the song or the poem, and then someone else can put music to it. Yeah, if that's what you mean. But yeah, you got to.
If somebody knew how to do that, I would just offer my poetry. You guys want
PJ here is a great guitarist and has a good sense about music, and I think that he would probably, if he has time, would want to like.
I'm going to tell you the next one. Be quiet and listen. Okay, be quiet and listen to his words of wisdom within you. The love of God is rooted in you, his son.
Okay, the love of God is rooted in what?
In you, his son.
Oh.
You, humanity, are God's own, bought with a price, Christ's own blood, shed for the whole of humanity.
Yeah, that doesn't rhyme though. We got to make it rhyme.
Yeah, that's.
So let's go back. Let's go back. Let's talk about God putting His root up in you. Rhyme.
Well, yeah. Thanks for the visual once again.
Make it rhyme. You have to make it rhyme.
Yeah. You become the voice for those who have no voice. Those broken, shattered by life. Build torn people up. Bring them into God's love. His plan of a future home with family family hits you where it hurts you, but love works that way. Thanks a lot, guys. You made me cry.
It's cathartic. It's good to get it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. I was feeling some kind of way too.
I would encourage you
You
to
have feelings?
definitely spend more time writing. But that's
Yeah, I was writing. I was getting up by myself and writing for like 3 hours, and
You didn't do that today, did you?
no, I
See,
haven't
you're
done
addicted.
it in like a month. I
Jody,
stopped
you
doing it.
know, you are addicted to this. I've seen it happen a million times. Now you're addicted to this streaming thing. It's the first thing you think about. You're like, oh, my friends. And you run and you don't even brush your teeth. You just plop down here and you turn this on here and you drink water and write in your dream journal and say random shit. And now you're addicted.
Written in a month. Did
so
you
now
hear
we
me?
need to balance it with moderation. We need moderation in all things, right?
I am the person. My mother.
Intervention. Okay, that was mean. That was mean. All
High
right.
school. My mother said to me when I was graduating high school, she said, Jody, you're that person that's either all or absolutely nothing. I just looked at her like, what the fuck are you talking about, Mom? Yeah, but it's so fucking true. That is how I am.
Apparently, we have Dr. Socks out there in the side chat, and he recommends orgasm therapy.
What?
Yep. Help you get all that out there in the world. I mean, now that you're back into doing it and you've got a lot of catching up to do, I mean, get that bearded beast and have some orgasm therapy.
The problem is he's got rheumatoid arthritis really bad.
So whip out
Got what?
the Hitachi magic wand.
What? Who? Oh,
He's got rheumatoid arthritis really bad.
well, I thought you were just talking about how good the lovemaking is.
So
You haven't felt like this since you were 14, which is really scary.
rheumatoid arthritis was not a problem when I came here. We basically had sex for like 3 weeks and we didn't take a break.
3 months ago?
From December 7th till the end of December.
So wow, that's a quick period of time or sudden period of time to develop savage arthritis.
You broke that man.
I know I did. We know that I did that, but I don't. It's that
Naughty
law
little
of
cowgirl.
I feel it like it's the law of attraction. I told you I was raised in the fucking country.
Yeah, well, you were attracted so hard that you broke the fella.
No. The thing
What
is,
does
I
that
said
mean
to him, why did you contact me and think that you could just take me away from my husband like that? Because my husband and I were like best friends. We connected. But in the sex department, nothing.
You hate those awkward silences after you say something really revealing like that.
You know, this is all being recorded and broadcast to potentially millions of people.
And there's 15 people currently watching you talk about your sex life. So let's really get into this. Let's talk about opening the flower.
My sex life. No. That's definitely not happening.
No, you want to talk about it.
Happening.
Yeah.
Sex life is private.
You were talking about your privates. You were talking about him smashing all up in your privates, and then that was the first time that's happened in a while.
Yeah, I'm not going there.
No, you did. You're the one that brought up, him just leaving the nuts hanging out.
Jesus Christ, man. I hate my visual brain.
This guy, if you haven't seen him, he's a very attractive man. So there's nothing really he's just leaving the nuts hanging out, and she wants to talk about it, and that's part of life that everyone should be free to express to the entire internet.
Yeah. It's not happening.
No, it's been happening. Where have you been for the last 15 minutes?
Yeah, I'm just talking about areas that I'm not comfortable.
Like where he can't put it.
That might be it, but that's all I'm saying.
You don't have to say any more. We can guess the rest.
Yeah, there's no zones. There's bad touch.
Okay.
Yeah. Giving you the old shocker, you know. Getting that two knuckle shocker. My God.
Yo, William, you're something else, bro.
I'm watching her go two knuckle shocker. What is a two knuckle shocker? So is any other? You want to tell us a story or something?
No.
You know about your sex life, since we've been talking about. You want to tell us a story? I remember that time in the Burger King drive-through.
I already shut it down.
I had a large fry that day. Let me tell you.
They say confession is good for the soul.
So I think that what Odin is saying, that he wants to share one of his erotic experiences with everyone on the internet. Go ahead, Odin. Let us.
What are those?
Oh yeah, I call them the squishy times.
I understand no such concepts, sir.
This is a smart man. He is well censored. Halsey, you made Jody feel all self-conscious about telling us all about her dirty stuff, and now she's clammed back up. See, we were going somewhere.
I did that?
Yeah, you did that somehow. You made her self-conscious. Yeah, she was.
Yeah,
she
we're
was
placing blame on you.
She was about to
I'll
turn
have
this
to
into
remember
penthouse
that.
forums, and then you messed it all up.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry.
Right. Go on, tell us more dirty stuff, Jody.
I ruined your good time. Everyone, zip up.
Yeah, that was literally what happened.
There's blue balls everywhere we go. I don't know what it is. Me and Odin, we every time blue balls. Sammy, did Sammy drift off to sleep?
No, I'm wondering about this homoerotic new avatar you've got.
How is that homoerotic?
A naked dude and his eagle.
Spread eagle.
You don't know who that is?
So many innuendos and double entendres I can think of.
Really?
I have to show you something. Hold on.
No, you've said enough.
Show and tell.
I think the mental
We're
picture
done
I've got is going
talking.
to be better
We're
than
just
whatever.
showing now.
No, that's Prometheus, Sammy. So
Mhm.
that's a guy getting his skin ripped out by an eagle. So
You know, something
it's
about that
not
story
erotic.
bummed. Something about that story bummed me out.
Really?
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's probably lots of things, but one thing is that people that were, I guess, followers. I'm probably getting this wrong. Went around destroying eagles' nests at a certain point, based on the eagle's role in this story. Oh, very
Well,
nice.
I'm sorry, Jody. What are you doing, you whack bag? What the fuck are
She's
you
showing
doing?
you her spread eagle. Come on. man.
Oh, she's showing me.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You asked for it, William.
I
So
thought she was making
giving
it
it to you.
fly. I honestly thought she was trying to make it fly in front of the camera.
So my boyfriend, his name is Gene.
Oh yeah.
N-E. Did you hear that?
We heard Gene.
Said something about you like digging in his jeans.
So Gene.
Right.
Think of what do you think of when you
Are you
think of
saying
that?
that he's getting a DNA test?
Like
or
Billie
what?
Jean? Not my
Like
lover.
Like genome?
No, I didn't even come to mind. Why would you say that?
I'm just telling you. I think he has a collection. Are you listening?
Did that
Get
come
out of
off
my
of his
face.
truck or off of his belt buckle?
His mother bought him, or I'm sorry, he bought this for his mother. And it's solid brass. But his mother passed away like 10 years ago. And so he got, every holiday, he got eagles. So when I came here, everything was in a box in the basement. And I've been rummaging through like the guy's entire life. Like it's almost like I'm getting to know him weird way. Anyway, so I've been pulling
Marijuana can make you make
out
bad
and hanging on
decisions.
the wall. Pardon?
Marijuana can force you to make bad decisions.
Okay.
That's for somebody else, darling. You just keep on talking.
So now I have to sell all these eagles because we're going to be living in we're going to be living on the road in a camper. And I just got my truck to pull the camper.
What an adventure.
Sounds like fun.
Have you met Irenic?
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
He's toured the different truck stops of our nation in a camper. And
Tell you
does
all
that
the best
the
rest
time.
stops.
Best
My boyfriend drove long haul for 30 years. He's retired.
Oh, well, that Irenic drives long strokes, so.
Oh, so he might even know Irenic already.
He's got a state 4 COPD.
You know, honestly, a tiny bit of seriousness on all of this storytelling is that I do worry a little bit about your plan to go live, you know, hitched up boondocking somewhere with his state of health.
I know.
But that's just me.
Why are you being reasonable right now?
Yeah.
Ralphie? We're trying to follow our
He's wanting to
dream.
go out on his own terms.
I'm sure it'll
Let
go
the
right
good
back
times
to
roll.
where it was. Go ahead. It'll revert right back.
I mean, his health was fine before she started, you know, jumping up and down on his crotch.
I think that I am the most reasonable person in here, and I say go for it. Let that man go out with pain in his joints and his card.
Yeah. That's what I say. I kind of feel like I'm living a fucking movie.
It's going to feel like a movie when you're out there on the road in the camper. I promise, it'll be an adventure you won't ever forget.
Yeah.
Now,
Is that a confession?
Yeah. I've done some traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How many magical golden eagles does it take to fill a propane tank? I often wonder.
No, he does get a disability check. So between the two of us, it's around. Well, so I was approved to be on disability, but it was only a supplement because I didn't have a work record.
Right. It's
So-
like a consolation prize disability.
Yeah, because I was
Yeah.
a homemaker. My husband was the breadwinner, and so my job was to be mom and dad.
That's popular nowadays.
Yeah.
My husband did what he could mentally, emotionally, but most of the time I kind of felt alone with 6 kids.
Not anymore. You are saddled up with a partner and y'all are taking it on the streets. It's going to be wild. Are you armed, by the way?
Right.
Yeah, we will be.
Okay, good. You should be.
They got plenty of brass eagles.
Just throw them.
You take one more step, I'm going to clock you in the head with this eagle. See, he wants some.
Don't let freedom fly.
we were talking, Jody, about using the eagles as some sort of weapon to defend yourselves with. I just wanted to catch you up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel like my boyfriend pulled me from a burning building. Like he yanked me away from it.
Is your ex-husband's life miserable? Is he?
No, he's with that girl, the Sherry. She was only 14 when they got together.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but she's not 14 now, so why do we keep bringing that up?
You're right. She's.
How old is she now?
I'm sensing a lot of traumatic age regression.
What was that?
I'm sensing a lot of traumatic age regression. You keep reverting to, back when you were 14, she was 14.
All right. So if I'm honest, oh boy.
Jealous is what it was. You were jealous.
Shit, she moved the camera. Let's hear it.
Get on in. Go. Where's down, boys?
So you're saying you weren't being honest this whole time?
Only about this particular thing.
Oh, I'll see.
So my husband and I.
Yeah.
He fucking cheated on me when I was really pregnant with my fourth child.
Yeah.
And my brother called me the morning after and said, Jody, Dave was seen leaving the bar with Sherry. And I lost my shit.
They actually had sex in the bathroom of the bar, didn't they?
They did.
Well, I mean, that's where you're supposed to. You can't just do it right on the bar itself.
No, speak for yourself.
That's unsanitary.
I think I made it through college. Tips.
Well, not always.
Tips.
I realized that my husband was. I've always known this, but I didn't want to admit it to myself that he was just a fucking male slut.
Well, you weren't putting out. He had to fuck something. Well, actually, if you were pregnant, you were putting out at that time. But like, he had.
I think that's pretty crappy to cheat on a woman when she's pregnant with your kid.
Well, that's when they're least attractive. Really.
It depends on the guy. I'd find that to be more attractive.
Speak for yourself.
Right. I couldn't get into it. I was kind of creeped out by it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and right after I left back in December, he started messaging her and saying, the only reason I know this is because my daughter tells me what Dad's doing because Dad talks to her, and then she.
Well, you ask her.
She lets it be known that she's interested.
Yeah, he said to her, "I need to know who I was before Dave and Jody," and he just wanted the friendship, but it kind of did what it did with me and Jean. She's like head over heels for him, and he's head over heels for her.
How does that make you feel?
Relieved.
You feel relieved that your ex-husband is with his true love.
I am relieved, except for the fact that him and I were really close, like to the point where he told me that I was his rock when I walked out. And he didn't realize it until I was getting ready to walk away. And I explained to him that I didn't feel like he needed me.
Should have been more expressive.
Pardon?
He should have been more expressive.
He was just pissed off. And I said, that's only because you think you own me. and you do not own me. Nobody owns another person.
Well, if you consider pets to have personhood, then that's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
What?
I didn't want to make any jokes, but yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean,
own
we
quite a bit of pee in my day.
So Dave and I connected, but not probably on a deep, deep level.
Right, you were like brother and sister.
Whoa. Roommates. Roommates.
Yeah, pretty much.
It felt like we were roommates. And he had my
Don't
back.
most
and
marriages become that though? To be
A
fair,
lot do, yeah. It's just maturity.
we're just not meant to be with just one person. I don't think we are.
I always dreamed of growing old with somebody.
Well, that's one stage of your life, yeah. But I'm saying, like, I don't think you're meant to be with the same person through your whole life.
Unfortunately, that's true. Biologically, it's better to have genetic diversity. But
Well, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking
As a
about
man,
because we're always changing. No, men and women, we're always changing and growing, and sometimes we grow apart as we discover more about who we actually are.
yeah,
I don't
Might
grow
end
up,
up
I
being a
grow
different
out.
person to the person that they married. Like in a couple of years, you may become something totally foreign to what they thought they married.
Yeah.
But isn't that more so something that has to do with um, looking at the person without the rose or pussy tinted glasses or dick tinted glasses?
yeah.
I
Accepting of
don't
who
like
they
where you
are.
get your glasses.
Hey, I'm just saying. The way how I look at it is that like you can love someone two ways with your heart, in quotes, or you can love them with your brain, right? But you can love them both ways, but that requires literally engaging in um, uh, uncomfortable conversations to see where you stand.
That's how my boyfriend and I are.
What? You are what?
What he just described. We can connect or just give each other space. And
Yeah, but you connect so hard you break the man.
he already had rheumatoid arthritis before I
Then why didn't you take it easy on him? You went 3 weeks of solid bang bang.
I guess I didn't understand rheumatoid arthritis.
Well, he should have. He should have. Well, that's the pussy glasses that Odin was just talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, listen, when that adrenaline and all that blood is flowing, he's probably not feeling shit. So, except
He's willing
for
to endure it for the primal urge.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think that has a lot to do with it. I think a lot of the times we'll want to get involved, but we tend to not have the uncomfortable conversations. And I think the people who tend to have really long relationships tend to eventually have that conversation, and they've come to a conclusion that's beneficial. And sometimes that is going to result in a divorce or a breakup, or sometimes they end up just staying with each other. Depends on what what they get from having that conversation. Because you have to make sure, you know, both parties are getting what they want, but also compromising on certain things.
Yeah, it's good to have that discussion before you decide to get married and spend your life with somebody.
Oh, I don't plan on getting married.
Right.
We already have that.
I'm with
he
you
wants-
there.
I mean,
He
you can
wants
have
to
a spiritual marriage.
Yeah, and you can have a commitment ceremony, but legally, I don't think the state really should be involved in these matters.
Here.
Yeah.
Something that I was wondering would happen is if I would start feeling differently about like the taboos of the Christian, faith. But like some of them, like I get are rooted in real things. But really thinking about the dietary laws and shit like that, what the fuck does God care about what we eat?
Right.
Yeah,
I
there's
think
more important things like what Jody's doing with her sex life. Why does he care about what we're eating?
that's actually a really good question. I think at that time it was more so for the establishment of a culture, right? I think diet is a huge part of culture. There are some cultures that they just won't eat certain things, and there are cultures that eat everything, right? And I think maybe this is just my speculation at this point. I think a lot of cultural diets are kind of a result to kind of show you how those people think in general. Like,
Never understood why pigs were unclean. I understand about their diet, but I mean, as
I
far as
mean,
yeah,
So
I mean, at the at,
I was raised by a man that raised pigs. So when I was coming up in my teenage years, it got to where pork disgusted me. And I used to absolutely love pork because it was farm raised.
yeah, but that's your subjective taste changing. That's not what I'm talking about exactly.
All right.
I'm talking about it being an unclean animal in the religious laws.
Well, in my mind, because I lost my father when I was 17, I think I associated the pork because my father raised it himself. And weird.
I think what happened over time is that Christianity, the more dogmatic it got, the more they started to moralize certain things like sex, food, and
Yeah,
relationships.
I was raised in a home where we weren't allowed to say sex. We weren't allowed to talk about sex. But my mother was very strict. She
As, as, as far as regulating your diet and your clothing, if you read through those verses, it really comes across like gang signs, right? And
Yeah.
I say that because it wasn't moral or immoral because the act of wearing this or having this was moral or immoral. It was, I mean, you have to realize they lived in a very brutal and superstitious time, right? Like they were all, I mean, look at how many attempted genocides happened, right? And they say, do not curse thy mother and father. It doesn't mean don't say F you. They had cursing mounds, and they took pottery that they wrote curses on, and they would climb these mounds, and they would smash this pottery because they thought being on this mound put you closer to the heavens where the gods could hear you, or the gods could hear you, right? And they didn't have medical understanding. So if you didn't go anywhere and you didn't do anything and you got sick, oh, somebody cursed you, right? And so I think they had to be able to tell friend from foe in this very tribalistic period from a long way away. So don't mix cotton and linen is not because mixed fabric is somehow unholy. It's because your neighbors wore cotton and your other neighbors wore something else, and your people tended to wear linen. That was your cloth. That was what you wore, right? It's the same reason you don't trim your beard or you don't cut your hair. It's all this tribal, we have to be able to tell friend from foe rather than morality, in my opinion.
Yeah, I never got the impression about it necessarily just being about morality, but I think it's bigger than that. I think it's more so the establishment of culture. Because I think when you establish a culture, you're basically separating
gang signs.
yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, gang signs. Exactly.
Turn the channel, go ahead, fool. Turn the channel. If you want to learn something about God, shut your mouth and listen to me for a minute.
It's Graham. Graham Gould, not Graham Pong.
Oh,
That's
okay.
hilarious. That's hilarious. But seriously, it's all just gang colors and gang signs. In my opinion, when I read that, that's what I got out of it.
Yeah, that's what most experts agree with.
Yeah, we still do that shit today. So
God could have easily said, "Cook your food." You know, that gets rid of trichinosis and hookworm and tapeworm and stuff like that.
Mhm. Yeah, that's probably, now that you say that, that's when I felt like, because I was a biology major and I guess I was learning a lot more than I realized, or understanding more than I realized. Excuse me.
Is it just me, or does implementing like dress codes and hair management seem rather culty more than
Rather
cultural?
what?
Like culty,
Oh, definitely.
right? It's not like there was a trend and people were putting like beads in their beards or something. No, they were like, if you cut your beard, that's a sin. Like that just seems really culty.
Well, even to the point of separate your beard into, two parts. That
Right.
was the Nazarite vow.
So
Reminds
weird.
me of Stars Upon Mars, Dr. Seuss story. Anyone know that story?
No.
Oh, really? All right, it's really quite good, and you should definitely look it up if you've never seen it. I'll see if it's on YouTube and put a link in the back chat here.
Sammy was trying to say something a couple times, but
Go for it.
Chickened out. Chickened.
chicken.
Oh, more likely forgot.
Stoner. I'm getting dangerously close to being out of weed. I don't like that feeling.
I have a whole garbage bag full. I
I
feel it.
just learned today that Texas does have medical marijuana, like a waiver. It's not legal, but it's a waiver, but it's only for like less than 1% THC. Is that
Well,
even worth it?
that, and you like really have to jump through hoops to get it, right? Like it's not like, oh, you have anxiety, let me give you this
Oh
marijuana
no,
prescription.
they have a
You
very
have to
strict
have like
list.
epilepsy that gives you grand mal seizures. You have
Yep.
to have cancer. Like it has to be really dire.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's so dumb though. Like, dude, like the studies have. You know what? I have this idea. I think that we should. I think we should do this like as a political system, where if we have an issue and that's sent to Congress, right? They get 3 or 4 chances to vote on it. If they cannot vote on it and come up with something, right? Then it needs to go back to the people to actually vote on it. Like straight democracy, none of this representative bullshit, right? Because
like
I
that.
think that the crippling effect of, like, I wouldn't even just say ideology. I think it has a lot to do with like big money and shit like that, right? We cannot get anything done. Like even simple shit like legalizing marijuana. Sure, tax it. Tax it like you taxed alcohol or whatever, right? But if the people want something and it's clearly shown that it's not having as detrimental effects as freaking alcohol that's legal, right? Then legalize the shit.
I've always said what
End
you
of
just
rant.
said. I've always said that you can't legislate morality. It's impossible. People are going to be who they are. They can't be anybody else.
I'm not sure we can really say we can't legislate morality, because if we said that and we just said, oh well, we won't have any laws that are based on morals, then we would have people stealing, killing, and just taking what they want.
We can try to legislate morality, and that's exactly what we do. But humans are humans. We need to be the way we are.
And that's why the prisons are full,
Yeah. Rough. Really rough. It's so quiet.
I was typing because I figured y'all were busy talking. But apparently in 2021, the Texas House did approve PTSD to be put on the list of incurable neurological disorders.
Wow.
Because that's how it's phrased in the law, is like incurable neurologic disorders.
I didn't know it was that bad.
Well, it used to be completely illegal, and now they've got something called compassionate use program. But again, if it's less than 1%, what are you really getting? How is that different than CBD oil?
Why you would bother worrying about getting it legally anyway when it's so much easier to just get it illegally and use it?
Well, that's what I'm kind of thinking, but I'd like to grow plants again. But if you grow it on your land, then they can seize your land.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
All right, couple
Yeah.
questions. Do you live in a house or a double wide, single
I
wide?
live in a house now, yeah.
Does it have a crawl space underneath?
No, but I do have a walk-in closet that I could put it in, and they wouldn't be able to see with infrared.
Most of your problems with heat is solved if you use LED. But if you're going to
Okay.
have exhaust at all, if there's a way that you can tie it into where your dryer vent,
Yes.
Okay, so if you do that, then even the FLIR camera looks like that's a proper place for heat to come out. So,
But when the flower, when it starts to go into the stage where it flowers, it gives off mine gave off a really bad skunk smell.
right, but a room air purifier gets rid of a lot of that.
Oh, it does?
I think as long as they had a floral bouquet, nobody'd complain around here. If it was skunked, then they probably would.
Okay.
But my real
but-
concern is my mom lives with me for 2 months, and then she goes and stays with her mom for 2 months, and so she would not want to live around that.
My
Do you have any outbuildings?
No,
Is this? Do you have any yard at all?
very tiny, and it's accessible from a walkway. We have a green belt behind us.
Like a common walkway.
Yeah, it's a green belt, so it's like a community pathway.
Got you. Yeah,
But
you wouldn't
I've
want
got-
anything close to the road because of obviously the smell.
Well, the road, is like maybe 40 feet of dirt in front of the house. It's very
What
small.
would your mom say?
She just wouldn't want to be here at all. She'd probably move out. She'd probably, say, because she had even wanted to buy another house in the same cul-de-sac because she, like my sleep pattern's different than hers, and I'm messy and she's very not. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want to grow your own, that's an option, but like that still takes a lot of time and effort when you can just pick up some pretty cheap now.
Yeah.
If
that's
you don't already,
probably
if
what
you
I
don't already
should do.
have
There's a guy that lives behind me that is constantly in trouble, but like he's constantly smoking. I could even trade him some prescription that I got for that. I thought about that too, but he's always in trouble with the police.
that doesn't.
I don't want him giving them my name.
They're not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna. That's not you. You were a police officer, right?
Right.
That's not how that works. He could give you that testimony, but they're not interested in your local pothead. They're looking for somebody who moves weight. And again, it's just hearsay. It's just him, and whatever he says about that doesn't hold any water. He's the one that's being is the suspect. But anyway, there's ways to get around that. The point is, if you don't have a tolerance, you can get by with something like, you know what swag is?
Yeah.
So even the cheap stuff, if you don't have a tolerance, there's no reason to just jump right into some really expensive
High-end.
stuff. Like swag is dime a dozen. I mean, that
Yeah, we got
heavy
lots of
smokers
Mexican
call it
red hair
Herwig.
here.
Yeah. So you could get a hold of that pretty easy. If you find somebody that you know and trust that deals, man, just get a regular hookup, and I pay my guy extra to deliver it to me. That way I'm never driving with it or anything like that, except for what I take for my daily use.
Well, like I say, he's literally in the cul-de-sac behind me, so I would just walk it because I wouldn't want him in the house because then that
Yeah.
gives him. And the thing is, you're saying that if anything, he'd be the suspect. Well, no, if he becomes a confidential informant, then that's a whole other issue.
Yeah, they're not gonna be investigating you. You're the end user. Right now they would have a hard time even getting an actual conviction that was worth a shit on that. I mean, it'd
Right.
be like a misdemeanor anyway.
Right.
They're not even going to waste their time with that guy. They want the guy that's moving weight where they can get a conviction and it's a felony. They're not
Yeah.
interested in your end user.
Yeah, you're right.
I used to be scared about all that shit too, man, because like you don't want to fuck up your whole life, off a bad decision. But in my truck, I only carry like those little slender pill bottles that you like, prescription bottles.
Yeah.
I like those because they're easy to pour into my bowl, and if I get pulled, I just open my mouth and swallow whatever's in there, chase it with some water, and then all their evidence is gone. You can
Right.
search my vehicle if you want to. It doesn't matter. There's nothing that you can use except for your suspicion. I'm not going to take any tests or anything. So, you're really left with nothing. So I don't really even worry about it anymore. And they're not after me. Most of the ones that have pulled me over, even after I've been smoking and the car smells, they're not interested in doing a full search because I'm not going to, I'll tell them, to get a warrant. But they don't even ask normally. They're just, let me see your driver's license or whatever. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Here's your citation or here's your warning or whatever. And they don't give a shit. And I'm in South Carolina, so not very different from Texas at all with the way that they treat weed.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this is the type of shit I'm talking about. Like, we don't need to go through this bullshit and living in fear and jumping through these hoops over a plant that makes us freaking relaxed. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, why is this shit not legal?
Yeah, but there's
most
also
people.
go
It
ahead.
makes most people relax. There are a few people who do not handle it well, and they almost turn into like a
I mean, I know
psychosis.
that.
Teenager, I never handled it.
But it's
I got
because
super paranoid.
it's because it's hard to know. It's not common knowledge of what percentages you can be comfortable with. What's people that are starting out. I mean, people that are just starting. If you give them like really kind bud, I mean, really dank shit, they're gonna fucking forget who they are for a little while. They don't have any tolerance to it.
God, I gave him some essential oil. What do you call it? I infused my homegrown into this essential oil, and I gave him a couple tablespoons. And no, it wasn't even that. Maybe a tablespoon. Anyway, this guy had like terminal cancer, almost at the end of his life, and he took this and he told them that he had never danced and had such a good time in his entire life. And he told them to tell me that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
No, there is a percentage of the population. It's very, very few and far between, and sometimes it can pop up very randomly. And they notice it more in like young people, like teenagers, than they do in older people. But occasionally it is in an older person, and it literally triggers a psychosis. I don't mean like they're paranoid or uncomfortable. I mean, they may as well be on a really bad LSD trip, right? Like it is or a really bad acid trip, that may as well be where they are, because they actually go into psychosis. And those people should probably stay far away from it.
I think there are ways to probably address these, like certain things, right? Like, take for example, if there's if someone approaches a dispensary, right? Like, they should be able to at least ask some questions to be like, okay, is this your first time? How long? Right? And you can sell people based on how long they've been using. Like, take for example, the level of THC would be based on the level of THC in the good stuff that people can purchase would be based on how long they've been using it, right?
I mean, I think it's
Like,
fine the way it is now. Like, they can, a lot of places will cap how much you can buy in a day from
If the
I don't
information,
I don't think the amount is the problem, because you can
Right, but
because
no,
THC levels can be different, right?
No, but that's what I'm saying. This has happened with like low level THC. This isn't due to the level of THC entering their body. It has to do with the way their brain is reacting to THC in general. And it's not a very big number of people, but those people in particular should probably just, it's like the angry drunk, right? They should probably not drink. Well, if you're gonna go into a psychosis when you smoke, you should probably not smoke. It's just that kind of a thing.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think that's common sense. I don't think any normal or reasonable person would want to put themselves in that type of danger. That sounds dangerous to me.
It's temporary, but it can last like weeks or it can last like a month. They don't really know.
Yeah, but I think experiencing it and seeing the results of it, right? Like, someone should make an informed decision. Like, I think
I agree.
that's
but
probably
I don't think that those isolated cases should be anything that prevents everyday people from having access to it.
yeah. I don't think that's what we were saying.
Right. I just
Yeah.
didn't want people to think that I was using that as an argument against access, because I'm not.
I'm just saying though, like it's really helped a lot of people. I know so much people where some of them probably would not have been alive if it wasn't for 420.
Oh, I agree with that. I know those people too, and I'm a smoker. Like I said, I'm not against access. I know where they got the propaganda from, and not all of it's 100% false. It's just they took something small and made a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It just seems there's just like a lot of common sense stuff that's like not being done by the government, and it's just really irritating, because at the end of the day, like, society in some way is progressing in the sense of getting us more stuff to keep us entertained and
Right.
getting us to spend more money. But when it comes to quality of life shit, I think the only reason we even have that is because it's profitable for some people, and they allow the profiteers basically cut some type of deal, right, to where they'll be the only ones to really benefit from these things fully. That's I'm getting all skeptic
Well,
and
I
shit,
think you have to convince your legislator that they will benefit more from the boost in the economy than from the money they get from the prison sentences. I think that's the only argument that's going to persuade a politician.
Yeah, but here's the funny thing.
Because the prison system's already, that's one of their sponsors. You just got to convince them. You just got to convince them dropping that sponsor is more profitable.
Well, see, that's the thing, right? There's this idea of people loving old money, right? Like that consistent money that you've been getting for quite some time, right? You have a certain sense of security, right?
The elite.
Well, I get not
Yeah.
wanting to be the first or the second or the third state, but how many states have done it now? And like
Yeah.
Colorado, they used it for their roads and their schools,
Mm-hmm.
right? And things like that, and it gave an insane boom to their economy, right? And it's not like Oregon failed when they did it, or California. Like, I get not wanting to be the first, the second, or the third, but at some point, like, what are you holding out for? Unless it's unless it's some moral argument for your religious base, what are you or it's your corporate sponsor? What other holdouts do you have?
I think when it legalizes, I think when it legalizes, it's going to be under the pretense where pharmaceutical companies find a way to basically like monopolize it.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's what I
not-
wondered.
maybe
I wondered
not-
from the beginning why the tobacco and pharmaceutical companies just didn't get together and insist that they get the dispensary licenses.
Well, maybe not pharmaceutical companies per se, but I think it'll turn into the same lobbyist game with big corporations, because I've noticed a trend, even in Colorado, which I love so much. You still have a few of the like small owned dispensaries, right? Like 21 or 21 Guns and Smoke Rings. Like you have some of those, right? Good Chem, places like that. But a lot of these places, like not like outside of the city, like outside of Denver itself, a lot of the places are like these chain places that have popped up everywhere. And if you look into it, it's people from big business doing that. And they're kind of choking out the smaller businesses already. They're kind of choking out the mom and pops. And so, like, I think that's sad that everybody let that happen so quickly. But I think it'll just turn into another lobbyist group, because it's big business. And yeah, they can fight the pharmaceutical company, but that's just big business fighting big business at that point.
I mean,
That's why I figured they get in, because that's the real competition is to pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, like think about it, right? Like right now we technically do not have a quote unquote feel good drug.
Now it's about pharmaceuticals. For a long time, it was actually about hemp, but I won't get into that. Continue, Batman.
Like I think it's interesting that by now we do not have a fully legal feel good drug. Actually, no, we do. Alcohol. We have it. Well, feel good is relative, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like, and at this point, right, pharmaceutical companies, their feel good drugs, right, or even though it's not the intended use, right, the intended use is not necessarily to feel good per se, right, but selling all of these opiate-based drugs has completely ruined so many lives. Like the idea
I believe marijuana is a panacea, because for me, reducing inflammation would be the major thing. That and the pain relief. You know, my grandma would benefit from it if she could get it. In fact, I don't know why she doesn't, try and get it. It just it cures or helps with so many conditions that I think that we should use it like, vitamin C in oranges.
It's funny because it has all of these properties that's and I'm pretty sure there's probably a lot of studies demonstrating the benefits, because if people are being, recommending it in the medical field, which I'm pretty sure most of you know is not super holistic, right? Like, then there is some merit to it, that it's not necessarily just a feel good drug. But if you can feel good while receiving all of these other medical benefits, why not legalize it? Infuriating. The stupidity of it is what's so infuriating.
Well, I've always wondered how it affects people driving, because, like the times that I've smoked it, there's no way I would have driven.
I can definitely tell you.
Oh boy, let's hear that story.
I want to see if it's the same as me.
Well, in the beginning, when you're just starting to smoke, don't drive because you'll forget where the fuck you're going, or you'll keep thinking that you've already passed your turn, even if it's a place that you're familiar with. It's all seems new, So it's kind of weird. But after a while, like if you have a tolerance, like me now, I drive so much better when I'm stoned. I don't get angry. Somebody cuts me off. I just, I'm just doing my thing. I don't give a fuck if the traffic is bad or if we're stuck at an accident or something. Doesn't fucking matter. So it's much better, and it doesn't affect my reaction time at all.
I was gonna say the same thing. I'm actually a more defensive driver after I've smoked. I don't speed, and I don't try to speed when I'm sober, right? Like it just happens. It's a whole joke. Like I'll be like 60, okay, I'm going 60. Still going 60, we're doing good. And then I'm like, why am I at 90? So it happened, but that doesn't really happen after I smoke. It's weird. Like I'm much more cautious. I'm much more way about keeping distance between me and other people. Like I don't know.
So it helps with road rage. So that's interesting. I wonder if there's any studies on because I've heard people made the argument saying that driving while after smoking should probably not be legal, right? And so I think that's more so probably because they're comparing your mind state with being, I guess, quote unquote high with being drunk, and those aren't the same things. So I feel like there's there's some kind of what's the term I'm looking for? It's like a false association, so to speak.
It's a broad generalization about the effects of drugs being equal to that of alcohol. Everything is
Yeah.
based on that kind of assumption.
Yeah,
But
so
yet
I think
people are fucking driving around, on prescription drugs that would knock my dick in the dirt, like the pain pills
Yeah.
and shit.
Now that being said, though, it depends on like how often you smoke, though, right? Because like if you get my sister to smoke, she'll have a staring contest with you or your cat, whichever, and then she'll have like hysterical laughing fits, and so probably don't put her behind the wheel.
Yeah. It's funny because again, I've literally had one little gummy. And I found myself naming every single piece of appliance and furniture in my home and literally writing down the names. But the funny thing is, I did all of my work, right, for my job that same night, right? And the next morning I woke up, I was like kind of panicking because I thought I messed up the work that I was doing, and it turns out that everything was like perfectly fine. And then I see my notebook with all these
the gnomes came, the weed gnomes, and fucking did all your
Right.
shit for you.
right? Like, I'm like, oh shit, I was super surprised, and I saw the notebook with like a bunch of names beside like a list of all of the different like furniture and appliances. I'm like, what was I doing?
You wanted to
Right.
know everything about fucking everything.
Right?
Like, I'm gonna look up this.
Because I love Jesus, the good Lord.
I've always lived like that. Like that's never mind. Just never mind.
Oh, I thought that was you that just presented that, Jody. That wasn't you that
Oh,
presented.
that wasn't you?
Therefore, fuck me in the ass because I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it that way. Give me that sweet sensation of a throbbing rationalization. It's just between you and me. Because everyone knows it's the sex that God can't see.
Where did you find that, Sammy?
Oh man.
You haven't seen that yet? That's been around for years and years.
You were talking about the weird laws and all that earlier.
I do whatever the Bible tells me to, except except for the parts that I choose to ignore because they're unrealistic and inconvenient, but the rest I live by for sure. So let's not talk about how the good book bans shellfish, polyester, and divorce, and how it condones slavery and killing gays, because those parts don't count, of course. Let's cherry pick the part about losing my cherry and mine it for ambiguities and omissions to circumvent any real sacrifice, but still feel biased in my arbitrary parroted positions. And don't you dare question my convictions, and don't look closely at the contradictions. Just focus on the sacrificial crucifixion and have faith in its complete jurisdiction. It's the only way to measure if you're good or not, and in a debate just say to have faith, because when up against logic it's the only card you've got. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and fuck me in the ass because I love Jesus. The good Lord would want it that way. Give me that sweet sensation of an irrational rationalization. It's just between you and me, because everyone knows it's the sex that God can't see.
Dude, what the fuck did you find?
Wow.
I'll share the link if you want.
Wow.
Is anyone else aroused? Or...
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounded like Judy was. There's some weird noises there.
How you doing? Good. How are
I'm
you?
afraid I didn't hear a thing. I'm kind of glad.
Sure.
It's handled. Don't worry. I got it. Continue.
That is something I have never uttered, so I'm good with this.
What? Fuck me in the ass because you love Jesus?
Yeah. I've
I
never
can't
said
even-
that in my life.
I wish I could
I'm
count
good
the
with
times.
that.
Oh man.
Sammy, that was just
Things
too
you're
awkward.
spared when you're a non-believer, I suppose.
That was really well done, though.
Maybe you can fix things.
I don't know what we're yelling about! Loud noises! I read somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
That's absolutely true. That's all true. Everything.
That's true. Holy
Yeah.
crap.
That's
Well,
true.
they do have strong noses. So.
Yes. Hey, look, you can't blame the bears. I mean, they're looking for love in all the wrong places.
How can it be wrong with
So
a
go
goat?
camping with postmenopausal women.
No, because I mean, what are the chances you'll get to see a real live bear when you carry one of them with you?
Oh shit.
I'm in it for the adventure.
You probably won't notice the bear.
This is true. I mean, until he's chewing on a bit of me.
Although I think camping would be much more fun if you didn't have to worry about that time of month.
Oh yeah, that's another true thing that you just said.
Yeah.
And I don't even have those. So, but bears. Wow. I mean, it's hard to follow a conversation that's on menstruation.
Yeah. Between the
did
menstruating
Ox
woman and
say?
the bear, I'd be more afraid of the woman.
Oh, why do you think dolphins start humping some women like when they're swimming? Yeah. Like there's a
And
sense
men,
in the water.
females get aggressive towards men.
Yeah.
They're very, very sexual animals.
Really?
Hmm.
They probably hump for fun.
I haven't been
Oh
to
yeah,
SeaWorld in a while.
one female dolphin apparently tried to eat a man's foot with her vagina. So I mean,
Oh.
it happens.
Goodness. We're sorry, Space Cadet.
What's that?
Oh, she muted. Okay, that's yeah. Stay muted.
I didn't hear anything that you said.
We were
They
talking
said
about
females.
hungry
They said
dolphin
dolphins
vaginas.
were very overly friendly towards females, and I said no. They get overly friendly towards males too. There was a female dolphin that practically tried to eat a man's foot with her vagina.
Yeah, I think I told that story once. She dragged him
Yes.
down to
Mhm.
the bottom, because the dolphin vagina can like clamp on. They're super strong, and dolphin penises are supposedly prehensile, so they have some interesting sex, I'm sure.
That's interesting.
See, you were worried about her being muted, and I got the story from her.
Goodness.
Dolphins have
Hey!
been known to approach women in the water and be very, very like
talk about?
aggressively
Oh,
friendly with
never mind.
them.
The women are talking about penises. Be quiet. Carry on.
I'll let someone else take it from here.
What she said.
I want to hear more about these clamping vaginas.
Mm-hmm.
They call them red snappers.
Yeah, boy.
You just sneak up behind her.
You nudge her with a
And
stick.
ram me thumb in its ass.
I blame you, Pixie. See what you did to us.
Hey, I didn't bring up the dolphins. I just said they were also overly friendly with men.
No,
You
this
brought
is
up vagina
Sammy.
and
This
clamping.
is Sammy's fault for fuck me in the butt because I love Jesus.
I put something that I apologized for ahead of time in the outside chat, but I'm not sure if you want to share it or just watch it at some point. But it was one of the most horrible things I've ever seen.
Now you piqued my curiosity.
She right here.
Like, I'm sorry, but ladies in the room, when you use clamp and vagina in the same sentence, it does stuff to men.
Well, Flow State talked about this a little bit on another stream a couple days ago, and I agreed with him.
You can't focus on what's being said? Is that the issue? Like, you just get stuck on those words and you're like, gone?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyone else have a sympathetic, somatic sensations from that?
I'm sorry. Did you say vagina?
Yeah.
Vagina clamp what?
That is so weird.
See? I told you.
That is weird.
So
I mean, like, don't get me wrong. There is a way to speak sexually that is arousing, but if like the topic of sex is brought up and people are just throwing words out there, like, there's no sensation, there's no arousal, there's no nothing. The fact that like you stick on those words, that's just weird to me.
Well, it brought back
Interesting,
memories
though.
for me.
Good
Very
memories.
pleasant memories.
It's the images it conjures.
Yeah, the memory of certain feelings it conjures.
But that's what I'm saying. I was focusing on the whole sentence. The man being drugged underwater because the dolphin vagina clamped on his foot. Like, nothing
I
about that was
didn't care for
sexually
the being
arousing.
dragged underwater, but the clamping vagina on the prehensile penis.
Yeah.
It was the way
third
how
leg.
she said it.
That's what got me.
It was like something, something, something vagina, something, something.
Yeah,
that's the only
that's
word that
what
matters.
I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I had imagery in my head, but of the thing being talked about, not just like blank 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 this.
Not all the other references that it brought up.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
Yeah.
interesting to me.
All
And it's
that
like-
other stuff is like irrelevant as far as we're concerned. We just heard clamping and vagina.
And I don't know if you mentioned anybody busting all kinds of nuts, but that's popped in my head too.
Well, technically, a human vagina can also be a clamping vagina, but you have to practice for that.
True.
If you
Yeah,
give us a
Kegel.
demonstration. Watch me pick up this pencil and snap it.
Did you know that
ping pong videos?
in France, as part of pregnancy recovery programs, they have women using this it's like a kind of like a dildo that's really squishy. But
now
like,
you've lost all the guys again.
Hold
What was that dildo?
What did you say?
They,
I heard
they-
French women
French
clamping
women,
down soft
like the
dildos.
medical, there's like a thing there where part of pregnancy recovery is to rebuild the pelvic floor muscles, and they have this
Kegels.
Well, yeah,
Like
but
a-
they have like a thing hooked up to this, sensor sort of probe where the person doing this is actually playing like a video game, but their vagina is like the controller, like it's
Video games and vagina in the same sentence. Holy
You took it
shit.
out the dream world.
Oh man.
I
How
can't
many
even
buttons
make
can you
sense
push?
of what.
Why can't American health systems be better than that? I mean,
Amen.
Hunting
That's
and
pretty cool.
blowjobs. Say more
Win.
weird
Now
combinations.
I want to move to France.
Time to work on your y-axis, girls.
Here, I'll try to
Okay,
find a
everyone
article
get
on it so
out.
you know
I
that I'm
need
telling the truth.
alone time.
Motorcycles, nipples.
I'm just having a hard time picturing a woman that doesn't naturally work on that. Like, how do you die? Never mind.
Like what? No.
No, before
No.
Kegels were
Shh.
known
Hush.
to, like-
Wait.
Sorry.
What do you mean, Pixie?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Well,
Like
Pixie's
it's
always
a
splinting.
muscle like any other part of your body, and just like you can feel the contraction and the release of other muscles in your body, you could feel the contraction and release of that muscle in your body, and particularly during experimental phases of your life, this is beneficial to the outcome.
Right, but you
So
can't just
I
go to
don't
Planet
know anyone
Fitness.
who doesn't like naturally work on that.
I just heard outcome clamping, working out.
At one point in history, when women would get, pregnant and have a baby, it was just a known issue that you would have some incontinence afterwards, and there wasn't a standard treatment for it. Women just accepted the fact that whenever they sneezed or coughed or maybe bent over, they would pee a little, right? Or
I never had that.
it happens right after pregnancy. Those muscles are kind of blown out, But
Blown out. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I heard that if you have more than one kid, right? Like my sister-in-law says or my ex-sister-in-law said that became an issue after her second kid.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a friend who said that was an issue after her third kid, but I never had that issue. But I just had one kid, so I don't know.
Well,
Maybe you need to have another one and see what happens.
Keep this in mind. Keep this in
It's
mind.
too late for that. I'm 38. That
Well,
time
let's
has
not.
passed.
Let's keep trying just in case.
No.
Okay.
I'm actively trying to prevent it.
So, in this time in history, though, women were not directed to necessarily be doing those for any reason, Kegel exercises, I mean. And so they went into pregnancy and then out of pregnancy with no extra tone going on, if you know what I mean. And so it did happen more often on a first child. I'm not sure. But at one point, doctors started telling them to do, these exercises, and men can do them too. And they're good for your bladder and all this stuff. But they started telling them to do them to try to prevent that stress incontinence from happening. And the result of having better pelvic floor muscles was higher percentage of orgasms in sex.
But that's what I'm saying. During the experimental phases, I don't know how you don't realize that. Never mind. Maybe they were just very repressed.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I'm talking back in the 50s, 40s, 50s. This is kind of before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ariel's out there. I'll drop you a link. Yeah, my mum was 38 when she had her last
got it.
kids.
Yeah, I was just saying I got the link out there.
I think I can speak for the men on the panel that the power of the pussy compels us all.
More than it should, but yes. I swear, it's like women start discovering around the time 13 or whatever, that they have these magic powers, and that men may not understand what you're saying, but we will do whatever we think that you're telling us to do if you'll let us touch your boobs.
I was definitely a late bloomer. I think moving around a lot helped, though.
Demonstrate.
No, I mean, I didn't really attach to people well. I didn't really have any interest in like even dating until I was like,
But if you
I don't know,
flash them, you go to make
16.
friends
I
quickly.
was probably 16 or 17 before I even like, I mean, like I had my first kid crush, but in elementary school. But after that, it was there was just like nothing for a long time, like a long time. I was just like, not my thing. And then I would see other people, and it would just be like drama, and I'd be like, no.
I swear, Ariel, the whole stream hasn't been about vaginas.
That's
I was
all I can
very-
remember.
I was
Just
very
the last.
flippant about like any sort of like intimate relationships, I guess.
This stream has now needs to be renamed to that show about vaginas.
Yeah.
So we can remember it, you know, for
420
flashing
vaginas.
420 vaginas.
The
Do any-
vagina that clamps.
Do
Yes.
Red clampers.
Do any of you hear like a staticky noise?
No.
Only when
Just
Jody
vaginas.
talks. He's wrestling a bear. Bear won. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just going through like scrolling through the outside chat, and y'all are funny as hell, man.
Excuse me.
It's like why can't I climb up on this pole? I'm grasping, but my hands just keep sliding down. It looks very graphic.
I tried to watch Year One with my son last night, and there's that scene where the girl's grabbing the two spear shafts, and she's like, you know, kind of jacking them off or whatever. And my son's like, "What's she doing?" And I was like, "Let's not watch this movie. Let's
Yeah.
yeah, because it's only gonna get worse from here. I've seen it." That movie though.
I haven't seen the movie, but
Oh, I used to not like it when I was a fundy because it really makes fun of the Old Testament a lot. You know, like it's constantly making fun of the Old Testament stories.
Oh, if that's the case and you like that type of shit now, you need to check out. It's an Israeli series, but it's called The Jews Are Coming, and it's basically Saturday Night Live. But everything they do is basically something to do with either Jewish history or more generally the Bible, and like they just completely rip into it.
I think as a kid that was Dogma for me. Dogma was the one that made fun of religion.
Love Dogma. That was a great movie.
Yeah.
That was weird. I made an exception for movies that I would watch on the Sabbath, and Dogma was one of them that I would like. Yeah, it made it sort of about God. So.
And that was a different thing. But he has shown clips from the channel he's talking about, and it's pretty funny.
Seen them. I've seen them.
You might end up on a watch list, though.
Not typing that in my browser.
Anyway, I'm actually need to work on some stuff, so I'll talk to y'all later. But have a good one.
Oh.
Hey, Ariel. Ariel, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you join because we were talking about clamps and vagina?
No.
And 420. Be
No,
honest.
no, I joined because I saw he was live.
Okay. Okay. It's cool.
I'm legitimately that bored. In
If
fact,
we talked about vaginas, would you stay?
I mean, to be completely honest, like, I don't have anything against it, but, like, it's not as interesting to me as some other topics, but...
Like what?
Honestly, I don't know. It's just, like, I mean, it's one of those things where it's, like, you know, you can have a group of guys talking about vaginas for hours, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like, what's the point, though?
You need to have an intervention.
Vaginas.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Vagina.
That's the point. That's the point is vaginas.
Yeah, but
Sex.
I
The
get
point's
like
probably your wiener.
no,
Yeah.
like but like, do you see where I'm coming from? It's like, yeah, it's fun to talk about, but like, it's not as intellectually interesting.
I'm going to be honest with you. I do not see your point. And to be frank, when we were having a really meaningful intellectual conversation that is meant to educate, the only thing the gentleman in this room kind of like stuck on was vagina and clamp.
Yeah. stuck on
Everything else
vagina.
was just, you know, the Charlie Brown lady like murmuring in the background.
No offense, Jody.
What? What do you mean by
You
Charlie Brown?
children.
Wah, 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 wah.
No, I agree, Ariel. It gets boring after a while.
That's literally all I'm trying to say. In the same way that I think, like, if people are talking about dicks for, you know, too long, it gets boring. Same with talking about anything. I mean, like, you got to move on to something else. Otherwise, the conversation gets stale. That's all I'm saying.
What's the appropriate amount of time to talk about dicks?
Yeah.
Pixie, any?
Again, I think it depends on the context.
You spend very little time talking about the actual dick. Most women spend most of their time getting really raunchy about all the details about what they did with that dick or what their partner did with it.
Such as.
I'm just saying that women will don't discuss the dick a little bit, but that's not the main point of conversation when they discuss these things.
What is the main point of the conversation?
You know, I don't. It kind of weirds me out. It weirds me out because, like, I am very private about a lot of things. I know that's weird because I'm so extroverted, but like I have these walls in like I'm like it's none of your business kind of person, right? But other people are not this way, and I learned this because I have sisters, first of all, but also because I have friends who give me way too much information, and I just smile and nod. But in my head, I'm like, why the fuck are you telling me this? Or like my sister will be like, I have to ask you something. Have you ever tried this? Because I did this and blah blah blah. And I'm like, please stop talking. Just I don't want to know.
Would you feel the same way if it was someone that wasn't family talking to you about it?
Yes, I've had, like I said, I have friends that have given me way too much information. I'm like, I don't need this level of detail. Like, please stop talking. I was good with when you made the innuendo. I got it, right? Like, I got the hint. We can stop there, but they don't, and it's so weird.
Oh, they get into a lot of detail.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question. Is it more so based on what men and women value about, like, I guess the experience, where women would probably value the experience more so than the actual, like, the overall experience more so than the actual, like, feeling and sensation while engaging.
Yes, and I had a script writer tell me that he thinks that's why, and he literally said this. He said, when I'm writing scripts, the one thing I struggle with is writing a sex scene. And I always tag in one of my female friends because there's something about women that they can just hammer that out in a way that I can't. And
Well, say
he
it like that again.
And he said that he thinks it has something to do with, like, they look at the whole experience and, like, these subtle details that his mind just skips over.
It's funny because I did that for one of my books.
What do you mean you did that?
So
he wrote a sex scene.
I wrote a sex scene in one of my books.
What do you?
But
did
in
you have
terms
to
of
outsource that to a woman, or?
Well,
anyway, I do actually got to get going, so I'll talk to y'all later. Take
all
care.
right, later.
Later days.
Well, for me, like, I don't. For me, it's I don't put as much value per se on the overall experience of it, and I think it makes for better storytelling, to express that scene in a more experiential way. So
It depends on what point of view you're coming from, right?
Well,
and who your characters are.
Yeah, Yeah.
Like
So I
he,
felt like a woman was more appropriate to kind of, you know, kind of express how that how I should write out that.
Yeah,
well, women
so
are very verbal anyway.
like you just you don't have your own like source of data to call from there.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is that I don't value the overall experience as much.
Really? Are
I
you
just
sure?
value I value I value the engagement more
Connection.
so.
I
Like,
don't know. Okay, all right. You say that, but
bro,
like
okay, so put it this way: if it, I don't require my woman to set up like a romantic dinner or like do any of that special shit in order for me to enjoy banging her,
no,
right?
I'm gonna try and prove to you
Whereas,
that you do know the difference, and you can relate to those experiences, because it all boils down to what most guys tend to chase early on, which is the new experience, the firsts of all the assortment of firsts that you have when you first start getting physical with someone. Like even like it's not just women that get, it's not butterflies for guys, but it's something else. I mean,
I
and
think that's more biological than mental. I think men in general prefer variety, um, um, in general, and
Do
so I
women
think
not?
that's where that comes from.
right,
Yes, we do because it's just different reasoning behind it.
Yeah.
Despite what people believe, this idea that women are inherently seeking this provider, right? I mean, I guess in some cases that there's some truth to that, but okay, remember when I said men want to feel respected and women want to feel desired? Like there's a lot of truth in that. And that's why when things get bad, a lot of people don't, they find validation elsewhere, right? When things get hard, because of meeting that desire. But sometimes that creates, I mean, a lot of times that creates a need for variety, right? I mean, it's if your needs aren't being met by this person, like I can't explain
We
it.
understand. One for
Like,
material need
yeah,
and another for.
Especially at a younger age, right? Because then they're still trying to figure out what traits they even want in a partner. Like it's not like, or at least that was my experience, right? Like I had a reputation that I was promiscuous, even though I wasn't, because like I dated so many people. But it's because I was so flippant about it, right? Like in my mind, this was all like getting ready for later, and none of this was supposed to be super serious. And so if you got like really jealous or you started screaming at me or I got bored, I was just like, okay, bye, right? Because I was building in my mind what worked and what didn't, right? So I was looking at a lot of it's hard to explain. I don't want to be like women
like
are inherently cheaters, because that's not what I'm saying.
I mean, I think that in terms of like just the base inherent value, I think women value the overall experience more. I'm not going to necessarily say that's because of an emotional attachment or whatever. I don't think it necessarily have anything to do with that specifically, or it could be. I don't know. Not a woman, but as a man, right? Having good sex does not require certain setups, right? It just requires the performance, and that's it. Where I'm not gonna I'm not gonna, not saying I wouldn't appreciate it if she does a whole setup and to greet me and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
availability is really what matters.
Yeah, yeah. So from my perspective, right, I don't think that that makes for good storytelling. So I think that so that's why I think um, a woman's perspective would be better because she more prone to appreciate the overall experience.
So
I don't
if
know.
I
I
can
just I feel like
steel
you're calling
man,
me feminine.
no. So if I can steel man, if I can steel man you, if I understand this correctly, it's not that you don't appreciate the overall. It's that you don't see it as necessary to the to enjoying the final experience as a woman does.
Exactly.
Okay.
I just noticed there's a fine line between steel manning and what was the other term? Mansplaining.
But you
Hi,
prefer
Irenic.
steel, right, Irenic?
Yeah,
What's going on, peeps?
What a thing to enter on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I'm just,
Son
I
of
don't
a
know. You get what I'm
bitch.
saying, though, William? Like,
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying in the process of you saying that, it makes me feel feminine.
I don't necessarily think so.
No, I don't think so either. It's just the way that you're describing it, Yana. Like to appreciate the whole experience, even the little nuances and all that stuff would make someone less masculine or something, or men aren't prone to that.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that's like, take for example, right? When you engage with in sex with someone that you have an emotional connection with, right? It's not the same as some chick you're just banging, right?
Right.
Like, it's not the same. Like that's pretty clear. And so
It is the
you'll
first time.
Mm. And if she's really, really, really hot, it's like the same.
Yeah. That's
so
extra
so
worked up.
okay, fair enough. So if the extremely hot woman, right, set up a really nice dinner date, candlelight, she cooked you food, you know, she gave you a massage, all of that stuff, right? And then, you know, you finish off the night with some amazing sex, right? Are you going to be focused on the beauty and the sex, or are you going to be focused on the food and the other stuff that she did?
Each one's
What are you
sequential.
going to appreciate?
It depends. Is the food really good?
Yeah, all things,
Yeah, if
you
the
know, being
food.
good.
Oh, that's going to be a huge turn on. That's going to be huge. Like I
Odin,
appreciate
we're
good food.
older men. Yeah, as men age, we prefer food.
Okay, I to be frank, I do have a special appreciation for a woman who can cook. That's, you know, seeing a woman doing her business in the kitchen does
Oh,
things to me.
just you don't have to go too far though. Just be careful. We're on that
I
thin
was letting
line.
him go. I was like, yeah, go,
I was
Odin.
just saying. You know, but
no, but that's true though. Like, I mean, it matters. It really does. If a woman can't cook or whatever, it seems like there's a part of me that's always just going to be a little heartbroken about that. I don't know why.
I will
I
say
think
that
everybody should be able to cook. I would be
Yeah.
disappointed if I would be disappointed if my man didn't know how to cook. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? You don't know how to feed yourself?
Most women I talk to, they appreciate. They say the same thing about the fact that I cook, and you know that I would be more than happy to cook for them or cook for the
Every
household
night.
or whatever.
Every night you would.
I like to cook.
I know you do. I've seen you every night on the stream
Well-
cooking in the background and eating on camera. And
All right, you've seen me.
My answer's different, Batman.
Seen you.
Okay.
I'm all about
that wet wet.
home.
He's getting that smash.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You know, I think again, I don't know. I'm not saying that having the attachment to the servicing aspect of it isn't, you know, a good thing or whatever, or that it's not meaningful. It can be meaningful.
Well, wait a second.
Just saying,
Wait.
typically,
How old are you, Odin?
I'm 34.
Roughly. Okay. Oh, okay. See, Hillary's said something a second ago that I think you just let go right over though.
Oh
Like,
no,
just the age difference thing.
the age difference. No, I get it. Like
And it's not just about the food though. It's also the other things that you're talking about as far as like the whole experience, like savoring even the early stages of flirting on to the first touches and all the little the body
God.
language things, all that shit. Because
That
Maybe
sounds
women just get there
horrid.
faster. Maybe women just get there faster.
It's the pussy
I
crypto.
don't know.
Crypto, I should say.
maybe.
Left out a preposition there, girl. I think that's a preposition, isn't it?
No, it's an article. It's a definite article.
okay, I'll just leave him there until he finishes interrupting every fucking thing.
I wanted to ask you something, William.
I bet you did.
What did you notice that post I put in the happy chat this morning?
That stream
about praises.
Yeah, what about it?
So can you just tell me what that's about? I'm just curious.
Watch the beginning of this stream.
Yeah, we just went over all that.
Well, were you in? Are you part of that 6-hour thing, or is he
Yes.
just commenting on you?
Yeah,
You get in.
I show up for a few minutes.
Okay, all right.
It's all about William for the first however long, so you don't have to search.
It's an hour and 30 minutes that he does his monologue. Then he opens it up. That's his standard thing. He opens it up and
right. Okay.
And so I'm one of the first people in there because he wanted me to come in.
Wait, who monologued for an hour and a half?
Praise
I am.
Huh.
Was the monologue about you? Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that should be fun. You must have liked that, huh?
Well, it was a little boring because he just literally reiterated the points that he made the first
That's
time
what he
around.
usually does. Yeah, he'll just read.
There was no signs of growth. He had never even reconsidered any of his positions based on the discussions we had. So it was more about trying to confirm that I was never a Christian to begin with.
Oh, people like that really bother me. But that's how they convince themselves, right? Like, oh, you weren't honestly seeking, or you were never really a Christian. Because if you were really saved, you couldn't fall away from that.
Yeah, if you really wanted to get over your illness, the placebo would have worked for you.
Ooh, well said.
Well, I just wasn't sure if that was the way it was titled was a response to, or like this was a reaction to something that had already occurred, and I wanted to know about what had already occurred. But it sounds like this was just the whole hangout was about you, and you participated in it, and blah blah blah. Okay, then it went on for a couple hours after that, right?
Well, Will had a stream yesterday, then Praise responded to it, and now we're responding to that. Is anybody speaking?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Normally, Irenic will follow up with something, so I was sort of waiting.
Yeah.
I was chewing my food, and I didn't want to disturb.
That's polite. That's a good fella.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Minutes.
I mean, if everybody's chewing, that's one thing, right? Like, say, at the dinner table.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't even like that, though. Like, I like the TV or something on so I don't have to hear that. I don't even want to hear myself. Yeah. You ever catch yourself when you're alone getting irritated with yourself because you
I
heard
like
yourself
the sound
eating?
of eating and
bet you do.
regurgitation and things like that.
You like a lot of wet, squishy sounds, don't you? Irenic, have you met Jody?
Hi, Renner.
I think
I
I
am
don't know.
I.
I believe I have met her. I don't know. I've seen her in a lot of hangs at least. But hello.
Hello. I I'm really high.
Well, Jody, I don't know if you know this, but Irenic actually was going to run for Congress recently, and he is a what would you call your affiliation to Christianity? I'm trying to match make here, so you're an open theist and a panentheist, I believe, right, Irenic? I know you're chewing, but well, while he's chewing though, Jody, if you haven't met Irenic, he's a very sensual and sensitive man who really he really cares about women and their needs.
I'm off the market though, William.
Yeah, well, so you say that.
Well, I'm off the market.
What does that mean?
It means I have a woman that I'm
It means
talking with that
he's playing hard to
I
get.
want to see how it goes. So I like her. She's nice.
Okay, cool. So you're gonna get married then?
Well, I want to get married.
That's off the market. So once you're married, then you're off the market.
Well, yeah, but a man can take himself off the market. You know,
Yeah, you've proven that for years. I mean, aside from work.
No, I mean in the sense of making yourself exclusive to one woman. That's like off the market to anyone else.
How's that going to affect your truck stop operation?
Yeah, it's going to put a halt to it, I think.
I don't think that you can. I don't. You know, I know you believe that you can change your ways.
I finally realized that I gotta take that shit off of my bio on those dating apps.
It's
that's
gonna have
keeping me. You know, when they find out about the whole truck stop operation, they don't get in touch.
It's gonna have a terrible psychological effect, though. You're gonna go through withdrawals. She's gonna wonder why you're always sucking on doorknobs and shit in the house.
I don't. Well, doorknobs, I can make use of.
Remember the tape measure, making excuses all day.
Every time I come in here, you're on your knees at that knob. What is going on? I'm just checking for something. Don't worry, it's science.
I gotta grab some cigarettes. I'll be right back. Jackson, quiet.
It's men's work.
He's experimenting on mousetraps.
That's fucking hilarious.
Say who?
Never mind.
Okay. Hillary's. Why is Jesus wearing a Masonic or a priesthood thing? Is that a Masonic priesthood
Yeah,
thing?
it's Masonic Jesus.
Really? Where was that?
He's been up there for over an hour and see my title.
I know. I saw it. I just wanted to ask you. Look, we were running out of shit to talk about. It's an interesting thing.
It's MJ.
Yeah.
MJ?
Michael Jackson. The Sonic Jesus.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I thought Michael Jackson. I thought, I don't want that association.
I was going to say, where's the kid? Is there a kid hiding behind his robe?
Get under that apron?
Bubbles, no.
Magic trick. Can't see him, can you?
Yep. So tell me a little, is this something that you did?
No, I just looked up and got it.
Oh,
you would change to something else. I don't even remember what you had yours as before Prometheus.
Oh, Papa Emeritus.
Oh, okay. Well, when you changed
Ghost,
it,
you just recently got into that, right?
Yeah, I've been listening to Ghost for a few months.
It's fucking great.
Yep.
It's not supposed. I'm not supposed to, or I wasn't supposed to like it. You know, being a Christian and everything, but I loved it. I really did.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll put praise at ease and tell him it was listening to rock and roll music. That, huh?
I wasn't supposed to like it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to like Ghost.
Oh no, Irenic was saying, making that erotic.
Oh,
wasn't supposed
I'm
to
not used
enjoy
to
it,
hearing
but
him
he
say
did.
sexy things with anything, not stuff deep in his mouth.
Right.
Well,
I just
am
thought of
smoking a
something
cigarette, William.
to catch Irene up, not to drag us into the past, but I think it's far away enough now we can laugh at it. Jill came in to tell Will good riddance from Christianity. No,
That what Jill came into the praises hang or this one?
this one.
Okay.
Just a
That
few
that must
hate.
have been that was good. Ah man, I wish I would have been listening for
And
that.
before he came in, we were all saying, we were talking about fruits of the spirit and long suffering and
And how
compassion.
Jill's not
Yeah.
going to display any of those.
Yeah, he came on and made an ass of himself, and we're like, yeah, we definitely understand those fruits.
Stop it. Sorry.
He implied that I'm so much more conniving than that I've been planning this for I don't know, like a year or some shit. That they've been watching me, and that so like this was some plan that I was going to do, like this big reveal, but I was never actually one.
It's connivers who think everyone else is conniving.
Yeah.
What did he keep saying? We see through you, or
You're not fooling You're not fooling us.
You're not
see right
fooling
through.
us.
Yeah,
that's right. You're not fooling us, William.
Yeah, we've been watching you. We knew all along. Blah blah blah. Yeah.
You're not fooling them. What's the real truth they're saying? I mean, or what is it that? What's the
that I'm a wolf
He
in
was
sheep's
trolling.
clothing. Yeah, that I've been there
Okay,
the whole
so
time.
you're just trolling this. You're just making all this. Okay.
Yeah, they even accused me of being pro-abortion on the show.
Pro-abortion.
Yeah.
You're not pro-abortion, are you?
No, not even a little bit. That's how badly they misunderstood my argument against their logic that they used about the flood and God killing babies, and them saying it's okay because they went to heaven.
Hear that too. Well, if that's the case, we should just kill all the babies because they'll all go to heaven.
Right, but they didn't catch that at all.
If the Nephilim don't eat them first.
Well, Jill got this all started because he got triggered when we were on my stream and I was teasing about Olive because oh William, it's so powerful or whatever. But like he got all
Did you say something about having an olive in your martini?
No, nothing even remotely that suggestive. But like he was like, you're picking on Olive and Sparrow. I can't wait to tell praise. And I'm like, fucking whatever.
Picking on them, they're like dumb. They're too easy to pick on. It's like, I hate listening to those two.
They're smart. Well, Olive is, I think, smarter than Praise by a little bit. She's just not studied and can't articulate words.
I don't know, man. I just listen to the two of them talk theology, and it's like almost like listening to TNN or TN whatever that freaking Charismania TV is. It's like these. Anyway.
Well, he got very upset. I think overall what he was upset about is that I took his stream and did commentary to his stream. He said that I was making him look bad or putting him in a bad light.
By just exposing
doing a review.
What was there. I mean, just by repeating.
Just by showing him saying what he said exactly as he said it.
Public.
That's what William
his
said.
wire audience.
Did he not? Was it not on his channel? I mean,
Yeah.
did he not leave it up on his channel to be viewed? Is that not him making himself look bad?
Exactly.
But you responded and twisted it to try and make me look bad. And
Oh,
William
yeah.
said, but I just played the video. You spoke for yourself. It doesn't matter what William says if he plays the video.
Not twisting his words. I'm just giving comments on how illogical what he's saying is.
Well, actually, William, what you said was that you were saying the same thing you did on the stream, except he kept cutting you off, so you were able to actually get it out.
It's all the shit that I wanted to say in the moment, and then stuff that I've also had little time to think about,
And I love that you came into him doing a review and him say that you don't have the right to do a review of him without asking.
Yeah.
He had just finished doing one of you.
That's retarded.
And I would say that he was a little more cruel with his than I was with mine. Like, he made a whole lot of assumptions about my beliefs, where I didn't make a whole lot of assumption about his beliefs. I just
Were
let
there
him.
any ad hominems?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
He even accused, because I had the Papa Emeritus icon or avatar, he accused me of being a Satanist.
Well, he's just not an honest interlocutor.
That guy.
He's not worth discussing things with, if you ask me, really.
But I do really like him.
You do?
I don't know why.
Praise?
News unit.
Dave.
He has that feel on a number of
I like
women.
Dave, the news unit. I like him.
No one was talking about him, were they?
Talking about praise I am, that I am.
Yeah.
Praise I am. Yeah, but
I'm a little bit disappointed in you, Jody. You know, if you're talking about any other guy besides your boyfriend, it should probably be me. Don't you think?
What?
Gene.
You
Yeah.
heard him.
Genome. Did you get it? Did it come back to you, Jody?
Any of you guys subscribe to Ra's channel?
No.
The what?
Negative.
I just wondering. There was a video with him and his new girl on there talking away on some stream.
Well, he inspired you, right?
He inspired me for what?
For love.
Get that young tail.
Are you freaking serious?
Making that love connection. Yeah.
He inspired me to change my plans to move to Florida.
You were gonna move in with him, and then he found another chick and shacked up.
No, it's just I found out he was living in that state, and I was like, it's too much for it. It ain't big enough for the both of us.
Really? I mean, it's not a small place, man. You're gonna
Yeah.
avoid the whole state because Raw is somewhere in the middle of the swamp.
Yeah, I figured I could go into. I might consider going up into the Panhandle or something. That'd be all right, I guess.
Well, yeah. He is flirting a little bit. Sure, that's what dudes do.
Oh, well, no, but he's
I mean,
getting
but before Irenic got here and all, he wasn't even here when. And Jody was she has the filthiest mind. She was talking about her sex life. She was talking about all kinds of busting nuts and stuff. It was crazy. Yeah, so we had to censor her because of that foul mouth.
Yeah,
anything
that's
about
right.
sucking golf balls through hoses or anything?
No, that was you. We were talking about you.
We did have a little bit of.
Therefore, fuck me in the ass because I love Jesus, the good Lord.
I always get aroused. I don't know why.
Yeah, I've been flirting with Jody for months. How long has this been going on, Jody?
I don't know what you're
How
talking
long has
about.
this affair been going on, Jody?
What are you getting at?
You know.
That's
You and Alex.
what we're wondering. Spill the beans.
Bumping uglies.
No, we haven't been bumping any uglies. It's just been verbal.
Verbal
No
uglies.
knocking boots, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a little text and Twitch. I
love the smile.
Are you saying there's no chemistry there, Jody, with Hillary? You're not feeling that? Don't. It's okay. Gene doesn't watch this. We're not going to tell him.
I bet you he's right around the corner. That's what she's thinking. I don't want to hear.
He's going to come around here with that magnificent beard.
I'll be looking at it right now.
Dog.
It's all good. You've got headphones on.
CC.
Did you just call your dog his
This
backup?
guy's in here hitting on me. You better get in here.
Oh no, she doesn't want him to come in here because we'll start talking about their sex life that she was so revealing. So, Gene, you run it pretty deep, huh?
Well, if you just don't talk about his beard, that'd be a nice change.
No, I'm
Well,
going to
he's
talk
got-
about his beard.
He's got COPD, so I'm wondering, I'm trying to visualize just how this works.
Uh-oh.
Limited lung capacity.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Just saying, I'm fully functional.
What are you saying? Jody has to do all the work, so he doesn't
I
get
think probably a lot of it, yeah.
Well, she's the one that broke him.
Oh, that's probably why you thought she'd be a good date, huh, Hillary?
That's right.
A woman that does all the work for you. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Hey, I didn't want
Hillary's
you to say it
considerably.
quite like that, but
I think
Now
he's
that you
younger than
mention
Gene by a few years. He's spry.
yeah, I'm 9 years younger than Jody.
Oh yeah,
but she's right in the zone.
getting that cougar action.
You wouldn't mind a
Right.
man.
He's a big game hunter.
He doesn't want a younger man or a younger woman.
I mount them and stuff them.
That's funny.
That was prime. I love it. To have a cigarette, that one was so good. She was.
That's right.
It's warm in here, isn't it? We lost Space Cadet. She didn't
She'll
want
be
to stick
back.
around and get sexually harassed, though. I think that was.
She
Jody
said she
doesn't
wanted
mind though.
training, so she probably has.
Jody's
internet
here for it.
connectivity.
Jody's here for it, guys.
Well, she's more experienced with it, probably.
Halsey
Is this-
said JFC. I don't know what that means. Just for
Just for
Jesus
kick.
fucking
Jesus
Christ.
fucking Christ.
Oh, okay. All right.
Both hit us both at the same time.
Halsey's a card. Oh my god. She walked in, said hi briefly, like half the word hi, and was like, oh no. Oh no. Jody went off camera.
Yeah. Did you answer Ox's question, Hillary?
Which one? I haven't been watching chat.
So like the last one of yeah, there you go.
I don't understand one thing though. How can you be in the mood to flirt when you see Irenic's face? Well, because I usually keep the screen in the background. I'm doing other stuff.
Fucking Christ. Get that out of my face.
Is that an
You
adequate
say that they
answer?
use it to lower sex crimes in prison, but I don't think it works. I mean, I've seen it in plenty of cells.
I don't know if that was responsive to the question, but okay.
Well, I think it is.
I guess.
How can you be in the mood to flirt when you see Irenic's face? How is that non-responsive?
Well,
I don't know. I've been flirting with Irenic for years, and his face has been there the whole time. I think it's just an instinct.
Mm. Our mind just unconsciously blocks out that which we find objectionable.
yeah, exactly.
You guys are a mess.
That was the quietest that she's been. Like, you guys are a mess. Which that's probably, since she didn't yell and criticize us, that's probably her being close to speechless.
Well, I don't think my face is any less objectionable than the average guy. So.
Well, you wouldn't. I mean, you're pretty used to it, but like for someone who's never seen it before, it could be jarring.
I know it's grown on me. I have to admit, it's grown on me.
It's grown on you.
You ever wondered why business picked up when you got behind the glory hole?
Behind the glory hole. Stories.
Glory hallelujah.
Trying to think of the byline for that. Stories.
Ren, what shade of red Halsey is right now listening to this.
Yeah.
And she strikes me as someone who doesn't really engage in talk about sex or sexuality or busting nuts and all kind of stuff like that. So, but these other two chicks that stayed, these are a bunch of sluts right here. These chicks will stay here in the middle of all this filth. Don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me.
Not yet. Wouldn't want you to see it coming, you know?
It gets kinkier by the minute, doesn't it? You're a filthy, filthy girl. That's the kind of
It's
threat
okay.
you get.
I can make it more painful. Keep going.
See, that's the kind of threat you get before a chick slips you the old stink finger, and I don't trust women that say shit like that.
That's a good try, Bond, but not quite what I was looking for. But...
Documentary. Bond's quick, man. He's pretty lightning fast in the side chat. He's got comments for days.
Are you talking about when you have sex, Halsey?
If that was meant to be funny, it fell flat.
I think she means talking about it.
Yes. That would be what I assumed.
But Irenic wants to know. He wants some carnal knowledge.
Yeah, I want to get together and have you show me this technical stuff.
No, you're spoken for.
Well, I know, but I'm entering into a new relationship. I could use some coaching, some tips.
This is how affairs start. Yeah, she was just helping me through a tough time.
She's just holding it for me.
No, I just, wanted some tips on how fast to get you to orgasm. And
whoa, hey, take it easy. Jeez, you're as bad as one of these broads over here that can't stop talking dirty.
Well, it's all fun in marriage, yeah. So.
Oh no, that wasn't my experience. It's not all fun in marriage.
No, I mean having the free sex part is the good.
Yeah,
part.
no, it's still that can get really old too.
Maybe for you, I like monogamous relationships where you don't have to worry about shit and you get along. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Had brief periods, like that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check my messages.
I'm gonna put this up here. I was debating, but there you go. Brojo's got your back.
Has anyone ever gotten an expedited passport or gone through that?
Oh yeah, I did one time. I forgot where mine was, and it was actually in my suit pocket, so I had to get an expedited one.
How long does it take when you get it expedited, how long does it take generally? Like a week?
Well, this was 2 decades ago, so I can't guarantee that you get, but usually within 24 to 72 hours. Okay. You just have to have like a plane ticket or something to prove that you need it quick.
Okay. So buy the plane ticket first?
Yeah, basically. Get the plane ticket, filed expedited, and then if you can get your money back on the plane ticket, great.
No, but I want the passport to fly overseas. Yeah, okay.
Well, but if you buy the ticket, like...
See, how
much ahead of time do you plan?
I want to leave on April 4th, something like that. See, so I don't have time to wait, several weeks to get a passport,
Yeah. You going to Malaysia?
No, just to Great Britain to start with, I think. I'm probably make my way to Norway.
Your girl's in California. She's from Malaysia, but you're going to Great Britain and Norway?
No, the girl lives in Texas. She's in San Antonio, but...
Is this not the same woman with the one kid from before?
No, that yeah, that's no longer going
That
on.
catfish swam?
Exactly. I guess you weren't around when the discussion took place. But yeah.
No. Yeah, you were all ready to marry her.
Well, I'm ready to marry anyone that
I agree.
Stop right there.
Right there. Yeah.
I mean, anyone that I can meet and we're compatible.
Anyone that won't escape.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm gonna have to put this
I
in
mean,
the.
I don't believe in having sex outside of marriage. So
Sure you do. You're such a fucking liar.
Okay.
No. I if I could just get you to be honest about this, but I don't think that you will. I'm going to ask it anyway, though. If this chick who you're very attracted to, if you guys meet up and you hang out a couple times, and she reaches down the front of your trousers, are you going to be like, no, let's wait till after we're married?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. I mean, I would grab her hand before she got that close to my trousers, and say, hey, yeah.
Would you now?
And then you say, "I have a confession to make."
And I'd say,
I'm saving myself for marriage.
No, I'd say, hey, let's find the justice of the peace, and
why? No, why?
tomorrow-
What is your
tomorrow
reason
we
for
could just
that?
Be getting busy,
What is your reasoning for that? Why would you do that?
Because those are my principles that I like to live by.
And where did you acquire these principles?
I don't know. I think God revealed that to me.
Is there a practical use for this?
They weren't just written on your heart.
I believe. I was answering William. Yeah, I believe it's practical to follow God's will as you understand it.
Okay, so it's practical in these times to wait till you're married to engage in intercourse, to make this lifelong decision before even knowing if you have any chemistry in that regard.
Yeah.
I guess you put a lot of importance on. I mean, I don't. First of all, I mean, I haven't run into a woman yet that wasn't fantastic to sleep with. I mean.
Okay, but it depends on where you set your standards.
Well, I think I have high standards, but
I'll just take anything you put on the plate.
But does she think the same?
Well, that would be the question. I mean, I never got any voiced complaints. I was married for 10 years and 15 years. I mean, they had their opportunity to say something.
Okay, yeah, that's how women work.
I mean, in between moaning. But go ahead.
And every time you start talking, does that count? I don't think that you can demonstrate that it's practical to do that. It almost seems impractical to do that, to get tied down into a situation that you don't have full knowledge about or even majority of knowledge about.
Yeah, there is no way I would buy a car without
I'm not in the habit of getting in that kind of connection with somebody and then walking away from that person.
Right, but that has nothing to. I mean, that's your part of it. But divorces are just not on the side of the man.
I'm saying. So you're with this girl, and what are you just sleeping for sex, or are you sleeping to see if we're compatible?
It's not just about you too. See, she has to enjoy being with you too. They're only going to tolerate bad sex for so long.
Yeah.
And so you'll make that connection with somebody, and then if you don't like it, then it's like, oh, I guess that part of the relationship is too important for us to be together. Or
I can't really explain what causes that, but yeah, I've been really attracted to a chick, and then got intimate with her, and then immediately, like before we're even done, I'm like, I'm not enjoying this. Everything just fucking changed.
Yeah, and I'm still friends with them, but I no longer have any desire to be
woman
intimate.
that I'm friends with would not go out with somebody like you, but That's the problem. You're the problem, I would say, in that situation.
Okay.
I mean, that's I don't know, it's
So
weird.
because it felt awkward and not comfortable, and I just realized that like I just don't like this. So doing that makes me a bad guy.
Well, if you're just going to dispose of her after you realize you don't like it,
Well, it's better than wasting her time, isn't it?
I don't know,
You think
wasting
she
her
wants to marry?
virginity,
You think
wasting
she?
her time. I don't know.
You think she wants to marry a guy who just refuses to touch her like that? I mean,
Would you feel the same way if she was a virgin, William?
I don't want to marry a virgin. I don't want to marry anybody, but yeah, I don't want a virgin.
Well,
Explaining everything.
the way you go about it, you're not going to have any chance of marrying a virgin. It doesn't sound like.
I don't want to marry anybody. How'd you miss that?
Okay, but are you going to do your practice with a virgin?
Do my practice with a virgin.
Yeah, like, hey, before we get
Oh yeah,
together,
absolutely. Yeah.
I'm gonna fuck you.
Oh yeah,
And
no.
so you're willing to take her virginity and then
Mhm.
cast her aside if you don't like it, right?
You say cast her aside like it's just about that, but I mean, yeah, I mean, if there's no reason to maintain friendship or whatever, and there's no chemistry, then yeah.
Well, why was it that you wanted to be in the sack with a person? What wasn't there chemistry?
There was some, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I get you. Hey, there's a lot of guys out there like you, William,
And what would that mean exactly?
that have different, principles when it comes to how you treat a woman.
Right. I was talking about how reasonable it is to want to get married with someone at all, but also, to get into a relationship where you're going to get married and you haven't had intercourse. I think that's just what is the point? What exactly are you accomplishing with that?
I don't know. It makes the wedding night pretty exciting.
No more than any other night.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, it's the same person. It doesn't matter. It's the same person.
The same person. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no matter which night it is.
It matters if you've had to wait for that person like for 6 months.
Well, just speaking for myself, I'm usually very nervous the first time. It takes, 3 or 4 times before I feel really comfortable. And we get to know each other and what we enjoy and, communication.
Yeah, but if you're married, by the time you get married to a person, that's all well established. Your friends, your mates, your everything,
Well, no, you're not mates at that point. You're not because you're not mating.
You're buds. I mean, you're connecting in the more important ways that can actually sustain a relationship. And then you just get to add the dessert on the top,
Okay, so
I mean, maybe you're too picky.
Maybe but I have a lot of guy friends or whatever, but I don't want to marry them after a certain point. It's not the same kind of relationship, dude.
No, well, you're missing what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all the other things besides sex that you can do while you're engaged or whatever, while you're in the court.
Yeah, and I would keep that person as a friend, but I wouldn't want sex with them. And why would I be married to somebody I don't want sex with? It's uncomfortable, might even be painful.
Okay, you're not talking about what I'm talking about.
Wait. We got 2 women right here. Hold on. I'm going to ask Pixie first. Pixie, what would you like to be in a relationship with a man who wasn't interested in having sex with you?
That's not framing it.
No,
right?
hold on, because I'm going to ask. There's a part 2.
There's nobody said anything about not wanting to have sex with.
Okay, and so in that situation, would you have rather that person told you ahead of time before, like,
Yeah, that they were going to remain celibate during your relationship. Would you like to know?
No way in hell I'd remain celibate.
Right. Yeah.
What do you like? If they didn't tell me that, what the hell kind of relationship? Like, no. There should be no relationship after that.
Okay. So if you found out, if they if they didn't tell you that it was important to them or whatever, and you know I don't want to say I'm not going to say it that way. That just sounds foul.
It's gonna end, and it's gonna end brutally.
Yeah.
What are you talking? What's the scenario you're thinking of, Pixie?
If I found out that my partner wasn't attracted to me in that way or wasn't interested in that, but kept it going, like thinking that he could learn to be interested in me, not only would things end, they would end brutally and with a lot of hurt feelings and curse words. Like I'm not going down lightly. You're gonna hit bottom after that. No. No.
There we have it.
Oh no, let's ask Jody too. But thank you, Pixie.
So the scenario I was suggesting was, would you become engaged with a man whose, personal preference was to wait until you got married to have sex? It was
Clearly
nothing
not. My
about
child
not
was at my
wanting
wedding.
sex or not enjoying it.
Once
That
again,
was-
my child was at my wedding, and I preferred knowing how we would parent together first. So absolutely not. Sorry, I'm not on your side.
I didn't. This wasn't on us. It's not my side. But so you would prefer to have a child go to? I mean, not only have sex, but raise the child part, and then you'll know if you can marry this person.
No, it was like I didn't do that on purpose, right? Like I didn't get married because I was pregnant or because I had a kid. I decided that was not a sufficient reason to get married, and that should wait and come later. And so it did, and I think that came with advantages. Despite that, though, whether I had ended up pregnant or not, I clearly was not interested in waiting till I had a ring on my finger to decide if I liked you.
But is that make like you would want? But the question might be, because you might not even been thinking about marriage, like
Precisely, and I would have gone elsewhere. I eventually would have gone elsewhere.
But it sounds like if you were thinking about getting married, you would make sure to have sex with that guy first to make sure that everything was good in that department. Is that right?
Absolutely. Okay, first of all, if we haven't gone there, there's no way I'm even considering you at all. And if I'm not considering you, I'm eventually moving on, right? So that's just the way it is.
Okay, I guess. So yeah.
And it's not like you get together with the person and go, okay, we're going to meet on this date and have sex and rate each other. It just happens. You just have sex.
No, but it can happen that you not have sex if you're, if you just decide if that's your, that's
well,
what you
sure, it can happen. That
you
just
resist those temptations. You don't put yourself in the place where that shit's going to go down and blah, blah, blah. If you care about it.
That sounds real exciting.
it can happen, but it can also end very, very badly. Like I don't know.
Basically, I think just be sure and tell them that you're gay ahead of time so that they aren't disappointed.
What was that, Hillary?
I said basically just tell them ahead of time that you're gay so that they're not disappointed. It's good to be honest and upfront.
I just read Spaces that was brutal comment. I don't think that's brutal. I think it's brutal for you to ask me to have that much trust in you while you lie to my face. I think that's brutal.
So how soon? I guess you'd want the guy to say something as soon as he was feeling that way, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And then that would be fine. You just have to face the facts. I guess we just don't mesh. Or
I think that shows me a lot more respect than lying to me. Yeah.
Would you still be pissed?
No,
there's
depending on how much I liked the person, there's a possibility I would be hurt, but I wouldn't walk away angry. That's a whole different thing.
But if you found out that you've been with me for 2 years and you felt this way, you fuck. I just wasted 2 years of my life on you. You don't, that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
then I would be angry. I would feel really betrayed
Well,
because I had trusted you.
Yeah, I would feel sort of the same way. I'd feel, I don't know, it wouldn't be a good feeling. It's not a real ego booster.
Indeed. No, Housey, that's different because we can get around that and that's not their fault, right? The example was if the example they gave was like if they felt we were incompatible but then didn't tell me, right? Or just like if I was just dating anyone, would I expect to have that experience before marriage? And sure.
I don't know.
And if I'm being completely honest, the brutal side of me is going to say that also depends on how long I've known them, right? Like, if it's like somebody I first met, like I don't know what you mean.
You have passionate
Like,
feelings about someone you've been with a long time.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like if I've been with somebody for a long time and then that happens, like then obviously that's like a different situation. I don't know.
That's a lack of functionality.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
there's
know.
other ways you can handle that.
I always figured it was kind of a cliche, but the idea of women faking orgasm all the time. What is that? Is that a mild form of what we're talking about? I don't know. Holy shit!
I would say so. Yes, especially if they're in any way building resentment towards your performance, because I think that's their fault for not communicating.
Oh, that's a good question. What if a person's in an accident and now they can't perform?
That's what I just answered, right?
I'm
like
sorry,
if like if I'm being brutally honest, I can't say that it doesn't weigh in some manner, right? Not that specific act itself, but the various acts, right? And so, but it would also depend on how like if my partner was in an accident and that happened, that's not a reason. That wouldn't give me a reason to up and leave them. You know what I mean? But like at the same time, like if you're a capable person and we're not going there, then like the idea that we're considering each other for marriage is just not in the cards.
If it was me and I was the injured person, I would make sure that this person I was with would know, I'm willing, I can divorce you and, you're going to be free to live your life with somebody that can satisfy you. Or you can stay, it's up to you. But, I guess I want to give them that choice because I would feel like, that's an obvious thing. Maybe it's important to them.
I guess what I'm saying is like it wouldn't necessarily end a relationship, but it could prevent one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's all. We're not talking about beforehand, I guess.
No, we are before you get married.
Yeah.
No, I don't
like
think
it wouldn't end a relationship, but it could
somebody
prevent
who's
one.
capable of having sex.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, how long have I been? Like, it wouldn't end a previously existing relationship, but it might prevent a new one from beginning. So, if I'm being brutally honest, that's just a true statement.
I think that's with most people, especially younger people.
I would marry an asexual woman as long as there's a third wheel
Yeah.
involved or a second wife. I certainly wouldn't mind. I'll do my duties as a husband, whatever we agree to, that may be. And as long as she does her duty as a wife, I think we should all be good.
That might be a good solution to a marriage where somebody gets injured, and then the other spouse could allow something like that on on a discreet level, or something.
Yeah, I don't think, me personally, because I understand that not everyone thinks like me, where I think maybe it's just the way how I'm raised. I'm more so of the mindset like if I have a plan, if we come up with a plan and we dedicate to each other, then we stick with that. And I would personally leave it up to my wife to try to gain an understanding, or or if she wants to end it, I would respect that decision. But me personally, I would do my best to accommodate, even if it means working from home, to make sure that she's more comfortable. But in terms of my needs, my sexual needs or whatever, I would definitely would like that be met, preferably by her, obviously. But if she's unable, physically unable to do that, then I wouldn't
So if
want to, huh?
so if you became physically unable, would she get a second husband?
Yeah, sure. If she wants to stay and do her duties as a wife, yeah. Because at that point,
As long as it's fair,
huh?
I said as long as it's fair,
I can hear
I mean,
Odin now. I can still use my tongue.
I mean, listen. if that's enough, then shit. Kudos. But if that's not enough, then you got to make a deal or have a conversation about it. I don't think the people should just like get up and just like bounce. Right after a situation like that present itself. I think trying should be the main focus.
A benefit.
Well, I am glad these are things I don't need to consider on a daily basis, or ever really, that I know of yet.
I remember a Reddit post where a guy he ended up marrying a woman who turned out to be asexual, right? Now they were like he knew her for a very long time. They fell in love and all that stuff, and he knew she was asexual before then, but because they wanted to be with each other so much, they came to an agreement where he can go and have his fun or whatever, right? As long as he does what he's supposed to do as her husband, and as far as she's concerned, she's happy because she's getting all whatever she wants out of that relationship. Interestingly, eventually the guy, after a couple of years in a marriage, he decided that he didn't want to do that anymore. So his wife felt bad, and she bought him one of those hyper realistic sex dolls.
Mm-hmm. You don't even have to go that far. There are handheld options.
Right, but again, like she realized that, at least from what he was sharing, she realized that there was some misery that was coming with it due to his lack of release, and she figured that maybe that could help him out a bit, and he admitted that it has helped him out a bit because he saw that after a while he felt like bad about like going out with like other, you know, with their, I
Right.
guess their third wheel or whatever, right? And he didn't want the third wheel to feel like she's just like being used, even though she said she's like
Yeah.
perfectly
So
fine with it.
he doesn't have that issue now that he takes the robot out to dinner with him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But
Can you imagine
they
sitting
found their
next to a sex
compromise.
doll at dinner? She's having what I'm having.
I don't know. Whatever works in a person's relationship works for them. Some people are willing to go a lot farther than me, and some people probably think I go too far. I don't know.
Yeah, it just, you know, really just depends on what you know, what you're willing to put up with, whatever compromises that you're willing to make. You know, I think when certain situations present themselves, you probably should have a conversation. Try to like figure it out instead of like making, you know, knee-jerk reactions and decisions, and, you know, destroying a marriage basically, or a relationship.
Oh,
I
what
agree
about
with that, but that's why I said, to be honest, like I said, it wouldn't end a relationship, but that doesn't make me a saint, because it would probably definitely prevent one, right?
how
Like,
many people would have sex with a married person?
If it was a situation like we're describing, I would.
Oh, okay, all right, gotcha. With the permission, would you want the permission of the husband,
Yes, definitely.
or to know it was okay with him or whatever?
Yes. Yes.
But not behind his back, even in that case.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm in the same boat in that regard. I would, depending on the situation, I don't want to be like a participant in someone else's cheating or like secret life, you know?
Yeah.
I could almost go. I mean, I could see myself, depending on the person or whatever and the situation. It might be really seen as a good thing for everyone.
well, it depends on what the good thing for everyone is, right? Like, no
Yeah, there's a lot of
voyeurism.
context to consider.
Yeah, like the story I was sharing earlier, you know, about
Like the
that,
people
you know,
that want to
couple.
watch. Like,
Yeah,
no.
it's because
That
like the
adds a whole
dude,
other dimension.
like the guy felt that like the girl who, I guess they're quote unquote third wheel, right? He felt that he was just using her for sex, even though she didn't feel that way because she found him to be extremely attractive, and she enjoyed their intercourse. She didn't have a problem with it, but he did. But it wasn't, you know, it was just one of those situations. Like I guess I could understand where he's coming from, where he
Wait,
didn't want to just view
did he
her
feel like
as a
he was
release.
cheating on his wife or something like that? Is that what his
No,
issue was? Oh,
no, he did not like the feeling of using another human being solely for sex.
oh, okay. It was that idea. Okay, it just like I'm using her. That's
Yeah.
not right. That kind of thing.
So they were like friends with benefits sort of thing, and
No, so the story is just real quick. He's married to an asexual woman, and they have they made an agreement that, you know, he can go out and have sex with whomever he wants, as long as he, you know, fulfill his duty as a husband. Blah blah blah. Now they did find a third wheel, a woman who was extremely attracted to him, right? And he was having his sexual desires fulfilled through her. After a while, he started to feel bad because he did not like the idea of using another human being as merely a sex object, right? So he decided to stop doing that. Now, the third wheel, she did not have an issue. She found him to be attractive, and she was getting what she wanted out of the situation, right? Just sex, no emotional attachment. You know, and they were like, I guess, friends or whatever. So
he had cut that off for that reason. He did not want to. He hated the feeling of using another person as a sex object. So he stopped. After a while, he was dealing with the frustration that comes with that, being a man, and his wife, at the end of the day, purchased him a hyper-realistic sex doll as a gift so he could get his release and, I guess, not feel bad.
So I had a
It's
question.
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just about his. Was he at all afraid of becoming emotionally attached to the third wheel? I mean, and did he have an emotional relationship with his wife without, asexual as it was? I mean,
Yeah.
did he love her and everything? So
Yeah.
I could see where, imagine you're getting with this third wheel and you find, I mean, I don't know how you get together with someone time after time and not sort of, you maybe find your emotions changing and and then maybe you don't want that, so you
I mean, a
stop.
lot of men can compartmentalize. Like they can just have sex and like keep it moving.
Yeah, I got you.
But for
I was
him,
just gonna actually say, something similar to what Irenic just said is that like it must be difficult to compartmentalize the two relationships like that, because probably on the side with his asexual wife, it is very emotional and cerebral, and they have this bond. And then he just goes through this mechanical action of fucking someone, and you know what I mean? Like it's got to be difficult to move between those two things and
Well, not even
maintain
just
that.
someone. Not even just someone, right? It's the consistency of the same someone.
That's another.
That's a
yeah,
good point.
I could
That's a good
see
point.
If it was a prostitute every other time, a different woman, that would you would avoid the emotional tie, right? But
Yeah.
yeah,
I would think
well,
so.
I can only go by what he shared. He said that they were just friends, just a decent, friendly, cordial relationship, and they were just having sex whenever they were both in the mood. And that was it. He
Was this
never.
the asexual woman? Was she in some kind of power position in the relationship?
From that she was just outside of just being asexual. She's just typical wife. Just,
Not extraordinarily wealthy or anything. Where
they
okay, so that's just his type of woman. He was happy to be with.
No, they were best friends. They knew each other for a long time, and they like fell in love, and they ended up, getting married because they love each other and wanted to be together forever.
Okay, so it was like, and it didn't matter. I mean, in this case, it happened that she was asexual, but it could have been any other thing that was a problem with one. That didn't matter to them. They were in love. They were going to get married and just live with whatever difficulty. Is that right?
Yeah, it seems that way. Because he knew that she was asexual before they got married.
And did he ever just explain why or how she became asexual, or was she always that way, or?
No, he didn't. He didn't get into that.
Did you ever meet the woman yourself?
No, it was a Reddit post.
Oh, okay. It was okay. I got you. Sorry. Interesting.
Yeah, that was a really interesting situation there.
Some fucked up relationships around, man, dude.
I mean, I don't see it as being fucked up.
Well,
as long as everyone's happy and getting whatever they're getting.
I don't know. It's just not a normal. It's not a normal relationship that you expect. I mean, I don't know. It's just weird to be with someone that just. I mean, you'd think two asexual people would get together, or something.
If I'm attracted to
maybe they do.
If I'm attracted to a woman, I'm going to want to have sex with her.
Definitely. Yeah.
I mean, there's no way around that.
You don't like their mind that much, huh, William?
Nah.
No, it's because of their mind that I want to have sex with them.
Yeah, I get you.
Well, it's because of my penis that I want to have sex with them. But
That is an important factor. You're right. Okay.
Is Halsey still in here?
Friends with benefits.
No, she left. I mean, she's in the side chat, but she dipped out of the room.
Being mysterious again.
I wonder why Nerdy Rodent doesn't pop in. He's always so eloquent in the chat. I'd love to hear him. And I've heard him, his
Are you
voice
sure
in
that's
his
a
video.
him? I've
Heard his voice in the videos.
Huh?
I've heard his voice in his videos.
Oh, my bad.
I just speak a bunch of bullshit in the chat. For the most part.
Not me. Everything I say is totally important.
Nuh-uh.
Well, 3 minutes ago, she wrote, "Be right back," so gotta be fun.
I'm with Halsey on her list. The other 10% is a cute face.
So, are you still going to wait till you get married to have sex, Ironic?
I think he should wait. In fact, he should even wait after. He should just take the vow of chastity and let the woman know, "I'll cook and clean for you and keep the place tidy and be a trad." Yeah.
Next thing you know, you'll find me on Reddit.
They build that intensity and anticipation. Wait a couple years after the marriage and surprise her one day.
So yeah, I will say I'm not for long engagements. That doesn't compute.
A long engagement doesn't compute. Oh, because of your rule.
Abstinence till marriage plus long engagements, that doesn't compute.
Okay.
I'm for hey, in my age bracket, it's what do we got to figure out here? Okay?
Is it possible that this belief could force you into making rushed decisions?
Yeah. But I was way too careful. I figured the last 2 times, and this time I'll just be rash, and we'll see how it turns. It couldn't
All
be any
right,
worse.
so I got a theory.
Couldn't play out any worse than the first 2.
I got a theory for you. See, men should definitely want to have sex with the woman before they marry her, because that's the only way you break that spell that they put on you, even if it's only for a few minutes. But after you've done that, then you can think like a normal human being.
I see what you're
Post-nut clarity, people. Post-nut clarity.
Exactly.
Post-coital is usually how you say it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like getting vaccinated a little bit at a time. Every time.
Why does it look like a needle, or?
No.
Apparently, it feels like poison.
How about your analogy about?
I know what you meant. I just took that opportunity to chat.
I've seen girls their face literally physically change after I blow a nut.
You mean they become
wait.
Like they've got a moustache and
because that'll do it.
Mhm.
Yeah, we only see what we want to see, and then once the illusion is wiped away, you're like, "Oh, this is what this is."
Makeup comes off during all the love making stuff, and then the hair gets all messed up, and the fake eyelashes end up somewhere else, and
Don't worry, we feel the same way. We're going through the same thing. It's okay.
There you go.
The guy you're with is losing makeup and eyelashes.
No, I'm saying the illusion's falling, right? Even to the point where you can almost look different. Absolutely.
Hey, Brojo, would you want to go to Great Britain for a couple weeks, and starting in the beginning of April?
No, you were gonna marry Brojo. What?
They have domestic unions over there.
He's got permission. He's got permission, so he's on the market.
Yeah, I
Permission
don't know how keen he is.
Well, you got to follow the chat.
Yeah, his roommate, which is his wife.
I talk about his shit. That's okay. I didn't want to know. I don't want. Nope.
Hillary has to broadcast it to the world.
Well, you said in looking chat, it's right there. I've been.
Yeah, but the
Plus,
chat
I've heard him on other streams mention it.
I'm just messing around.
Brojo, do not go overseas with Irenic. It's a surprising engagement.
Yeah, it's a trap.
He's selling him into slavery.
I need someone like that to go in case I meet a woman over there, and he can be my best man.
There's so many things wrong with what you just said.
You know, unlike Will, I am not against marriage, obviously, but even I think you are, to be overly generous, overly eager.
He hadn't had that 30 seconds of passion for quite a while.
He needs to bust a nut.
Yeah.
In something other than his calloused old hand.
Yeah, but that's going to make him make these bad
You know,
decisions.
Sammy, since I retired, I don't have that many calluses.
Moisturizing cream, man.
I don't know.
You'll have those hands baby
back
soft
of work,
in no
I
time.
Nah, orange marmalade. Oh, wait. The mic is on. Sorry.
Is that orange marmalade good for calluses? Is that what?
Yeah. Just the perfect amount of friction, apparently.
You can rub those calluses right off with a little orange marmalade.
Oh. No, it wasn't Pixie.
Yeah, I have never.
Christian.
Okay, I have never had the desire to deconvert anyone. All right, and I don't think an atheist really deconverts a Christian. I think other Christians deconvert Christians. But there you are with your obsessive bullshit yet again.
Look at Brojo throwing myself out there, ladies.
Big slice of that beefcake.
You need to do one of those video introduction things like they used to do in the 80s on the old dating sites.
So does that include trans ladies? Yeah, why not make it pleasurable? Exactly. Some people would say you do that by not getting married.
So why are you getting married then?
Just because I believe in marriage, that's all. I mean, I'm a marrying kind of guy.
You'd rather be married and miserable?
No, I'd like to be married and happily
Why does I was gonna say, why does marriage equal misery? Well, I guess if you rush into it, it's the more probable outcome.
What I'm saying is, if you were miserable, would you stay in the marriage?
Well, I would keep my vows. If that's what you mean.
Well, no. I just mean, would you stay in the marriage if you're miserable?
Well, yeah, but
And I
usually
guess
marriage
the answer
vows
is yes.
Marriage vows don't allow just miserableness to get you out of it.
Pixie, watch out. There's someone named Wilma out there who's going to rape and murder now.
Fascinating.
Wilma. Who the fuck is Wilma?
I'm just gonna ignore it. You can say whatever it wants to say. I don't even care.
Who's Talia Al Ghul?
What?
Odin.
Tanya.
Oh, he's talking about Batman characters.
Uh,
I thought it was okay. I don't know the Talia, but I know that it was like Ra's al Ghul. That's the name I remember. Vicky Vale, remember that? Catwoman, Halle Berry ruined that for me.
Oh yeah, I like that. Ursula Andress, was it the original in the series?
To be fair, she wasn't very
Adam
happy with it either.
Yeah, Julie Newmar is the one that I.
Oh, that's it. That's
Oh
it.
yeah.
Michelle Pfeiffer for me.
I'm thinking of 007.
Young fella. Talking about Michelle Pfeiffer. We were talking about the Batman TV show from the 60s or whatever, where Julie Newmar was.
You are not that old.
No, but I watched that shit though because it was we had like 5 channels growing up.
She was
I think
pretty
the other
hot,
old guys.
Catwoman, don't you think, Lee?
Fuck yeah. Wait a minute, are you talking about Michelle Pfeiffer because they made her?
No, Julie Newmar. I mean, for that.
Yeah, she was exquisite as Catwoman.
Yeah.
All right. I'm Googling it.
Julie Newmar, yeah. And who was that? Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt was. She brought a little. She had a unique voice, and she kind of.
Yeah.
But Vicky Vale, that character, the only one I remember was with the Michael Keaton Batman, and that was Alec Baldwin's ex. What's her name?
Yeah.
Pfeiffer?
No.
Kim Basinger.
Oh,
Basinger.
Basinger.
Yeah. Crazy bitch. Crazy bitch. Well, he's crazy too. That's just a crazy group.
Yeah.
Pointing guns at each other all day.
Yeah, that's classic. Oh, look at that one.
Hey, look.
She
Finally, an
reminds me of
argument.
that Octopussy actress Ursula Andress, though. I think that's why I confuse them.
And I was watching
Ready?
a movie with Sandra
Ready,
Dee. in
Blues?
it. Trying to think of the name of it. I just bought it. Oh lordy, there she is.
Oh wow. Yeah.
You couldn't have made a creepier reaction to that. Oh wow. Oh yeah, she was.
She doesn't have the mask on. I haven't seen her with the mask on.
Who would want to mask that?
I wonder how much she made.
Gorgeous.
She's a very beautiful woman. I never really realized how pretty she was.
It wasn't just that though; it was the way that she played the character. I mean,
Yeah,
it wasn't for a
absolutely.
lame show because it was a lame ass show, right? But she made it. She brought heat to it.
She brought that sultriness.
Yes. Yep. Somehow it always comes back to pussy.
Pull up a clip. Pull up a Catwoman clip.
No, you might get a copyright thing. I don't know.
Look at that, man. Look at that.
It's only been 100 years, so.
Yeah, what? I wonder. Yeah, when was that? In the 50s?
60s. Oh yeah, Julie Newmar, Eartha Kitt, and there was another Catwoman too. I just don't know who it was. Pixie, who is your favorite Catwoman?
Hello, Batman.
You're a rare lady, Catwoman. You're right on time.
I'm rare. In more ways than that.
I'm glad you decided to surrender. We would have caught you eventually.
Do you think so?
Certainly, there's no escaping the inexorable law of justice. Shall we go?
Must we? So soon? I thought that, well, you know, perhaps we might get to know each other a little better.
I would think that we know each other well enough by now.
Don't run away, Batman. I won't bite.
I'm not afraid of you, Catwoman. I'm You're very beautiful, Catwoman.
Yes, you're quite right. I am.
Your propinquity could make a man forget himself.
See, there's ironic.
It sure sounds nice.
I refer to the nearness of you.
Batman, let's throw caution to the winds. I mean, after all, we are two adult human beings, and we're both interested in the same thing. Happiness.
Just look at her waist and her hips.
Yeah, well,
Just
she's cinched up pretty
gonna
tight. But
pause that there for a second.
That's called lots of waist training with girdles and corsets.
yeah, but this is how you know Adam West is gay.
Yeah.
The character, at least.
Well, I mean, he's wearing Speedos. I mean, he's.
Yeah.
Well, if you ever listen to audiobooks, you'll hear things like, it's such a pleasure to see you again, Dick. You know, talking about Robin.
Is he got a
Oh,
Woody?
Master Dick, it's great seeing you, grow up. And it's just really weird. I've made several comments about that, and other people have laughed and said, yeah, it's pretty messed up.
It's pretty pedo. That whole story is a little pedo.
Yeah.
But yeah, they'd have thought I had a wild rabid squirrel in my pants during this scene.
Anyway, we don't need to watch anymore. I'm just gonna leave that there.
That's your new background.
Sandy
Batman
says that butt's all natural.
Batman. He looks like he's trying to summon some sort of restraint.
You're more happiness than anyone in the world.
How do you propose to do that?
By being your partner in life. I mean, it's me and you against the world. Oh,
What about Robin?
well, I have him killed painlessly. Well, he is a bit of a bore with his holy this and holy that.
How that does it, Catwoman? I thought you had a modicum of decency.
Robin is my third wheel, bitch.
How dare you try to push Robin out of the picture? He's my soulmate.
Did he just say, I thought you had a modicum of decency? This bitch just
Yeah.
asked you to run off and marry her, and she's your enemy. What the fuck?
She must be pretty tall, or he must be kind of not so tall.
She
They're
was
like
very
same
tall.
height.
Yeah, she was.
Like, the trans community likes to emulate her because she was very tall and muscular.
Oh, is she a trans icon?
Yeah. There's a Tu Wong Fu, thanks for everything, Julie Newmar with Patrick Swayze, Wesley Snipes, and John Leguizamo. It was a big deal in the 90s.
Want to watch some more? I think it's for.
Up.
See, but I see that I erred in my judgment.
You're supposed to fall on the floor.
You're attractive, Catwoman, but not that attractive.
Put on a double dose of Otis shot, that poisonous perfume. You should have been dead 30 seconds ago.
Ha! So, all of this lovey-dovey business was just a trick.
Why aren't you writhing in pain?
I had a hunch that you'd try something not quite kosher. I've been wearing bat plugs up my nose. I've been breathing nothing but clean, fresh air, sans eau de chat parfum.
You cheated! Ha! Put up your gloves, Batman. Yeah! I'm gonna practice the art of karate on you.
Your mistake. Karate, as you call it, correctly pronounced karate, is a defensive form. Therefore, in order for you to make a move, I must move, and I won't.
Well, I have another trick up my paw. Penn, Brown, Cornell, Freddie, get him!
Oh my god.
You knew she was a cheating bitch. She had like 5 brothers hiding in the couch.
I want you right here,
What in the hell?
right now.
Come on.
Scene 14, take 2. And action.
Ugh. He did not
I
age
think
well.
Peter has gone a little overboard on the sex scenes.
everything has changed since we did the first love scene.
Aha. That's really why you came here, isn't it?
Oh my god.
Skinamax.
Love scenes.
Too funny.
There's a special torture called The Girl in the Gold Boots that Mystery Science Theater did an episode on. I fucking love that shit because it's set in the 60s and the dialogue's really cheesy and everything. And there's lots of awkward dancing, really awkward dancing. And I'm fascinated by it. Just something to, I'm confessing.
I'm gonna pop out of here for a little while. Thanks, guys.
Note to self: bring up Mystery Science Theater 3000 more often.
Was it that, or was he really happy about the video?
Sex scene, yeah. I was, yeah. You're right. Because he's waiting until marriage, so he's got to go. He's got to go handle business.
He just needs to go to Thailand and get a nice lady boy.
Oh, come on! He tries to leave his work at the truck stop.
Yeah.
And PJ, you want to tell us about the first time that you ran into Irenic at work? It was a freshly cut glory hole. I remember that day.
Mhm.
I remember the splinters to
You
follow.
can smell the brick in the air.
He was adorned with the aroma of methamphetamine. Fair when he's not here to like make that little grin that he does, which tells you
Right.
that he's sort of like a secret freak. Fuck your mind up. Imagine what he's doing right now.
I'm genuinely worried about the man. He'd a few days to a week max ago, he was getting married to somebody, and now he's going overseas to get married. But he
Wait,
doesn't.
is it a different chick than a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Oh, I missed that part. Oh, that's dumb.
Yep.
But he's like, I want to take Broja in case I find someone. So he doesn't have someone. He's just going to Norway to see if he can maybe hit someone on the head. And
Is he just gonna walk down the street and be like, "You want to have sex with me? Would you like to have sex with me? What do you think about me? You want to get with me? You, me?"
He's like, I'm from Wisconsin. Am I exotic enough for you?
Never met a chick from Denver before. Where's that at? No, that's a bad idea. He's already got it in mind that he needs to hurry up. But that's what I was saying. Like the whole idea of waiting till you get married forces bad decisions.
Yeah.
That guy's running around with a brain full of rotten semen. He's not in control of his own decisions. Uh-oh. Who's doing the sin?
All of them.
Touche. Thunderdorf, you're doing very well.
You only think that because I am on mute.
I just punched my cat in the face, so not as well as you think. This is the part where you come on and you say, actually, I don't have cats. I have 2 dogs. They're very lovely. One of them was actually someone else's, and I took it over and brainwashed it. Now it thinks that I'm God, or whatever it is that you were going to say. That's getting punched the fuck out right now. Well, I appreciate this hangout a lot. It kept me from doing a stream, kind of lashing out at that bullshit from yesterday. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and you actually blocked Jill.
Yeah.
That's breaking the addiction.
Fuck. It actually felt really good. I know he'll be back. Like, he's got 1,000 ways, 1,000 sock accounts, but
Yeah, I got to. That cancel culture or whatever.
yeah. But still, to block that main one, that fucking Jesus is Lord or rebuke and reprove, whatever he is.
I wasn't being serious. I was being facetious.
Oh, I know.
I took his wrench away on my channel and gave it to Beckle.
Yeah, they even talked about that on Praises.
He did talk about it?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Well, I thought you were here when Sammy played it. He's like, oh yeah,
As soon as
Will
Beckle left
took
the
away
stream,
my wrench and gave it to Beckle, and then he made some snide remark after that I didn't really hear.
Beckle angered me after he left the stream.
He angered you before he left the stream. It just got worse in the side chat.
Yeah, well, no, like at first I thought, okay, like he's actually being sincere, right?
Yeah.
But then he came to the side chat and he just started talking shit. And I was like, didn't you say you had to go? Like, I was like, was that insincere too? Basically. And he just was like, well, I just got to collect material for my show. And I just thought, well, you slimy piece of shit.
Yeah.
Well, I wish him luck with gathering material for his show then.
So, Veckle does that I've got to go thing but never leaves, like Jill does as well, does he? Must be a Calvinist.
I think that they leave, or they're in a situation where they can't talk, but they are definitely listening and commenting every chance they get and trying to stay relevant to the conversation.
Yeah. Well, Veckle's promoting his April 1st show everywhere he goes. And inviting everybody. So let's see if...
What is it?
He says it's an annual make fun of atheists because April 1st is apparently the International Atheist Day or something.
Because it's April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
See, that's not even necessary. Why they have a hatred towards atheists, I don't understand. It seems like the book, or at least the New Testament, pretty much makes them responsible for going out and spreading the message, to atheists and people or what they would call unbelievers, right?
Well, it's because some people believe in God and some people believe in a God they can use to justify themselves. That's why their gods tend to be a lot like them.
Angry and petty.
Vengeful and wrathful and hateful and yeah.
All kinds of bigoted.
Yeah.
I see him out there right now. I was surprised that I saw Lord Redfang, the Lord Redfang, enter praises. I wish I'd have stayed there longer because I have a feeling that he wanted to stir the pot. So I'll have to go back and watch to see if he got him all upset and got himself kicked. I appreciate his contribution.
Yeah, but it's been hella fun pointing out the way that they behave because it was the beginning of my journey for me. It started I'm going to say 2-3 months ago, me really noticing that the Christians were so unchristian-like. And everywhere I was going, I was saying, why isn't anyone pointing this out? Am I the only one seeing it, or am I imagining it? But then when you started sort of calling him out, it just made me realize that, you know, it wasn't my imagination, or it wasn't me just being biased.
It seems like they really enjoy like mocking and ridiculing and insulting people that they think are going to hell, essentially. You know,
Well, the
I think
Calvinists, I
that
can kind of understand it, but the fact that they revel in it and enjoy it so much is sickening.
Well, there's an
is.
elitism to it, right?
Yeah.
Like God is
Yes.
just, and we are chosen, and you're not, and there's a reason for it.
Nana boo boo.
Hmm.
I'm a
The
conservative
elect.
assembly. Sorry, that was some side chat shit that I should have handled in the side chat.
Yeah,
I'm neither a conservative nor a liberal,
I wanted
but
to
I get
ask.
accused of both.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you if you were seeing all the stuff he was saying, stuff about shooting up electrical substations and all kinds of weird stuff.
He does that. He gets really obsessive. It's better to just ignore him.
Hillary's there's a story behind his obsession with me, and that was because of Raging Atheist.
Ah.
Assembly was over there, and like it was 4th of July of this year. I just remember I went on that stream and I started talking, and they have a hard on for militias and people that like the Second Amendment, and so ever since they started talking about militias, and I defended my stance on it, he's now assigned me as domestic terrorist.
And because I don't have a problem with Will, he likes to bring my name into it a lot for reasons I don't quite understand, but it's
Well,
weird.
obviously we're having a sordid affair. Probably this is the time to talk about it. Sammy, because he did see me first. That was
Shit, well, I hate to tell you this, assembly, but I'm married the dude, so.
And you also married Halsey, so she's actually married to me as well. And yeah,
This
I'm trying to
is
get
true.
everybody in the
And,
room married.
Odin's got a wedding date, so he's next.
He is.
Yeah, I think he's basically put in an application.
Did you catch that? Because I don't have a problem with you, Will. That means that I inherently support militiamen.
Well, everyone should inherently support militiamen, actually.
So it's if not no, then yes. Always.
No,
it's beyond that. It's if I don't condemn you for thinking differently than me, I must be the same as you.
Well, that's kind of like what I said, though. If not no, then yes, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess,
it's
yeah.
Tribalism, though. It's all based on a position of tribalism. Put somebody in either one box or the other, and they always have to be at far extremes from each other. And you keep pushing people into those boxes, whether they want to be there or not.
Yeah, it's sort of like a false dichotomy. You're either this or that, and there's nothing outside of those two things.
I think Assembly and Jill should have a debate on anything. It doesn't matter what.
Which is so weird because, like, he does this thing where, like, he tries to shave you in ways that don't make any sense. Like, he's like, I thought I knew you, Pixie. And I'm like, like, we've exchanged a couple of greetings in the side chat. Like, what did you think you knew? I don't understand.
But more to the point, you obviously don't know William.
Well, he did watch that thing on Rages, and You know what? I haven't done a stream on that. I'm gonna have to go back and bring that up because that one was a lot of fun. Cerberus shows up too, and it gets really good. That's where he got his label of being a Nazi and an extremist. That's where the extremist man character came from. I don't know if you've seen him put on his extremist man avatar and all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they immediately started calling him an extremist because he was actually defending, the rights of having a militia and to be armed and all that stuff. That's all it took. Just defend the rights that you're clearly enumerated and you're a terrorist. Saying that shit in front of Bond and see what happens, though. Okay, Assembly, try saying that shit in front of Bond. You don't want it.
We were our own nation.
He's a soggy biscuit. That's what he is. He's a soggy biscuit. Stop being a soggy biscuit. That means
right. I can't even begin to get my head around all of that stuff, and so I don't bother.
Like what? Like owning a gun?
No, all the militia stuff.
What do you think it is?
I mean, I get it, but it's so far from anything that it would be so difficult to do that here in Australia.
Okay, but what do you think it is?
I know what it is, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying,
but do you know what it is?
Well, I only know what you've told me about it.
Right. It's not. Okay, if we've talked about it, then yeah. So then you probably know that it's not some anti-government group of people who are sharpening their knives, waiting for an opportunity to kill homosexuals or something. But that's the way that it's been painted.
Yeah.
Well, I think all groups get lumped in together in ways that they shouldn't. For example, a good example of this was the way the recent protest was covered, right? Like there were different groups protesting this all ages drag queen event, right? Now, agree with the protesters or not, each group had a very different message. So you had a lot of...
Can you tell me this? Can you talk to me like I've never heard anything about this because that's the case?
Okay, so there was this like drag event that was like family friendly. It was an all ages event, and there were different groups protesting it, right? Like I think a 3%er was there, the Proud Boys were there, some neo-Nazi group was there. But the difference is in the way those protests were covered, because in a lot of news sources on both sides, believe it or not, people defending the protesters and people not defending the protesters, they were all lumping them in as one, which I found very weird, because if you watch the footage and you get into some other news sources, a fight almost broke out between the protesters, actually, specifically between the Proud Boys and the neo-Nazis, because the neo-Nazis kept trying to come stand by the Proud Boys, and they were doing their like Hail Hitler and like all this stuff, you know, and screaming all kinds of nonsense. And the Proud Boys got like really angry, and they start yelling back at them, and they're like, no, we're not with you on that. You take your nonsense and you go stand over there. You go, leave, get away from us. But then you go back to the news coverage and they're like, oh, these white supremacists. And I'm like, look, clearly they didn't agree with the white supremacy part. Like, can we at least give them that half a point?
Got to be a half a point, though. I think at least 3/4 of a point.
Well, because of some of the other things that they were screaming. It was clearly about more than the event. So,
you
yeah,
talking
half
about
a
the
point.
Proud Boys?
Yeah.
So screaming.
I think some of the things they were yelling was very unnecessary. But at least when the white supremacists started their like super racist stuff, they were like, no, you take that shit down the line.
Yeah, they've gotten enough trouble, just being associated with it indirectly.
Yeah, they were like, no, you go stand over there. We don't support that shit. You get out. And then the white nationalists were getting mad. They were like, do you want us to go stand over there? We're on the same side. And he was like, no, we're not. No, we are not.
Yeah, But the neo-Nazis are their own version of a militia. They're just not oriented like.
Well, I don't know. The 3%ers were pretty fine with them. Just saying.
The 3%ers is a broad term, though.
Yeah, very broad.
Well, the group that showed up to the protest were pretty fine standing with the neo-Nazis.
All right, look at the 3%ers as Christianity. Well, that's a bad thing, but just different denominations of 3%ers. There's lots of different ones, but because it's just more of an insignia of a small group of militiamen being able to make a difference is pretty much what
Don't care. If you're okay with that representing you, then I will accept that representation of you.
No one is saying that it's okay for them to represent us. That's their brand, not ours.
Like, yeah, just because they put the 3% patch on their jacket and walk out there talking about white supremacy doesn't make them representative.
No, the lack of response from other people in the group is what.
How do you know what the response is unless you're on
There's a different. Well, it's just like. It's okay. First of all, there's the footage where the 3%ers are like, "Yeah, I proudly stand by these people." Hold on, and the Proud Boys are like, "No, you get the fuck away from me." Now you can say that doesn't represent the majority of your group, but then how come your group isn't saying something about it? You're just happy letting that represent you.
No, they
even
probably
though that's not
are.
you?
How many 3%er media outlets do you know?
Okay,
Right.
that's fair.
Most
That
of the
one's fair.
instructions that militia get when they're out in public is to not speak in front of cameras or anything like that because of image. Don't address the insults and stuff that are coming at you for the most part. A lot of groups would get vocal or whatever, but they tend to be young and more undisciplined. They start getting into the verbal banter. But if you can look at a lot of the militia groups in these situations that barely change their facial expression, they'll just make a wall and stand there. And you won't, and they'll just take all kind of shit. So it's not like they're all the same.
I didn't say they were all the same. I'm just saying, like.
If you went on the 3%er forums, I bet you they're being decried and like, what in the heck were you all thinking? You're making us look bad. This isn't what we stand for.
So, who are the 3%ers?
I don't know. Maybe
3% is during the American Revolution, only 3% actually fought, and so the 3% as a group is like we're the ones that'll actually take action when it's needed, and everybody else kind of sits on the sidelines.
And here lately, they've been rightly or wrongly represented by like Christian nationalists and white supremacists kind of an attitude.
But there's all different types. There's some Christians, a lot of atheists, some Jews, some Messianic, a few pagan. It's just a broad bunch. A lot of them are anarchists.
Far from just being right wing, I know that's the thing. Everybody's like militias are right wing, but I've got a clip right here. I'm going to post it in the private chat. But this is Black Bloc. And I've been around long enough to know Black Bloc pretty well. I don't know if Hillary's does, but
no, I don't.
Really? Okay, cool. Let me put this in private chat. But this is, you remember Occupy Wall Street?
Yeah.
That's when they sort of emerged. They were the guys in the black outfits, and they were breaking all the windows in the banks and the Starbucks and everything. And they have grown and kind of taken over smaller protests because they're receiving a massive amount of funds from somewhere.
Okay.
I just. If you've never seen it, hold on. Sammy, are you still there?
Yep.
I got really low quality on my internet, so I posted the link in the private chat. But if you've never heard of Black Bloc, this is how you don't hear about it, but you hear about the Proud Boys, and it's really weird because Black Bloc is still very, very prevalent. They're behind almost all the Antifa stuff.
Fear is a part of our tactics. We do want Nazis to be afraid to organize in public. It's our job to go out there and say, no, we're not going to allow you to spread these ideas. Politically,
it's Brojo's area.
And I'm an anti-fascist, and right now I'm focusing a lot on that anti-fascism. So what I'm doing here is mixing half part water and half part liquid antacid It makes something called law, or liquid acid and water. You use it in response to pepper spray. We get a lot of accusations that we're doing this for kicks, that we're doing this because we're violent teens who just want to see violence happen.
I consider myself to be someone who's very fed up with seeing protests that accomplish nothing.
I did a lot of marching and holding signs and yelling in the street and getting permits, and it didn't really feel like I was doing enough.
I was aware that, obviously there's plenty of racists in the country, but I didn't realize that they were organized and political and actively out to cause violence.
Seeing the state of the world and seeing the news and seeing what's going on, seeing how much danger people were in, made me want to get involved.
The term Antifa is short for anti-fascist, and as many people know, anti-fascism dates back to fascism. So we can see anti-fascists battling Mussolini's black shirts in Italy, standing up to Hitler's Nazis. And today, a lot of anti-fascists draw from the European tradition, and really it's at the front lines of physically confronting fascist and white supremacist organizing in the United States today.
There is no one organization called the Black Bloc. It's dozens, hundreds, thousands of autonomous organizations all across the country and all across the world. Black Bloc, or block, is just what we wear. It's entirely black, simple, non-identifying clothing. You don't want to get identified by Nazis, or they're going to try and show up to your house, try and contact your employer, beat you up on the street if they get the chance. So it's important they can't find out who you are. But it's also important that if you're doing something illegal, if you're trying to punch a Nazi, then you don't want police to be able to identify you, and you don't want police to be able to tell you apart.
Antifa really exploded into the headlines in response to the disruption of the Milo Yiannopoulos event back at UC Berkeley in February, where masked Antifa broke windows and created enough of a disruption for the university to cancel the event. This created a lot of debates around different tactics for opposing the far right and questions around free speech.
Street violence is actually one of the last resorts for anti-fascists. The first line of defense is just finding out who the local Nazis are. People will post online with Nazi flags and post about the marginalized groups they want to kill. And when we find those posts, we save them, we send them to employers, finding ways to disrupt their organizing online, track them down and figure out where they live and try and make sure that they don't feel comfortable. There has been an increase in neo-Nazi organizing since the Trump campaign started, and they've absolutely been more active. The Jeremy Christian killings, the killings in Charlottesville, those are not the acts of individual people. Those are the acts of a political movement. Personally, I'm Jewish, I'm a trans woman, and I'm queer. And those are related. Knowing we have someone in the White House who calls white supremacists a side that has some good people is really frightening. I do feel vulnerable and I do feel scared every day, but that's why I'm in the block.
When you are a queer person or a disabled person or a person of color, you don't get to really step back and say, I don't want to be politically active, because your life and your existence is constantly in dispute.
To suit up in block and go out there with your comrades provides me a feeling of safety that I wouldn't otherwise have. When we appear in the streets, we're trying to stop these people from having proud marches where they can recruit and say it's safe to be a fascist. And we want to go out and say, no, you can't do this. We're going to fight back. We can make America great again! Antifa knew before the Trump rally in Philadelphia that it was not just a Trump rally. That American vanguard who desecrated a Holocaust memorial with anti-Semitic messages were going to be there with weighted motorcycle clubs trying to beat people up.
One common tactic that you'll see being used is we will have people who are actually at home that are coordinating with the action, and they'll be checking Twitter and whatever other news sources that they can find in order to be communicating information to us via encrypted messaging.
It's important that we don't give the state a monopoly on violence. The police are part of the executive branch. The police serve Trump, who's a fascist. Police violence is more justified than anti-fascist violence.
It's important that we don't let the state have a monopoly on violence. Now, if that isn't a fascist statement, I don't know what is.
Right. That's advocating for violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please,
I mean, there's a lot of this is being driven. Like, I mean, if you notice the statement that they made about feeling unsafe because of something that Trump said, but then again, that was completely taken out of context. Is the the speech.
I don't think that's what it was. I think if I took him correctly, this is almost like an overcorrection, or you did it so I can too, because
Yes.
he opened by saying he knew that racist people existed, that Nazis existed, but what he didn't understand was how organized they were. And that's a true statement. These people are very organized. And they like to stock weapons, right? And for somebody to not know that, and then to know that, and then to know, oh my God, I would be on their target list, right? I'm sure he did feel scared.
Right, but that was the idea that they are on this target list. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not excusing the behavior. I'm just saying I can understand where it came from.
But it's his side. They're telling him that he needs to be afraid, that everybody's out to get him, because Stephanie Helms on these channels says the same thing. It's like everybody's
That's not
aiming to kill her all
necessarily
the time.
true. They're organized for a reason, and just like not every 3%er is the same, and not every Antifa person is the same. A lot of white nationalists do intend to cause harm and facilitate harm to people like that.
Well, you're saying white nationalists. Yeah, there are definitely some but there are some from many different groups that do.
Right. So maybe when he realized how organized they were, it broke something in him. Maybe he realized they were organized close to him. I don't know, but I don't doubt that this was motivated by fear to begin with.
Yes,
I agree.
But I'm saying it makes it worse when you try to attribute the motivations of the racists all the way up to the president himself, based on a statement.
I don't think he said. Well, okay, he did say Trump is a fascist. That's true. Well, I
Not only
think he
that, he
wants
said
to
that
be, but
the
that's
white
a whole nother thing.
supremacists had good people. He never
No,
said that.
actually,
people
he
don't want to
did.
recall
He did.
history,
He
so
said
we
there
don't
are
need
good
to study
people on
history.
both sides. That is
That's-
exactly what he said.
Would you like to? No, okay.
But
Both
but
sides
the
are
point
wanting
is,
to
but
remember
no, but
history
that's
or
not even
trying to
that's not
forget
even
it.
the point.
No, it
The
is
point-
important.
he-
That is
he originally,
exactly what I was
I didn't
talking
say
about.
it wasn't important. I said that was beside the point.
I don't know what we're yelling about! Loud noises! I read some.
Sorry,
That was
couldn't help
beside
myself.
the point that no, that's fine. That was beside the point that I was making, which was when he first expressed the sentiment, he said the words, that he said activity has increased since Trump's campaign, right? Now that's not saying that Trump is inherently supporting these things, but that these people are clearly finding some sort of hope in Trump. And if you're operating from a fear base, just like all of these other crazy conspiracies about clones and lizard people and all of that, your mind can put the two together. Rise in fascist activity, fascist leader, right? Again, it doesn't justify his behavior, but none of this is shocking, I guess.
Yeah, my issue that I was trying to bring up, though, is how this was based on a snippet from a speech that has been turned to mean something that it doesn't. And these people are extra afraid because they don't have the context where he says that he completely, what was it? Whatever it is, he condemns racism and all that shit.
Yes, the extreme of both sides is extra afraid. Antifa meet QAnon. You know, QAnon has clones and lizard people, and they're going to find a reason to be afraid.
Okay.
Are you going to say he scared the shit out of his own side too?
What?
Like, if their side is scaring them, did they succeed? Did they succeed in, like? I mean, QAnon's based around Trump, their own figure.
No.
Did he scare their own people, or did the left scare them into that?
No, QAnon was a psyop. It was somebody messing with people, and too many people bought it.
Yeah, because so many people are scared. That's like both sides are scared. It's not like one side is scared and erratic. Both extremes are scared and erratic.
Yeah.
Getting information to us via encrypted messaging.
It's important that we don't give the state a monopoly on violence. The police are part of the executive branch. The police serve Trump, who's a fascist. Police violence is no more justified than anti-fascist violence. Two common tactics employed by cops are snatching individual people and stragglers, and then peddling or like surrounding the whole group. Cops will peddle protesters and then arrest them for failing to disperse. Always be looking for side streets, always be looking for exits, always make sure you stay moving.
You'll hear people shouting "tighten up" all the time, and that means that you have to stay together as one cohesive body.
The most violent people at any protest are the police. The police are the ones there with batons, beating people up, throwing them to the ground, pepper spraying them. I've gone home with bruises. I've had friends go home with broken arms, dislodged eyeballs, brain trauma.
A nonviolent resistance really works when it can leverage the public opinion to pressure oppressive regimes or leaders to change what they're doing. The question is, when it's fascism, when there is no room for public opinion to influence the decisions made by government, made by leaders, is that a viable option?
Almost all people agree with violence at some point. Why do you support the violence of American soldiers and American police and not the violence of American citizens to stop Nazis?
I actually personally really dislike
Nazis.
violence. I'm not comfortable with it at all.
Can't define the Nazi. They don't even know what a Nazi is.
Violence. So if that means occasionally being violent against the people.
But where are these Nazis?
Well,
They keep saying about the Nazis.
The thing is, it's not like they don't exist, right? Just like woke people, whatever that conjures in somebody's mind exists, right? So the problem is you have people on one side who say everyone who disagrees with them is a Nazi instead of focusing on the actual Nazis.
Yes.
And then you
Yeah.
have the other side who says everyone who disagrees with me is liberal and woke instead of actually attacking the ridiculousness,
Yes.
right? And so, yeah.
You're
Broad
absolutely right.
paintbrushes.
Well, it's all tribalism and bullshit. That's what I'm getting at, and I think that it's a shame that the militias that are actually functional, non-violent, that are there more for public safety and shit like that, that they get
Stream
associated.
suspended.
Really,
I didn't hear. What did he say?
the stream went down.
Stream suspended for copyright violation.
Really, the news. Well,
I just thought I'd pop in and let you know the
Thank
stream is
you.
unavailable, suspended at the moment, just suspended. It'll be back in a minute, I guess.
Just pop out and hang out for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought I would do.
Was it the Antifa coverage that causes the suspension?
It is just whatever it is that you're showing is suspended for policy violations.
Huh? Yeah, it's
Policy.
the Antifa. Yeah, the black bloc thing that we were
isn't-
watching.
Isn't that like a news report or something?
Well,
I don't know.
maybe William is the policy violation. I don't know. I haven't got a clue.
No, that
Is it a news report or is it like somebody's like documentary project or whatever?
the link's
Don't
on
know
private
this one.
chat.
Say what?
It's the fascists.
I think it's MSNBC.
That was
No,
a joke.
no, that's not. It's not.
It's Joe Biden.
I don't know. I thought we had stopped it
Ice.
frequently enough, but
It's Vice. That's why.
Oh, you've tried to show something from Vice. Right, okay.
The only way that you get any coverage at all of some of these groups that they don't want to talk about in the mainstream.
What is to get your stream taken down because you tried to cover it?
I wonder if it's back up yet.
No, it's not.
Damn.
It's just right in the scrot.
It don't like you.
So, what are you doing today, Heretic?
I'm putting my feet up on my desk, sitting back, chatting to you lot. I was going to go. I was thinking of going live and quickly doing a propaganda at this stuff about TikTok. The UK government has now banned all government laptops, iPads, mobile phones from using TikTok, from downloading it, because of fears that they might be sharing some data with the Chinese government.
It's a fucking certainty.
And I all I could think about was Matt Taibbi and the Twitter files and the FBI.
Well, China did break an agreement, right? Like, they agreed that because of these fears that in order to have TikTok in these foreign countries, that they would silo the data they were collecting. And they not only didn't silo the data, well, they did silo the data, but they got around the siloing of the data by having it like exported to them every so often.
I'm not talking about the reality of the situation to do with TikTok. I couldn't give a shit about TikTok whatsoever. I'm interested in the principle of one government going, "Ooh, that government is able to influence stuff via that social media," and yet they don't give a shit about the fact that they are happy to do it and happy for the FBI to completely influence who is heard in relation to US coverage, such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. And that's the point. That's the principle of
what
hypocrisy.
I'm saying. No, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's so much. I don't think they're afraid of their influence, right? I think they're afraid of the data they're collecting and what they can do with that.
What do you think that Twitter can do if FBI is on the very inside and has access to the personal data of the people that they are telling Twitter, we need information about these people so that we can watch them? That's no fucking different at all. It's the same principle. It's the same thing.
Right. I didn't say it. I didn't say I disagreed with you. I said I think the hypocrisy is the information they're getting, not the influence they're giving.
Yeah. And that's exactly what the FBI have done with Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and all the rest of them. And the influence that governments have over who is allowed to stream what. Who here has had a stream taken down because they talked about the pandemic or something?
Oh, I was wanting you to use code for sure. Yeah.
But so, there's that.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's the same. It's the same thing, but they'll get around it in ways, right? They'll get around by saying like
I'm not
like
saying
you're comparing. They'll say you're comparing something done for public safety, and then they'll compare it to like China's extreme moderation and the way they treat moderation.
Well, the allegations that they project onto China that's what.
No, I know people in Shenzhen and Hong Kong, and those extreme moderations are accurate.
Yeah. You're not actually allowing me to finish my sentence because I don't care whether they're accurate. Other countries do other things. There is extreme in the UK and the US right at the moment in relation to exactly the same stuff. Somebody in Germany just got sent to jail because at a rally he took a microphone and started giving a speech about being against the war by Germany in supporting Ukraine and in the Russophobia. He got sent to jail for that. He got sent to jail for it. Yeah. That's the level of hypocrisy that we are currently living in. There is no freedom of thought, no freedom of speech, no freedom of expression.
I mean, I think the most severe we've had here, well, I mean, aside from internal disputes, right? Like the Dakota Access Pipeline and things like that. That got pretty brutal. And I won't say protesters aren't arrested, but like actually, I don't think anybody's actually been sent to jail. I think the most censorship has always been like, I'll pay you to punch that guy in the face or get him out of here. Or we're gonna beat him up or whatever. Like I don't think it's like a to that extent.
I've got to say, it is one of the good things about the Constitution of America. The Constitution makes it very, very clear: freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. Very clear.
The government can't punish you for it, right?
Exactly. However, that's not the case in Europe, despite the EU's rules on everything that supposedly upholds it, and it's not the rules in the UK, despite our unwritten constitution and our liberal democracy that allows it. So I find it fascinating. I find the hypocrisy and the lack of principles absolutely hilarious.
I'd say most of the violence here is vigilant. Like as far as like if they're gonna all out deprive you, it's usually vigilante and heavily contested. But
yeah,
right,
yeah.
or they'll do it in underhanded ways, right? Like for example, the Dakota Access Pipelines, they got away with a lot of the brutality because they said, oh, those aren't government people. We hired this private security group. And it was the private security group that did all these terrible things,
not us.
right? And so they get away with it a lot that way. You know, like the company hired this private security, so this brutality is somehow justified or something. But yeah, we have. I wouldn't say we're protected from our government, but we're afforded more protection from our government than a lot of other places.
Unless you were at the Capitol on January 6th.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's true throughout history, though, right? Unless you were a British loyalist, unless you were Native American, unless you were fighting for civil rights, unless you were marching for women's suffrage, unless a lot of things. I just said more than most other countries, not perfect.
Yeah, but this was with full complicity, the FBI, the media, all at once, just covering up this atrocity. And this was, I mean, those people went to jail. Well, I say jail, but like
spin on it. I get that.
What do you mean one spin on it?
I mean, as contrived as people say this all was, because as much as evidence as one side claims there is, the other side claims they have the same amount of evidence debunking it, right? So I'm not saying that I know either way. I'm not picking a side on that issue. I am saying that as much influence or as much coordination as you think they have, they did not force anyone in that building to break windows.
Well, no,
or
hold
to
on,
smear
wait.
poop
Let's
across
talk about the shaman.
walls, or to try to break into.
Yeah.
I'm not trying. Well, let's talk about Ashley Babbitt. Talk about any of them.
No, I want to talk about the shaman
them
who
to try to
jailed
break
for 4 years.
into
Hold on.
the Senate chamber.
4 years for accepting a tour by the guards there on the day of January 6th.
I'm not saying that I can take each of them on a case by case basis, right? I'm saying that as much influence as you think other people had, there was still people being violent. There were still people smashing windows. There were still people chanting these things, and these people willingly did that. Now, who willingly did what? Can I pick them out of a crowd? No. Can I ensure that every person who was arrested? Can I ensure that every person who was arrested deserved it? No. But you know what? I can't say that of our justice system on a regular fucking day.
Okay, all right. So to bring it back to the actual issue, okay, the face of the January 6th rebels was this the shaman guy. Okay, this information, the footage, which you say, I mean, you know, it's been around for a while, right? Like we've had.
Yeah, I think he was used as an icon because he looked so ridiculous.
I know, that's to my point as well. Okay, so they pick this guy, they gave him a tour. All right, there's footage of it that we weren't given up until recently, but it's not like this is fake footage. When you know, on the other side of this, like when this all began, and these are being called terrorists, and anyone that said that it wasn't some sort of violent insurrection or an attempt to overthrow the government was some sort of sympathizer or a Nazi or whatever. The reality is that they've had the footage all along. They selectively just gave the things that made it look like they were telling the truth when they recorded it. Now we know differently.
Hold on. If that's true, that's terrible, and that man should not be in jail. But if you think that I think that also means that the people who broke windows and were breaking into the Senate chamber and climbing over to people to get in don't deserve to be arrested,
No,
then I would have to disagree.
Committed a crime should be 1 year in jail.
Yeah, or whatever it is for vandalism. But the point is not that. I'm not excusing the ones that behaved badly. What I'm saying, there was an intention to shape a narrative to meet an agenda. When it was actual evidence all along, the Capitol Police had it, the FBI had it. The people weren't given it, but they knew all along that they constructed a false narrative, and they entrapped that man, got him into a plea bargain for something that a plea deal that I mean, Lord, he didn't think he done anything wrong.
Yeah, that man, yes, not those people.
Okay, but this is the easiest example since this was the biggest. They
yeah, and I
him
can,
the most.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not. Look at Leonard Peltier. How long has he been a political prisoner?
No. This has been fashioned intention. Okay, if you don't see it, Pixie, I don't know what to.
You don't think what happened with Leonard Peltier was part of a fashioned narrative that they did on purpose? You don't think that that's true?
I don't know.
You don't think our government? You don't think our government made a narrative on purpose?
Right.
Are you kidding me?
The Capitol Police involved in that?
Federal agents were, absolutely, and they were on land that they weren't supposed to be on.
Okay, all right.
Probably
I get
part of
that.
the inspiration for that narrative.
Federal agents from lots of different flavors of agencies are known for doing this, and including that whole kidnapping the Michigan governor lady.
Yep.
That was FBI originated the whole
Yes.
idea of doing it, because they were doing the same thing to them that they were trying to do at the Capitol, which is to create a boogeyman of the other side.
And just like you're arguing that the government today was complacent in building that narrative and spinning it and handing it to the people, I'm telling you the government was then too. What happened to him was as much of a government cover-up as anything else.
Does that mean that we don't look at the current situation and say, hey, it was wrong in the past and it's wrong now?
No, I'm just saying that in no way refutes my statement. I never said we were protected from our government. As a matter of fact, I said I will not say we are protected from our government, but we have more protection from our government than other countries, and I don't think that negates my statement.
There was never an attempt to negate your statement. That's not what this was. This is a way to emphasize that now we have evidence of this type of activity intentionally shaping a narrative to make one side irrationally hostile towards the other.
I think we've always had this evidence.
Okay, so then explain our behavior. We're having this knowledge. How does that make sense?
Are we all radically agreeing with each other? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are apathetic and a lot of people ignore it, and a lot of people won't buck against something not affecting their lives. And I think a lot of other people believe a lot of what they hear. I don't believe either side.
We're not actually fighting Hillary's. This is just foreplay.
Okay.
Whatever.
Wow.
Whatever.
So anyway,
okay.
yeah. Well, whatever. So the whole point that I was making is that we have all this evidence now in front of us, but you don't hear the other side making any attempts to rectify the view that they put out in the beginning.
Yeah, no apologies.
Of course not.
Are you serious?
Who do you think talks about Leonard Peltier? Who's out there fighting for Leonard?
Okay,
nobody even knows anymore.
Let's get into Leonard. Go ahead, set us up with Leonard.
That's the Dakota Pipeline?
No, that was before that. Wounded Knee was Leonard.
Wounded Knee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that poor man's gonna die in prison. He should at least get compassionate release. I mean, being as ill as he is, but dear God, they're never going to let him go. Anyway, he's a Native American. It's a whole thing. But you think I'm surprised they don't rectify what they did wrong? I think they're pretty much on the same side. It's just sometimes this side gets something to yell about, and sometimes it's the other side.
Okay. I'm not sure that we're meeting here on this point, which is that having all this evidence right now, with it being much bigger an incident than Leonard Peltier. So there's still this desire amongst the people who have been deceived intentionally, like to salvage the narrative when the narrative has been completely disrupted. Now it's crazy.
My answer isn't changing, and I'm going to say this as nicely as possible. Who's still fighting for Leonard?
Okay.
Compared to
if we're just
who has forgotten. No,
Leonard,
listen. Listen. Because no, it's a point. Compared to who is forgotten, because it's not big and it's not immediate. It's not immediately evident now, but it was then. And did it get a response from the protesters?
Okay. Who
and
is
how
the
many of the
target group?
protesters? No, hold on. How long were the protesters a nuisance before they fell away? Before there were a small enough number that they
So
were
an
easy
example
to
was
ignore.
made to shut up the protesters, is what you're saying, right?
No, I'm saying no. That's not what I'm saying.
Then what are you saying?
Okay, it's like how do I explain it? Okay, it's like when it happens, there's a lot of protesters and people are
Right.
really angry and they're demanding justice. But the more time passes, the more real life takes over for a greater number of people. The
Right.
more those
And old
cries
news is forgotten.
the more those cries to make things right become quieter and quieter and easy to ignore, right? And so if they don't have to address it if they can outlast you. That's what I'm saying.
Who was the targeted group that the narrative was being shaped to bring the hammer down on in Leonard's case?
Native Americans, particularly AIM.
Okay, so this was a way to demonize Native Americans.
Particularly AIM. Yes.
Was that the effect that was rendered?
In a lot of people's minds, absolutely.
And what evidence do you? I mean, I just want to know, where have you seen that? Because like I haven't seen any more aggression towards Native Americans anywhere.
Well, I'm not saying now. I'm saying at the time. At the time it happened, right? At the time it did increase justification for the boarding schools that had not yet closed down, and teaching natives to be white and how this image of them as savages. And yeah, it absolutely perpetuated a lot of that. It actually caused a lot of problems with the beginning of some casinos and stuff like that. It doesn't affect it now, but it affected them at the time. The thing is, they don't have to make it right because they outlasted the effect of it, right? Like the people got quiet.
Right.
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
the same bad guys. We're talking about the same group of bad guys, right? The government powers. Correct?
Right.
We're talking about corrupt government, right?
That's what I'm saying. You're saying, why aren't they making it right? And I'm saying they don't have to. They just have to outlast the
I didn't say
complaint.
anything about why are they not making it right. That's not what I meant. Okay. What I'm saying is, and to be fair, the case that you brought up, that's a big deal, but I don't know that information was used to demonize. And let me take you back to I guess it was the State of the Union a year or two ago. Biden under the red lights, like just constantly talking about the evil Republicans and the MAGA conservatives and all that crazy shit.
It was actually red and blue. It was just the zoom that made it look red. And on top of that,
it was just an identifier.
But you're going to have to explain to me how that's different than Trump standing up there talking about these, and Republicans standing up there talking about demonic Democrats and all this other stuff.
They use that term?
Yes.
Well,
It's pretty bad.
This is the State of the Union. What was accomplished was the demonization of an entire half of the country.
Yeah.
Actually, I listened to that speech, and he said, I would not say most Republicans. He said, I would not say a majority of Republicans. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even say most Republicans. I would say a particular sect of Republicans. And so how he demonized half the country in a statement like that versus Democrats are demonic is another hypocrisy.
He kept using MAGA to define anyone that disagreed with his policies and agendas, especially when it comes to the MAGA congressmen and the MAGA senators.
Okay, well, given that Republicans keep losing the majority vote, then I could just say that any Republican saying that Democrats are demonic or lumping all of us together in some negative way is dismissing more than half the country.
Right, but blaming an insurrection and attributing the insurrection to being something that is condoned and supported by almost this huge portion of the country.
Right,
mean,
but
that's
somehow the killing of babies and sex trafficking could be asserted as condoned by all these demonic Democrats. That's what I'm saying. It's just more hypocrisy.
well, okay. So
No, it's
even when
all
I
the
call it
demonic ones that are
slavery,
demonic.
okay, say that again, Hillary. I interrupted
I
you.
said no, it's only the demonic ones that are demonic.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
Well, that's not what they're saying. They're saying Democrats are. Much like
Well, if
Greg
they
Locke,
say
right?
all
You
Democrats
cannot
are
be. What did
demonic,
he
that's
say? What did
clearly-
Greg Locke say? You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat.
Who said this?
Right. Like, well, he's a
Who?
pastor, but right. But I've heard politicians echo his sentiments. So,
Okay, but which ones?
let's see. There's MTG. There's Lauren Boebert. Trump said some
she
really
said you
harsh
can't-
things about
you
more than
can't be a
half the
Christian
country and
and a
lumps them all
Democrat?
in together. There's
Well,
I mean,
I
that's what I'm
decry
saying.
all of
Both
that.
sides do the
Yeah,
same thing,
that's
and then they
nonsense.
get outraged when the other side does it.
No, it depends on whether you're trying. Okay, look, these fuckers that were involved in January 6th got put in jail or prison, despite having actually done anything wrong, for the sole purpose to help create a narrative that demonized half the country. Created the idea that this was an actual attempt to overthrow the government. Like it was organized. And you know how silly that is, because the people they're talking about are the gun owners, and yet we don't have anybody out there busting in and shooting back. So that was
Yeah.
clearly bullshit from the beginning. And now the people who bought the lie, they don't feel deceived by the media and the politicians that push that big ass lie. They feel somehow like they have to keep defending it, even though they know that it wasn't true.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, where are the protests and where are the crowds and how loud are you, and is everybody at home on social media, and how long until those posts die out? Because they're not going to address it if they don't have to. They never have before, and they're not going to start now.
So what we're saying is that it's basically too late. The tribalism has gotten so bad that even when you should feel deceived by your own side when this shit happens. Instead, you're just going to double down and tuck in closer to it.
I think the number of people who do that outnumber the people who don't.
That's sad.
That's extraordinarily depressing.
Well,
You're
sometimes
calling
be the cynical one. I apologize.
Well, no, I mean, I would agree. There's a lot of dumb motherfuckers out there, but to be that fucking dumb at this point, just the last few years, the last 5-6 years have been nothing but bullshit, fear tactics, and fear mongering from one extreme to the other, so that we can't go out of our houses. We're afraid to do anything. The Nazis are coming. The economy's bailing, and Russia's fucking everybody in Europe. I mean, it's just one constant, ridiculous, overblown theatrical situation to manipulate the public after another.
That's how you control the uncontrollable masses. You distract them and you turn them into a consumer-driven nation. That was a philosophy. After
Look
the
where
collapse.
they're facing us. Look what they're facing us with, each other. They're intentionally dividing us as hard as they can to promote a civil insurrection with each other.
Well, okay, we have two competing. I guess I would say that there's two competing forces that I recognize, and I could be way off. Grain of salt, all that. But you have the influence of, after the Great Depression, they didn't want an economy collapse, and they think a lot of that was blamed on people's panic. Like the stock market and the banks, and how all that happened with the rumors that were floating around. So they decided people were very prone to panic, and there was this philosophy that a lot of economists relied on, that people were this stupid group prone to mass hysteria, and therefore needed to be controlled. And the best way to control them was to distract them and to turn them into a consumer-driven nation. But you also have things like Black Ops and PsyOps, America being particularly guilty and making particular use of them. And in that, we've learned that the easiest way to destabilize a democracy is to over-politicize everything.
Okay.
And
okay. You right. Can I? That's all very interesting, but what exactly were these people actually charged with? Were they charged with? Were they charged with treason? Were they charged with misprision of treason, rebellion or insurrection, or seditious conspiracy?
it depends. Some of them got sedition. Some of them got trespassing. So I don't know.
Whatever they could get them to sign culpability to.
Because given how it was played out on the media and how it was portrayed, I can see how they could be easily found guilty of sedition, seditious conspiracy, in line with Chapter 115 of whichever aspect of the law this is, or advocating the overthrow of the government by trespassing. And it's a bit like what Guy Fawkes did in the UK with trying to blow up Parliament. You know, it's a bit like what the Georgian protesters have just been doing in Georgia. No matter what your argument is about justification as to why people were angry or whatever, you can see that irrespective of those arguments and irrespective of what actually happened on the day, the people going into Capitol Hill and trespassing there and smashing into it and going in there, I can see why they've ended up with these charges against them.
They were let in. They were given tours.
Some were. Others were smashing into cops, right? They didn't just make up video footage. There was cops bleeding from the mouth. There were cops being beaten. Yes, some were let in some places, and in other places they smashed through brutally.
So there are clearly two different narratives here, and maybe both were actually true. Some people were let in and were given a tour and were shown around because they asked nicely and they just wandered around with the police or whatever. And others were rioting, for want of a better term. Want of a better term, you can pick and choose which word you want. But those who were doing the latter were being exceptionally aggressive. And that is the narrative that has been played for people who smashed into Capitol Hill and essentially laid themselves open to these very easy to find criminal charges, of which you can get up to 20 years. So
watch the footage.
No, I have seen a lot of the footage. I've seen a lot of it. But I understand where you're coming from, Will, but I also understand the other side.
Okay.
I mean, I do see that there are arguments on both sides, but the bottom line is all these people turned up, and there's a lot of footage about people breaking in, smashing in there, and then running through.
I think there was a lot of people smashing, their way in. That's true. I say a lot too, but
that's
several
all I'm saying.
instances. Several instances. But in the video, you also hear a lot of the protesters telling them stop that and trying to pull them down and get them away from the windows. Which is an awkward. It's an awkward thing to encounter in person, trying to stop another free citizen from doing that shit.
Absolutely agree. The thing is, were any of those who were telling people to stop doing it and trying to calm people down, were any of those charged and ended up in prison? Or was it the ones who were causing all the problems and had their videos out and were showing that they were really proud to be in the building, having smashed into the building, and they're going to overtake the government, they're going to overthrow it? I don't know. I mean, it's like, right, who do you...
If I can answer some of that.
Yeah.
Some of the people who were making all those videos, I made a little statement in the chat under Dunning-Kruger. Some of those people that broke in were FBI plants. They were FBI informants that were being paid. And one of them was an Antifa leader named, I believe it was Jeffrey Epps. He broke in and did all that video, and he was somehow a black white supremacist. But yeah, really, he was an Antifa leader.
That's not all of them, right? Because I mean,
No,
you
but
have
there were
people
several
like
of those.
Ashley Babbitt in there, and we can argue about how misguided it was for a former soldier to think she was going to smash into the chambers of Congress and
Did
jump
she
through
actually
broken
smash
windows.
anything, or did she just crawl through a broken window?
But she's very clearly a MAGA person and has been for a long time. So how do you
Okay.
distinguish?
Well, I, as a policeman, former policeman, I would certainly not shoot someone for climbing through a window that was already broken. You don't shoot somebody for that. They could have arrested her. They could have.
That wasn't my point. My point was her presence there was very clearly an
Oh
agitated,
yeah, it was definitely suspect. And if that was a private
violent
area
presence.
of offices,
But
then
she
she
wasn't
shouldn't have been there.
Antifa. She wasn't FBI. She wasn't
You're
any
right.
of that.
You're right. She definitely made a poor judgment. There are a lot of people that got caught up in that crowd mentality, and that's why when people were asking me, "Oh, hey, do you want to ride with us? You know, go to the Capitol?" I'm like, "Heck no! That can't you smell that is going to be a false flag? That they're going to do something and blame it on all of us idiots that show up? I won't get anywhere within 100 miles of it." Yeah, I could tell something bad was going to happen. And Trump really should have had somebody that was smart enough to tell him, hey, this is no good. You can say whatever about how unfair the election was, but that's just, spilt milk.
Yeah,
You
but
don't go in and rile people up.
Yeah, but you could notice at that time that he was underestimating who his base was. Like, not
Yeah.
just his base, but like I don't think that he was really familiar with the more fringe elements of his supporters. And so I don't think it even occurred to him that by suggesting they go peacefully down there, that you'd have the fringe groups going, yeah, let's bust in and fucking disrupt some shit.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Well,
hang on,
Pixie.
Hang on, Pixie. Well, on January the 6th, had Trump been removed from Twitter already, or was he still on Twitter and it was after the January 6th stuff that they got rid of him?
I think it was at the time of.
So while he was actually talking to the people on the lawn and then said, right, let's all go down to Congress or whatever, or the Senate, he was still on Twitter then. He was still on
Twitter. They just reactivated his account or whatever, and I think you can go back still and look at what his last tweets were before they shut him down. And you can see that he was even talking on Twitter about go home. There's no need for any kind of violence. Just go home peacefully and all that stuff. He was advising on Twitter, and they shut that down.
And then, right, but I think on some level, there has to be inside help, because he may have been saying peacefully, right, and he may have underestimated his base. There's a lot of people involved in putting a rally together, and there were other speakers talking about you got to fight like hell or you're going to lose your country.
See, a lot of this is that's why Ray Epps is so important to this scenario, because we can document the things that he was saying ahead of time, what he was trying to organize, and the light treatment that he got when he was a key instigator in the group. That's what you call someone who's glowing, and anybody that's in a militia or whatever knows what that term means. All right, that's a plant.
Right, but he wasn't the only speaker echoing those sentiments, right? And not all of them are plants. So
that's what I'm saying.
Like,
is that an asset is used to deliver ideas to the group and help push them towards a way of thinking that fits the agenda of the operation.
I don't disagree with that, but you're being too generous with people, because I think that there were people on the inside that knew the difference and were still like on Trump's side. I'm not saying Trump himself. I think there were people on Trump's side who were perfectly aware of what was happening and still willing to go along with it.
There was a lot of anger, and there were a lot of people that thought, okay, well, maybe this is the moment, this is the thing that we're doing. But you do have a lot of that mentality in both sides, the very sheepish or whatever, and that's what was being taken advantage of at that time. And it
I
was
just think both sides are bought. I think both sides are bought by the same people. I don't.
Right, yeah, but again, this is set up. The people that they're after it's not the corporate kind of Republicans or the ones that like the status quo, the Bush Republicans. It's the ones that want accountability for all the bullshit, and you can call them MAGA or whatever, but they want transparency. They want to see all the receipts for everything. And so
I
this
get
is
that,
what
but the left says the same thing about the progressives versus the corporate Democrats.
but the solution is just to be transparent.
How many are in jail? How many people?
We don't know.
Yeah.
How many were arrested in the first place? Do we know?
We don't know. They don't publish all the records.
That happened over a period of like several months. They were tracking people down using their cell phone data. And if you were there and they could prove it, you could potentially end up having to sign some sort of agreement or a plea and accepting a small
to be
charge.
fair, a lot of people were turning in relatives, and then some dumbasses were going home and posting themselves all over social
They
media.
should have. There was nothing that they needed to be ashamed of for just being there.
Unless you were inside.
Right. If you were inside, but even then, if you're invited in by a Capitol cop, then there you seem to think, okay, I've got clearance to go in.
Well,
I'm not talking about stuff like that. I'm talking about like the guy putting his feet up on Pelosi's desk. Like, why are you gonna publish that? Like, you're an idiot.
Yeah, no, those are dumbasses, but like that's what I'm saying. That's who's going to go in anyway. And they wanted a specific group to go in there. They wanted the people who were going to look the stupidest and act the most ridiculous. And they ended up still getting a bunch of grannies wandering around the hallways taking pictures with statues and shit.
So what I'm wondering is whether it is the main people who have only really been arrested and taken to court and ended up in prison, rather than the mainstream of the people who were bowling along with whatever was happening and didn't really do anything. Because
I'm sure the majority of the lesser people got off with like trespasses, but knowing our government, there could be like a couple of scapegoats that got in with the rest of the rabble
Conspiracy
rousers.
to sedition were the heavier charges.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. That's just why I was wondering how many, because I mean there were thousands there, absolutely thousands, and if you're talking, it's 50 have ended up in prison, say, then you're going.
It's going to be over.
You could assume that they're focusing on the major people who, were able to rally rouse, so to speak. But I can see why they did it, but I can also see that Joe Biden and his lot will have made it worse.
It pushed the right into taking a leftist position, which I thought was interesting.
What's the leftist position?
So for years, the left has been going on about like prisoner conditions and the treatment in private jails and how we need to reform the system and the private jail system isn't working and all of this and all these reasons. And the Republicans just did not seem to care at all. But now the
Republicans, do you mean the elected officials or the voters?
Yes, I don't mean the people. Please.
Okay.
I'm talking about the puppets in government, the bought elected officials. I'm not talking about the people. Please forgive me. So anyway, the right was just not interested in hearing any of that nonsense. But then this happened, and now you have politicians on the right side being like, oh, these conditions are inhumane and nobody should be treated like this. And we need these reforms.
Well, you found the bright side of it. Look at that.
No, but here's what's funny. Here's what's really funny. The left, who should be like, hell yeah, please, let's do this. Let's work together and get some legislation done. They're like, oh no, they were there. Shouldn't have broke the law, whatever. And I'm like, isn't that a conservative position? But I'm
So
saying,
they-
like, they do this consistently, be it business rights, be it, like, they flip-flop all the time.
This is called principles. It's called politics. It's called hypocrisy. Lack
Neither
of
side has
principles.
them.
Lack of principles. Lots of hypocrisy. Both sides. That's politics. It's like, fuck them.
Exactly, and they're both equally guilty. Like, there's no good guy there. Well, I mean, there might be somewhere in the mix, but they're usually the ineffectual one that gets pushed down, you know?
But the thing that people have to realize is these people that have no principles, that are very good at riling you up and getting you to go and do stuff that they have got no intention of doing, and you will be the one that ends up in the shit for it, and they will throw you under a bus while they continue at the head of government as a politician, as the leader for the area, and they've forgotten about you 2 minutes later.
Oh yeah, stochastic terrorists. Not very often can you even hold anybody accountable for it either. I mean, like, how many times in history? Maybe that one guy had to, what was his name? Bill O'Reilly. I think he had to pay a fine after I can't remember what he was railing against. I want to say it was an abortion one, but that might be the other person who had to pay a fine. But, like, they had named some doctor and railed against, like, the evils of it and how there should be the death penalty for people like this. And he went on and on and on until one of his viewers went and shot the guy. But he put his information out there, right? Like, he picked him out of all the doctors and named him and put his place of business out there and all of that, and talked about how evil he was. But all he had to do was pay a fine, right? The guy who was mentally having problems and went and acted on it, the murderer.
Who was it? Was it Bernie Sanders that riled up that guy that went and shot up the congressional softball game during practice?
I don't know. It might have been. I'm not sure.
Now, personally, I kind of like Bernie
think
Sanders, but he didn't even have to pay a fine.
Right. Well, I think the difference, legally speaking, I'm not saying this is justification. I'm saying there's reasons. There are reasons why it's so hard, and that's because you could just vent to the wrong person and they can be crazy enough, right? It's really hard. And so, legally speaking, when it's stochastic terrorism, there has to be a pattern, right? And so, I think part of what worked against Bill O'Reilly was that not only was this topic a pattern and about how evil it was, that he made suggestions like there should be the death penalty for this, but that he named this specific doctor and the address to his place of business and all of that other stuff.
All highly responsible and probably criminal.
And he had that kind of somebody should do something about this narrative going on. And I think that's why he was held responsible, because it was such a pattern.
Makes sense.
Sorry, I got preoccupied in the side chat.
Shall we talk about Veckel then?
Sure.
I was joking.
Okay. I mean, it's better than silence. What do you have to talk about otherwise?
I already said what I had to say about him.
I said what I had to say about him.
I did. He left a bad taste in my mouth. Ugh.
That wasn't supposed to be like kinky, but I'm such a perv that it was. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't supposed to be at all.
I know, but
I just didn't appreciate.
Like,
I don't appreciate false sincerity. I just don't appreciate it. And he came up here and he like pretended to be sincere and all of that. And he's like, I would stay, but I really have to go. I would stay, but I really have to go. And then he's in the side chat, like talking a bunch of mad shit. And I was like, I thought you had to go. He's like, oh, I need to collect material for my show. And I was like, you piece of shit. And I still feel that way.
Well,
that's a very sensitive question, Ox. A very sensitive one. I'm not sure I can answer it without pleading the fifth.
Well, I think that you could potentially say, oops, that was wrong. Where's it at? Here it is. That Johnster here has it right. Right wing, left wing, both parts of the stinking dying bird. The
Yeah.
eagle, yeah.
I agree.
Pretty rotten all around. I mean, you're not supposed to want to see it, collapse on its own on top of itself, but at a certain point, the bullshit's got to stop because they don't represent us at all. They're definitely representing their own interest.
Some of the natives think the eagle already fell. Oh, so the Cherokees. They have stories from the Trail of Tears. Obviously, it was very traumatic. They have stories from it, like the story about the Cherokee Rose and all of that. But there's Eagle Rock. And Eagle Rock is in the middle of the desert, and if you look at it at a certain angle, it looks like an eagle lying down. And they have this tradition that the reason so many of them, which God bless their optimism in saying that, but the reason so many of them made it through was because the spirit of the eagle was carrying them on its wings, and that it was so tired and so sad from all the loss that it laid down and couldn't get back up again. And that happened to be like close to the spot where they stopped. And so they have like that legend. So their eagle already fell.
That's interesting, I guess. All right, that's it. I got to put the link out there. We get some fresh blood in here. You guys are getting stale.
Yeah.
I'm just teasing you, Thunderdorf. You know that, right?
Huh?
Never mind. Go back to whatever it is you're doing, like cutting down toadstools to make furniture with. I know you're not that tiny.
I lost my microphone.
Is that what happened? I thought you just figured out it was a good idea to escape, but then you came back, so I know that you haven't figured it out yet.
No, I haven't figured it out yet. I lost my microphone, so my Yeti isn't working now because I accidentally unplugged it. So I'm using my headphone microphone.
Well,
and
that's
when you
why
plugged it back in, it wouldn't read again, or?
Yeah. Basically.
Ox, I'm not sure I understand.
Chicken shit.
Are those chickens? I thought they were grasshoppers for some reason. Okay, that makes more sense.
Maybe he's going gardening.
That's a damn good idea. I got my my root cellar set up now it's got grow lights and everything. I've got a lot of my seedlings down there. It's starting to come together. I'm really liking it.
I put some seedlings in for lettuce a few weeks ago, and they've started growing, and I've got them next to a window, and they were all pointing out towards the window, trying to get out. And I thought, oh, okay, let me just turn around my trays.
Yeah.
I turned them round, and by the end of that day, they'd all moved over and pointed in the opposite direction towards the window. It was just fantastic.
It's cool, right?
Yeah.
I should have done one of those videos with the time lapse.
I got
to
one
actually
for you.
watch them actually switch over from pointing one way to pointing the other way, all in one day. And then
Yeah.
then I pissed them off by turning them around the next day again.
So, have you heard of Malabar spinach?
No.
It's a Vinings plant. It's not actually a spinach, but it tastes like a mild spinach. But anyway, this thing grows so fast, and if you set it in front of a window, and as long as it's kind of warm in the environment, like you can come back day after day and see the different changes and how many new leaves come out, and you can just pluck those leaves off for that day, make a salad with it, and then in 2 days, all the leaves are back and then some. It's so crazy. It's like having a useful chia pet.
Mm.
And the vines
useful what?
grow. Yeah, go ahead.
A useful what?
Chia pet. Oh, he's from the UK, so they didn't waste their money on stupid shit like chia pets. I
You
doubt.
didn't have those?
I never heard of it.
It may be
I
called
had
something.
one. Mine was a porcupine.
It was a black
And I had a
fella.
turtle, and I had a porcupine and a turtle.
Was your porcupine less prickly than you, Thunder?
Ooh.
Probably. Definitely, actually. Because when it grows, like, it looks like a little pet, right? Like a porcupine or a turtle. But it's designed in a way that you plant the seeds so that, like, the porcupine grew this, like, grass plant that looked like quills, and my turtle grew this, like, I don't know, it was more viney, I guess. His looked more like a shell. But they were just plants, but they were incorporated in the design of the little animal. And I was, like, 9, and I thought they were adorable.
So William, you're going to be really, really proud of me. So I've got my lettuce started. I've had my garlic and my onions wintering overwintered in the garden. I've got potatoes to go in. I've got parsnips. I've got carrots to go in. I've got cucumber, and I've got some wild flowers to just dot about to try and get some insects in there.
And it's warm enough right now for the wildflowers to survive, but you're not getting frost.
They're not done yet. I have the seeds. I'm just waiting for a little bit, and then once I start doing everything, it'll all be in there.
Now, your garden, is it going to be a raised bed, or are you digging into the ground? What are you doing?
I have one raised bed that I just went past a skip. A skip is where people clear their houses out here in the UK. And I ran past one the other day, and it had an old frame for a double glazed window in it.
Oh, nice.
Without the window in there.
Oh, you don't have the window.
So I thought, right, I'm coming back for that. So when I got home after my 5K, I jumped in the car. I was supposed to be working, of course, but I jumped in the car, went back to go to this place. No one was around, grabbed the frame, brought it back, and that has made an absolutely perfect raised bed frame, a raised bed frame to go in a particular bit. So I've got a raised bed to go in a bit that's already a slightly raised area of mine, but it doesn't get an amazing amount of sun on it. I've got a load of buckets for doing potatoes and carrots and beetroot and parsnips. And I've got a load of other sort of plastic trays, rather large ones, for doing my garlic and my onions and whatever else I get the chance to do. So I'm going to put the lettuce in the raised bed once I take them out of there.
The potatoes and carrots would do well there too.
No, I mean, I've been watching a load of YouTube videos. It's better to do the carrots, better to do potatoes in buckets, because
you're doing small potatoes.
No. What the buckets do is you can fill up to about a third full and put in your first set of potatoes, just 2 of them. Then you can fill up the rest of it, and then a third from the top, you can put another couple of potatoes. So you can actually get twice as much in any area. You get many more potatoes by growing them in containers. Doing that, you get about twice as many than if you put them in the ground.
Kind of like a vertical farming because you've got,
Exactly.
yeah. So
Exactly.
that's good space usage.
Yeah, so you get twice as many by using containers. I thought that's interesting. I'm glad I bought some containers a few weeks
And
ago.
is that the same with the carrots?
Not sure about the carrots because the carrots can just grow down and just get bigger and bigger and bigger. Whereas the potatoes actually grow on the level that the seed potato is put in at. Except for main crop potatoes. Main crop potatoes will grow all the way up the stem of the plant that comes out of them. So for first and second earlies, the determinate ones, I think is the word that you use in America, rather than the indeterminate, use those in containers.
I don't think I've grown any like potatoes or carrots or anything. I've grown like tomatoes and squash and herbs and strawberries and things like that. Watermelon, cantaloupe. And then I've had like trees, like cherry trees and plum trees and apricot trees, but I don't think I've ever like grown like lettuce or carrots or tomatoes. I mean, potatoes.
Yep, that's my playing time this year. Last year it was just potatoes. This year I'm trying lots of stuff.
You know, but a lot of people hate doing this kind of stuff. But if they tried it, they'd find that it's kind of cool, like watching things grow and like being able to eat from your own work. You know what I mean? Like directly. It's so nice.
The taste is so different as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you noticed that too.
You buy potatoes in a bag from the shop, they are completely tasteless.
Right.
As soon as you do your own potatoes that you've grown, you can smell them. You smell it's this beautiful earthy smell, and the taste is phenomenally different.
Yeah. Well, I haven't grown potatoes, but I have been on a farm that has, and I agree to that. And also, there's a remarkable difference between things like tomatoes and cantaloupe, and I think it's partly because of the way it's grown. Like, I guess that because they have to pick it before it's ripe. I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. But like cantaloupe or tomatoes from the store, they're gross. I don't like them. But if I get tomatoes or cantaloupe from the garden, it's really good.
They're also a different genetic variety.
Aren't cantaloupes melons?
Yes.
You know,
potatoes versus melons, they are quite different.
I didn't know.
No, I'm just saying I noticed that with a lot of different food, though. Like, not just potatoes or carrots straight from the farm.
He's just making a joke.
I didn't know what an egg actually tasted like until I had my own chickens. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they don't taste anything like they do from the store. Like,
have you experimented with different lighting and feed?
Well, yeah, more the feed than the lighting, because like I believe that they should have a natural, light sequence, light and dark. But and some people try.
William, what was your view of pan-fried placenta?
I mean, what am I, Tom Cruise?
Isn't that what Americans do when they have their children?
Only very few.
What? Why? What?
And we've seen videos of British people doing it too.
Yes, I know. It's fucking sick.
I would bury the placenta in the garden, though. I would definitely bury it in the garden.
Deep, man. Very deep.
Yeah, pretty deep.
Just the thought of it triggered my gag reflex.
Yeah.
Well, no, this is cool though, because like with chickens, this is something we're trying. Have you ever heard of a maggot bucket?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of like waste whenever you process the animals, and so by putting the remains inside of like a 5-gallon bucket with holes drilled in it and like straw, the flies will come, lay their eggs, and then the maggots fall out of the holes, and the chickens have like a snack all day long. So it's actually kind of a way to even reduce your waste to something useful.
I love Flow State's story here. So I forgot where I planted what, and I picked cantaloupes way early because I thought they were fat ass cucumbers. I ate half a cantaloupe with ranch.
This dude gets high.
That's called the munchies.
I love my chickens, Johnster. I can just sit out and watch them. I actually enjoy when the roosters attack me. I go walk in the yard and sometimes they want to pick a fight and it's kind of fun.
Yeah, but Nerdy Rodent likes his slippery slope.
Mm.
It's a slippery slope from carrots to melons. It just takes one wrong turn and you're back to vaginas and dildos again.
True.
Speaking of dildos and vaginas.
Is the stream back up, I'm guessing?
Oh, yeah, long time.
Okay.
Oh, really, Nerdles? A MAGA bucket. Stop.
Isn't that what you said?
Maggot.
A chicken MAGA bucket.
Maggot.
Make Americans gooey again.
Oh, bloody hell.
Bloody hell. What you talking about there, Governor?
A flow state. Anything is a dildo if you're brave enough. God damn. This is a guy you take to the bar with you. And you just turn him loose. You give him a couple shots and just let him talk. This might get a crowd started. I'd like to see Flo and Bond have a few beers together. I would just sit back and watch that conversation. Damn, Johnster. 38 full grown and 24 new chicks. Man. He's going to have his meat and eggs.
Every fucking day.
Yeah. Oh, man. Like, how do you even keep up with that egg production, dude? Are you selling that or you just eat a lot of fucking eggs? Johnster's a Mormon, has 8 kids, 3 wives.
For a moment, I believed you.
There was a lot of eggs involved in that as well.
Johnster's he's the cock of the walk. He's been doing his job.
There's a lot of that in there, yeah.
Oh, Flow State Bond. I don't know if you've met Bond. I thought everyone had, but there he is. Yeah, right there. Bond. Yeah. Both of you guys are really quick-witted is basically what I was saying. Like slow-ass heretic in here. God damn. You know, I hate to say it, but Simus was right. Just gonna let me get away with that, dude?
Revenge is a dish best served cold.
You guys are funny. You and Simos. I can't tell whether you hate each other or you love each other. Maybe a little both. Think he'd be interested in marrying a man?
I think he'd be more interested in oxygen.
Oh, you bastard. Oh my God. Okay, well, that answers my question about the love-hate thing. Fuck me.
Next!
Well, maybe we can get Irenic to come back here and you can just, get your nightly fight.
I got on well with Irenic.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you won't fight him for absolutely no reason except for your own amusement.
No, that's not true. I usually do have a good reason for fighting.
Yeah, don't lie to
because
Papa.
he might say something stupid. But yeah, well.
Yeah. I think I know why. It doesn't have to be Irenic. You will come in to pick. I watch you pick fights with people you agree with.
Well, I was trying to agree with Beckel yesterday.
How
thought
is-
he said.
how?
I thought he said because he said something really, really nice. He basically said, "It doesn't matter if you're a Christian. You're a Christian. You might not understand it exactly right. Just because you've not got it exactly right, God will forgive you. God will make you whole, and you will be invited in to heaven, just like everybody else." And then he decided that I was talking a load of bullshit. And then every time he said something, and I basically repeated it back to him and told him how he just totally contradicted something else he'd previously said, he got all butthurt, completely butthurt. And then he did run away, as Pixie said, and then stayed in the side chat, just carping.
That's because none of the things he said, I had it phrased perfectly and then I lost it. None of the words he uses mean what they're commonly used. So when he said, "Oh, anybody can go in as long as they're Christian," what he means is Calvinist. If you're not Calvinist, you're not Christian.
I guess, but it was so weird because, like, I remember that Heretic had even typed in the side chat, like, that was actually really nice of Eckel, like, I've got to hand it to him. And to be honest, I heard it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, that was unexpected, back to me thinking he was actually being sincere in anything being up there. And then as soon as, like, Heretic was like, I think this was really nice of you, he's like, nope.
No, I didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't say that. Blah, blah, blah. And the other stuff that he said, yeah, the Bible is inerrant, and yeah, or something along those lines. There's nothing wrong in the Bible, and if you don't believe all of it, then you're not a Christian. And then the conversation went on to how do you judge what a Christian is? So I asked him outright. I said, so what's the absolute requirement for being a Christian? And he said, the resurrection. And I said, is that it? Is that the only thing? And he said, yes. So I then talked about the fact that the Bible, you could basically throw it out as long as you just had the resurrection and you believed in Christ being resurrected for the salvation of humans. It's like, and he completely lost the plot. I didn't say that. I said, you did say that. I even confirmed it with you, that's what you were meaning.
Heretic.
What?
Do you ever feel like maybe sometimes they're just pulling, it's like they're pulling these sayings out of a mixed bucket of sayings that they can't really see until they pull it out. They just say things that they've heard at church. And then when you call them on it and they think about it, they're like, wait, no, that's not what I meant. What I meant was something different. I don't know why I said that.
Well,
Because
no,
he said
he denied that he'd actually said that.
So he went back and said that he
did not say that.
Oh, okay. I missed that. I thought that he just added other things to it.
Oh, no, he just kept saying that I had not been listening, and he didn't say that. You need to go and listen to what I said. I said, well, that's
do you know where it was in the stream? I'd love to be able to go back and have it.
I do. It started.
That'd be great.
It started at, because I actually looked it up and pulled it out and saved it.
Oh, you want to present it? I'll
No.
Okay.
I'm not going that fucking far.
Or you could post the link for me so I can watch it later.
On your deconversion day, it was at 2 minutes 21, where Beckel actually said what Pixie and I just said, where I then put something in saying that's really nice. And then about 5 or 10 minutes later, I actually came in, and then there was the conversation there. And it's like, yeah, the guy is full of shit. Because I do listen to people. I listen precisely to what people say, because that's my whole shtick. I listen to what they say, and then I pick them up on the fact they just contradicted themselves. Or I ask them questions about what they said. And they all accuse me of not having listened. And Simos in particular is one of those that does that.
I've gotten out of thinking, I'm trying to get out of thinking that somebody's not listening and trying to say, okay, where was I not clear? That's not always easy, though, especially when I'm not very happy with the person.
Are you ever clear, Pixie?
Occasionally. I have to go in a big circle first.
Yes.
It's just a weird thing. I don't know why my thoughts work that way. I will walk myself all the way in a circle before I'm at a point where I'm like, oh, okay.
Is that exhausting all the other possibilities?
It's exhausting for everybody else. I put it that way. I mean, there's a particular proponent of that, and her name is Jodie. Oh, she's in the side chat. I asked her last week. I had to ask Jodie time and time and time and time again just to answer my question, and she wouldn't. She went round and round and round, talking about everything else under the sun.
She's a
except
stream of
answering my
consciousness
question.
person. And
Well, what
she
I'm
has
doing-
a short memory
I
of
ca-
about 30 seconds. So once she gets started, she'll forget what the original question was.
Well,
don't
there's a
know.
really good solution to that. That's answer the fucking question really clearly
See-
and really directly
Yes.
straight away.
My mind.
Yes.
See, but that's I try. But the thing is, I'm not trying to. Like my mind really is messed up that way. It's like I'll think I'm answering clear, but then by the time I finish my sentence, I've already been like, no, there's something wrong with that. And so that circle is like this process of me trying to drop what's not working and pick up what's still working along the way until I get to a point where I have an right, because it's one of those, like, I realize something's wrong as I'm speaking it, and it's probably things that are like done in my head, but I just have a habit of thinking out loud. And probably is exhausting.
So precisely what question were you answering then, Pixie?
I wasn't answering a question. I was trying to explain why I go in circles, even though I don't quite understand why.
I was only joking. I had two options. Then. One was to ask everybody if they understood a word that you were saying, and the other one was to ask you if you knew what exactly you were trying to answer. And I chose the latter. I chose the latter, and both of them were just to take the mick. So it's all right.
That's the heretic charm. The ladies cannot resist it.
I do like to laugh.
Everybody does. You'd be kind of weird if you didn't. Okay.
I feel like being contrarian and saying, I'm a curmudgeon. I hate to laugh.
That would at least be conversation, yeah.
It depends. Sometimes I don't like to laugh, like when somebody's tickling me and they won't stop and my stomach really hurts and they won't. That I didn't like to laugh then.
No, you like to laugh. You don't like being molested. That's a different thing. If they were able to make you laugh without touching you, you'd be fine with it.
Maybe.
Go on. Argue that. Go on. I know you want to. You just don't know how.
No, because I'm thinking really hard, and like while that's reasonable, right? Because every other situation I can think of, I can get out of just by like walking away. But I don't know. I guess if I had, I guess the only other way would be like if I had like a hysteria disorder, and then I would be laughing so hard that I hurt, but then it would just be another problem and not like a real laugh. So I guess it's how genuine the laugh is, or why you're laughing.
Yes, I just think you're being difficult because everybody likes to laugh. It's just it's a thing. Unless you have like a disability, where you can't control your bladder. Those are the people that don't like to laugh, but only because it causes them to have soggy pants.
As we've learned, the French have come out with a way to take care of that.
Does it always come back to the French?
Yeah.
The render monkeys. What happened? Sammy got into his Catwoman phase and then passed out. Something happened around the time he found this picture, where he got uncontrollably sleepy and had to go nap.
Yeah, we got into Julie Newman, and
yeah,
and I praised that on purpose.
I think he got into Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah.
Or at least in his
Pfeiffer
mind.
is a beautiful woman. Yeah.
Do you remember Dangerous Minds?
Yes.
What a crazy fucking movie that was at the time. Talk about adding to hysteria, right?
Yeah.
And what was the other one that had Busta Rhymes and Ice Cube, and it was about the same college thing. There was a white supremacist climbed up on the clock tower or some shit on top of a building, was shooting at people, or I don't know. It was something like that, but it wasn't dangerous. Higher Learning. That's what it was. Do you remember that one?
I don't remember the movie, but I remember hearing about it.
Omar Epps was in it, the dude from ER.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like that was this crazy. It was a crazy making kind of thing to really try and make it look like there was this huge rape culture on campuses, and that there was a lot of white nationalists, Nazis on campuses, and this was in the 90s. So I think it justified, in a way, it was a justification for becoming as closed off and what is it where you're trying to make everybody PC? I don't know what that's called.
Neither.
Indoctrinating of some sort, but yeah, it just made it impossible to have individual opinions going to a college anymore because you were afraid of what category you were going to get lumped into, because there was this pre-existing hysteria about it, especially the rape culture thing. How that myth keeps growing is beyond me. I'm trying, folks. I'm throwing down topics left and right, but you guys seem all exhausted.
Well, we're just not interested in some of them.
No, not at all. I'm just typing to people and didn't think you wanted to hear that.
No, you're right. Like if you were just reading the things that you were writing to other people. Hi, Susan. I appreciated the emoji that you put at the end of your email. Thank you very much. By the way, next week is your last week, so begin to clear out your desk and have a nice day. Love, Pixie. Really? Nothing? Okay.
Do what? Sorry, back. Kinda.
No, I was just talking about marrying men, and that was it's just men marrying. That's all I was saying. Yeah. So you weren't even involved in that conversation anymore. Working up to a proposer's propaganda. Get some of that British tail.
Do you stream also propaganda?
Yeah, he does. Not as much as he used to when he was arguing over the different types of atheism, though.
No, that's not true. That's
really.
Well, we can have a discussion about what the definition of atheism is.
I'll call you Steve McRae if you have an attempt.
Okay.
Oh, but that'd be worth it, though.
No, it wouldn't, because I'd be out of it very quickly. I'd go
Really?
and stream something, yes.
But you're an expert on the topic.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Okay. Irrelevant. Yeah. My discussions were not about the definition of atheism, really.
This language.
They were about the lies, damned lies, and made up fictions of the glory of Mr. McRae and his rape apologies.
You miss him. You miss him a lot.
I don't think I do.
Okay.
I don't think I do. I have plenty of other things to do. I have done some videos recently on taking a propaganda at the British propaganda.
Oh, that sounds kind of interesting. Aren't you taking a risk?
No, I'm slating off the BBC. I'm looking at principles, and I'm going in exactly the same way that I was talking about.
You work for the government, though.
Matt Taibbi stuff. And
but you're a government employee.
I'm a glowy.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yeah, we can stonewall him.
Wink, wink. Okay, Mr. Six.
Yeah. Isn't that what you're accusing me of, being a glowy?
No. No, I was saying that it's a risk for you being a government employee to speak out about the propaganda, which is, yeah, it's definitely endorsed by your government on your government's broadcasting, I'm sure.
It's not endorsed by my government. It's imposed by my fucking government.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And this is the reason why I don't go on screen.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
So,
yeah. But you do go on screen because there's loads and loads of footage of you on screen.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
No, it's still there.
Yeah, not anymore though.
Right, because
don't
you've
go on
been
it.
able to delete it.
I've deleted my own stuff, but I mean, hey, I shall have to stop people calling me the name that they call me, won't I?
Roger. You don't want them to call you Roger anymore.
I want to be known as the big wanker.
Oh, well, I thought you've always been called that.
No, I want to be known as it. Boy.
Well, it's still like
People
Roger,
might
isn't
call me it. People might call me it, but I want to be known as it.
You're the heretic formerly known as Biggest Wanker. Now you're just Wanker.
Or cunt.
Oh, you've got, as far as being an asshole.
This is an
on
Australian stream, you see. This is an Australian stream, so I can say that word.
Right. Well, yeah, like it matters, but I'm saying you used to be like an adversarial prick all the time, and you've really you've toned
now
down.
I'm just a prick.
Yeah, it's not. You're not nearly as agitated as you used to be. Like you pick a fight. I'm telling you, that's how I knew you. Is just like you come into a room and like, here comes this motherfucker. Somebody's getting it. I don't know who it's going to be or what it's going to be about, but an argument is going to happen because you would listen to them for about 3 minutes and then you would intentionally twist just a little bit what they're saying so that they would get upset and come back and you could have your fight.
I didn't need to twist anything.
You fucking did.
I did not.
Right. Okay, well, I was giving you
But
too much credit. And you were
hated
just
me.
misunderstanding the things they were saying.
No, I wasn't. I was listening very clearly to exactly what they were saying, and I was repeating it back to them, and they didn't like the fact that somebody had remembered what they'd said.
No,
written
I
it
have
down
been on
and
the other
repeated it.
end of this activity many, many times, and you definitely don't necessarily understand the thing that I'm trying to say because you're presenting it in a way that's foreign to me. And I'm like, no, he doesn't get it. But you insist that you understood it perfectly and that I was wrong about how I was trying to correct my what I said. It was crazy.
So basically, I was accusing you of trying to walk back what you were saying and to produce something different when you
From a
used
straw man.
perfectly simple words.
Yeah, no, from a
from
straw
your
man that
own
you
straw man.
intentionally created because you
I
wanted to fight.
steelmanned your position. and
It
you
was
decided
rusty as fuck.
You would decide. Oh my God, I can't admit to having done this, despite the fact it's recorded and anybody can look back. So you claim it would be a steelman. You just started a fight here now, didn't you? That's all you did. That's all you did.
Look, how else will you sleep tonight if I don't give you something to kick against? I mean that seriously. In my mind, that's how I picture you. I picture you at times going, I really should fuck off to bed, but I haven't called someone a fucking twat or twat. And so you get on here and you'll stay just as long as it takes to get that interaction. And then it's weird. It's just like a rabbit after they bust that nut. You immediately roll over on your back. It's like, all right, well then I'm off to bed then. Now that somebody's crying in the corner and I've destroyed their worldview, I can sleep.
I don't destroy anybody's worldview. I'm quite happy with everybody's worldview, as long as they don't try and impose it on me or tell me that it's some kind of bullshit that they've just made up.
Uh-huh.
I like your position now, though, William. Did you decide to deconvert, or have you reconverted?
It's not that it's a decision there. It's like I can't trust the book. So
you can't trust the people on YouTube that are promoting the book either.
For sure, that's been a huge eye opener as far as like what I don't want to be lumped into that group, if nothing else, just because of what they've turned that name into, the name Christian. But the other thing is that the more I research, the more I'm sure that I can't know enough about Jesus to make any claims about him, right? So
okay. Let's get into this.
Good.
I can't trust the book. Well, what do you mean you can't trust the book? You can't trust the book in terms of the direction and the general stuff that it's trying to give you, or you can't trust every word that's in the book, or there are bits in the book that lie, or the whole fucking book is a load of shit. It needs to be thrown away, and we've just been told a load of bollocks. Which one is it, or something else?
Okay, well, first off, I think that it's insane to try to connect the Jesus of the New Testament to the Old Testament oral traditions, and then the other thing is the New Testament is a lot of piling onto Mark's writings and trying to, like, you have Mark's writings, and that's pretty much what you have first, except for the letters of Paul that were actually written before. So then you have Mark's writings, and then you have Luke and Matthew that are just, they're incorporating what Mark's saying and then kind of embellishing in their own ways on it, and then adding statements that were compiled by the Q writer. And so anyway, you can see a formation in between these gospels where they're trying to build ideas that don't really, like, that whole thing is as if you don't hate your mother and your father, and if you don't hate them, then you're not worthy of me. That's not what Mark has in there, and that's not what I think Matthew has in there. This is just greatly overstated in Luke. So again, we don't really know. You can just see there's a lot of tampering going on, and so I can't trust what they said. And again, like, these people are far removed from Jesus's actual life. You know, we don't actually know who the writers of we don't think Peter wrote the Gospel of Peter, or that Mark wrote the Gospel of Mark, or any of that shit. This is just what we're assigning to the text.
Okay. So you've said absolutely nothing there that would justify actually not believing in Jesus. But I was interested particularly in
what do you mean?
Well, the first thing that you said was something about a connection of Jesus to the Jews, Jesus to the Old Testament, the New Testament to the Old Testament. You were talking about
that's that half of the Bible.
What was it that you said then? That was the right first thing that you said, because you said 5 different things.
Yeah, all right. Jesus had nothing to do with the God of the Old Testament as far as the way he's presented and all. So if that separates the New Testament from the Old Testament God. The writings may have been by Jews, but it doesn't seem to be that this Jesus has any real respect for the Jewish traditions and laws.
Well, I would completely, thoroughly, and utterly, totally disagree with you.
Would you?
Yeah, because I think where you're coming from is a position where you have got a post hoc determination about Marcionism and the Pauline stuff, which talks then about the difference between Jesus and Yahweh type stuff. Whereas in the Gospels themselves, and let's get rid of John. You're only talking about Mark, Matthew, and Luke, the ones that talk.
We're only talking about Mark and Q, really.
Well, let's just talk about Mark, Matthew, and Luke, as they're all sort of saying the same things, but they come from it from a different angle, each one, and every single one of them makes it very clear that Jesus is a Jew. Jesus is 100% a Jew and does not want to be anything other than a Jew. But Jesus believes that the people who are leading the Jewish people, the Pharisees or the Sadducees, have actually told the people the wrong interpretations. He has a different interpretation, and he's trying to bring a new message of Judaism, not of a new religion. He's just trying to give a new message of a way of believing Judaism and a way of converting those words. He totally glorifies his father, Yahweh. Totally.
Does he ever call him Yahweh or his father?
His father, God, which links in with the Old Testament, because a lot of the stuff is about his discussions on how to.
I think you're reading that into it. I think you're reading it that way.
I think you've been influenced by Pauline stuff.
Well, now hold on.
In terms of moving away from that.
You understand that I can't be Marcionite if I don't believe that there's enough information to substantiate any real knowledge of who Jesus was. Right? That would knock the Marcionite thing out. That would just be it as a state of saying I don't trust any of the book to be accurate.
Absolutely, but that was the only bit. You can't see a connection of Jesus to Judaism, to the Old Testament, to Yahweh, to the Father.
Yeah.
And I can see that. I can very much see that. But I can also go, but it's just all made up anyway, because I'm an atheist.
Right.
Whereas anyone else who's not an atheist can actually look at that in the way that I've looked at it and go, yeah, Jesus existed. Jesus, there's the minimal Jesus was executed and resurrected, or whatever the bits were. They can talk about the history of it. When it comes to Mark, go on.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I was going into the next stuff, so I'm quite happy to stay on this particular subject.
I was just going to say, but in the way that the text that we read now has been like canonized and sifted through and all of that, do we make the connection because it's there, or do we make the connection because it has always been presented as if it was there, or because it was post hoc rationalized that connection was there?
Which connection?
But between the Father that Jesus speaks of and the Yahweh of the Old Testament, right? Do we accept that connection because that connection was previously explained and connected, or because the connection is just obvious?
I think it will be around the fact that the connection is quite obvious. Jesus was born of Jews in the Jewish land, up in the Galilee. John the Baptist was certainly not anything other than a Jew either, who was giving a particular interpretation on the basis of a way of living which was different from the Pharisees and the Sadducees, which Jesus eventually went against. John the Baptist thought he was a bit of a hypocrite at times, but there are connections all the way from a lot of the work that Bart Ehrman and some of the other scholars do.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking way back at the original, the earliest texts that they've got. But I don't just go with Bart Ehrman, because I look at a lot of the Christian stuff when they're looking at the earliest texts. So I think there is a total connection of Jesus to Judaism, because Jesus was a Jew, 100% Jew, born of Jews.
I accept that there's an obvious connection between Jesus and Judaism, right? But just because he was Jewish doesn't mean he wasn't exposed to other ideas or other beliefs. And so I'm not saying that when he spoke to other Jewish people about his father or the God, that it wasn't interpreted as Yahweh, but he never calls it Yahweh. He never makes a point to specify that it's that God. So why is that connection obvious, except that these texts have been paired together by a group of people who determined that they should be? Like, why is that not post hoc?
Well, I mean, that's the same question as why has nobody from Jesus's timeline actually written about him? Nobody has. Not until 40 years later or whatever it was. The only stuff that is written about him is the biblical type stuff. There's nothing from the time period of then outside the Bible that talks about Jesus. And for me as an atheist, that just suggests this is all just made up and whatever. But to a Christian, it suggests something completely different. And I wouldn't deny them that belief. But that's what I'm
saying to a modern Christian, right? Because even, like, let's go back to Marcion, right? There were places where his ideas really spread before Christianity got there, right? And then you had the Gnostics. So it wasn't, like, before the Orthodox was established, it was very splintered. Now, the Orthodoxy took this this very splintered movement with very different ideas and made it one. But before they made it one, how do we know which one was accurate or that connection was there? Like, how do we know which one was right or that they canonized the right piece?
Well, we don't know any of those things at all. And the fact of the matter is all of them could be wrong. But not all of them could be right.
Okay, that I agree with.
So, and that's the position that I come from. It's the position of we're all atheists. I just disbelieve in one more God than you, type thing.
Agreed. Thank you for going in that circle with me, as exhausting as it may have been.
That wasn't exhausting. I think all of these things are really good, but I do see a connection of Jesus to Judaism, to Yahweh, on the basis of the texts that are there. Just by reading the Synoptic Gospels, when it gets to Paul, now Paul plays things around quite a lot, and that's where Marcionism comes in, because Paul then gets into the sort of theology side of things as well as the philosophy side of things, which is what John does as well. And Paul has actually moved things over, and Paul was very much influenced by parts of the Lucan gospel. So
I understand that, but just like you said earlier, because nobody from his time period actually wrote about him. I know what people later thought about what he said, right? But there's no way to know what he thought about what he said, or if those retellings were even accurate. So in much the same way that there were splits before, like Yahweh being taken out of the Canaanite pantheon to become the one and only God, right? Much like that happened. I don't know that Jesus wasn't some rebel within his own community speaking of a different God, thinking that his people were blind because of their leaders, right? Like, I don't know any of that.
Have we lost William?
I'm not sure, but the way Pixie said it makes a lot of sense to me.
He's back. Yeah. There's so many different ways of looking at it, and you've got all of it. But for somebody who's a Christian, I see on the basis of the arguments you've given so far, I see zero reason for deconverting away from Christianity. But I'm not sure that's what you were doing. It's as if you're just trying to throw away the canon, the orthodox, but maintain your Christianity in the way that you want to, which is perfectly sensible, of course. But
that's what I would hope.
But I'm not sure what it is that you're actually saying, Will.
I'm not sure either. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were back.
Yeah, but what do you mean you're not sure what I was saying about the Bible?
Well, no, if you're saying deconversion, yesterday's stream was your deconversion stream, and I was just asking flippantly whether you had deconverted or reconverted, and it's led to this conversation.
Well, no, it was because you implied that it was some sort of decision that I was making, but I said it's something that I can't choose what I believe or don't believe.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I was implying that it was a decision that you were going to make on that stream yesterday, because that's what it sounded like in the title of your stream, you see. So I was being a little bit obnoxious, I suppose.
Oh, it's welcome.
The stuff about Mark and Luke and Matthew, you cannot look at them as the same thing. You can look at them as if, say you've got a compass setting, north, east, south, and west. One of them's watching what's happening from the north. One of them's watching what's happening from the southeast. And one of them's watching from the west. So they see different things. It's that type of description that Bart Ehrman gives to it, because they're trying to put their own little political stance on it. It's the same stuff, but each of those stories is different and should be held differently and should not be squashed together. Because as soon as you squash them together, then you are making up your own Bible.
Are you saying these were eyewitnesses?
No. That when I said the North, whatever, the different points, it was political perspectives. These were written by people on political perspectives, and they were coming from different directions. You see, and that's why they won't be the same. They won't be the same, although they cover the same stuff, and that's why there's contradictions and there's little bits that are really strange.
It sounds like fan fiction to me. They all watched a similar story, and then each of them wrote their own little version of what they got out of it.
Yeah, their glorification of it in the way that they want to. Yes, absolutely. It's good enough description, yeah. But you can't mash them together because you're then making up your own Bible.
Which is precisely what the Catholics did.
Exactly.
Bingo.
Yes, exactly.
Well, I often said the New Testament is to the Old Testament what the Book of Mormon is to Christianity.
Yeah.
Or Christianity is to Judaism what Mormonism is to Christianity.
I think it's worse than that. Because Mormonism is a type of Christianity, isn't it? Whereas Christianity is a competitor to Judaism. They're saying we have achieved the thing, and you're just in the background. You're not moving on with the times, mate. You know.
Oh, I agree with that. I think the comparison I make is in not just the co-opting of somebody else's tradition, but in the way that in taking the ownership of somebody else's text and adding to it, you change the meaning of it, right? Like Christians don't interpret the Old Testament the same way Jewish people interpret the Old Testament, and Mormons don't necessarily look at the Bible, interpret the Bible the same way Christians do, right? Like they don't. Jesus existed, but it's not in the same way. Like he's more a prophet than he is a Messiah, right? On top of that, you have different levels of heaven. And if you're in an upper level, you can go to the lower levels to visit people. But if you're in a lower level, you can only go below you. So like if you're in the lowest level, you don't get to visit anybody. You have to be visited. If you get high enough, you get to have like a planet that's yours. Then you have the polygamists who think like you have to even get into heaven, right? You have to have like 3 wives, and all your wives and your children are going to be sealed to you for all eternity, and you're going to be ruling this planet together. Like all this stuff, right? They took a religious text and not only added onto it, but completely reinterpreted it.
You actually got all that right. How do you know all this about Mormonism?
I know more than people think I do about lots of things.
Well, Mormonism was my last official church as I was heading out.
I like the concept of Jesus being a prophet, but not the Messiah. I actually think of it quite differently. I then look at the Islamic teachings, and I think Jesus was effectively one of the first martyrs. Jesus was nothing but a human being that was martyred, and therefore, in those eyes, gets some kind of raising up to God because he was martyred by working on behalf of God, and God's enemies killed him. And I like that idea, and there's nothing to do with messiahship, and there's nothing to do with prophetship, other than he was an apocalyptic prophet in his own mind. That's how the book reads to me, anyway.
I think the authorities back then would have seen Jesus a lot like Osama bin Laden, leading a terrorist group that was usurping their authority.
Well, I think I mean, isn't that the argument that's why a lot of the Jews didn't recognize him as like the fulfillment of the prophecy of the Messiah, because he was supposed to institute like an earthly kingdom, supposed to
Right.
get rid of Rome.
Yep.
But was he really as big as Osama bin Laden? I mean, a lot of the stories go, and all of the crowds came down from Syria, and they all listened to him on the mountains, and there was the 5,000 and the 7,000 that he had to feed, and yet he was there alone in Jerusalem, solely with his 12 disciples and 4 or 5 women. He had a little band of about 20 people that followed him. That was it. That was it. And the rest of it's just stories about he did this, he did that, he did the other, and thousands of people were there.
Are you saying Osama is more impressive?
No, I'm saying Osama was more well known.
Okay, yeah, and definitely much better funded.
And a leader, yes. Yeah, a leader of a lot of people,
To be fair, Osama bin Laden has media and global connections. I mean, maybe he was like a local celebrity, like.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there only seemed to be 20 people, sort of maximum, who were actually following Jesus at the time.
Right,
I mean,
but that
he
doesn't
wasn't
include the people he left behind who supposedly heard him or went and witnessed to other people on his behalf in their own little communities after he passed through, right? Because he was pretty nomadic.
Allegedly, yeah. But there was only a few of them there. Instead of being a leader where people wanted to follow him, and for the Passover, in theory, there would have been a lot of those followers go with them to Jerusalem. But no, he was there solely with the disciples and with a few women. That was it. And that is really, really strange.
Well, even stranger is that the crowds were there when he entered, right? Hence Palm Sunday. They greeted him with palm branches.
That was probably entirely borrowed from the Old Testament. They just claimed it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying it makes the story look weird, right? That he celebrated on the way in, and then not only are none of his followers there, well, not only are a minimal amount of people there, but
yeah, he's not surrounded by thousands of people, protected by thousands of people, so things didn't happen. They're in the Garden of Gethsemane on their own, sleeping out under the stars. And it's like, what's going on? But this doesn't make sense.
they greeted you with palm leaves but didn't offer you a place to stay.
Yeah, whenever he would speak, there would be people from Syria and all of the surrounding areas would come along to listen to him. It's like, hang on. He would feed the 5,000. He would feed the 7,000 with 2 loaves and 5 fish. Doesn't make sense. If you've got that many followers, why are you on your own at that particular time, which is the big, big holiday time in Jerusalem at the temple?
And that's what makes like the co-opting of the Old Testament like extra funny to me, right? Because they're like, oh no, you don't understand your prophecies. We understand your prophecies, and here's how you got it wrong.
Yeah, I just think it's just stories that are made up after the fact. Total stories. Whether there was somebody called Jesus who was crucified by the Romans for a particular reason of sedition or whatever, I don't know. I'm sure there were.
Someone needs to make a video about the arrest and crucifixion being January 6th. I wonder if anybody's done it yet. Who entered?
Is there anybody here with ability to do anything?
Maybe they're backstage. I can. Just wait a sec. Oh, it's Jody. Welcome.
Yeah, but you only get the temple garments if you've been deemed worthy enough to go to the temple.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like you can get married, but being sealed in the temple is a different level of marriage. And you have to be worthy of being invited to the temple in order to be sealed in the temple. Don't even get me started on their baptisms for the dead.
What about them?
That's really weird. Do you know
That
how many
is
people have been baptized for Hitler?
a bunch, I'm sure.
Bunch.
And do you know how many women have been sealed to Joseph Smith?
Too
It's
many.
like in the thousands.
And that's like in the thousands too many.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, that's a successful cult leader if you got women that are wanting to marry a dead guy. Jody, if you're saying anything, we're not hearing it.
Yeah, Jody.
I'm not really sure what to say.
Okay.
Cerberus has been very quiet.
I have been. I just
And
don't have too
Will
much to
has
say
not
about the
come back.
Mormons. Or the
Why not? Just because?
Yeah, just cause. I mean, they're as weird as anyone else, and if the things they're doing are not actually real, then I don't care.
How much money they have is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's mostly sunk into commercial real estate.
That and propping up their own elders.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like if I'm going to take exception to that, I'm going to take exception to a lot of other things.
I'm not saying I'm taking exception to it. These are things they believe that I think are amusing, I suppose.
But man, if you can get your own star system with a bunch of wives and populate them with spirit kids, that's pretty cool.
I mean, I guess, so long as you don't take off your temple garments.
I don't know. I've seen how God is treated if God's real. I don't know if I want that planet.
Ah, good point. But you don't actually go. Well, yeah, you do. You do go down.
Well, maybe it depends on what kind of a god you are, right? Maybe if you don't give them reasons to write all kinds of texts about you being a genocidal murder god who sacrificed his son, things will go better.
Well, it really depends even what kind of planet you get. I mean, how many planets have we found that sustain life?
That's true, too.
Most of them get cold, rocky planets or big gaseous planets. Not the best.
You just rule over your own kingdom. I guess the wives and the children.
Yeah. Any upbeat topics?
Yeah. Jump upbeat.
Let's see. Might have a topic somewhere. Ah, here we go. Did you guys know Hitler was part of Karl Marx's political party in Germany, and then was part of the Soviet Party in Germany right before he joined the Nazi Party?
That makes sense. The government was paying him to, infiltrate a bunch of these groups. It's just hilarious that they were paying him to join, and then like he became the leader of one because he was charismatic, and then eventually ruled the entire country. It's a little bit crazy.
So I don't think he was paid to join. He was
He was paid to report on him. Did he have to pay for membership?
No, I don't think he was paid to report on him either.
Okay.
He was starting to get paid by the parties he joined for holding office in the party.
Wow. Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. I mean, I can see him being end of March.
Oh yeah. He is a socialist after all.
True.
He just he's left the Soviets because he thought the Soviet version of Marxism was a Jewish plot.
Yeah.
He liked America for different reasons too. He loved our reservations and our boarding schools, things like that.
Trail of Tears. He loved that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I think they mentioned at some point, and he mentioned that the treatment of the natives, the reservations and things like that, was like his original like spark for his idea of concentration camps.
Yeah. And people dying during transport. Us Trail of Tears. Got a lot of good stuff from us. Iseku, is that how you pronounce it?
I'm not sure.
Fox is always using the term.
What, Wasiku?
Yeah, Wasiku. Yeah, I think Andrew Jackson, instead of Washington and Jefferson for having slaves, who, he was in love with one of them, Andrew Jackson should be the one that, we should be canceling. He did all kinds of horrible stuff.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Some of this stuff he gets blamed for, I don't really think he deserves blame for.
Like what?
Well, he's not the one that passed the resolution to start the Trail of Tears, for example.
No, but the reason
brutally
not only did he brutally enforce it, and I mean, if you listen to the stories left behind by those people, this is the dead of winter, and people were not even allowed to put on their moccasins, right? Like, what happened to children during the Trail of Tears? Like, he brutally enforced it. And on top of that, it wasn't just that. People didn't like him from before he even got into office, because when the skirmishes and the battles and the wars were taking place between the natives and the colonists, he was very known as being the person who went in and encouraged the rape and pillage and just absolute slaughter of women and children and the entire village and everything in between, right? Like, he was a war hero, but he was a very brutal asshole, and he had no qualms with that.
Oh yeah, no, he's a very tough individual.
I think that gives him credit. I don't think he was tough. I think he was borderline psychopathic.
I don't know. I mean, what do you call it when you beat people with your cane and then get into shooting duels and kill people while you're president?
Yeah, he's borderline. He's either psychopathic or he's sociopathic, but he's not in any way just a strong individual. He's just no.
I think in politics we literally call that a tough guy.
Oh, okay. I guess in political terms we can go with that. Just sounds almost positive when you say it in that calm voice of yours. And I have no positive emotions toward that man.
I do. I have some. I think our first central bank was terrible.
No, I don't think what he did was much of a solution, though.
Bobby got rid of it. Anyway, the ultimate solution, he just destroyed it.
But he didn't destroy it enough that something did like. He could have been like, "This is like there's no coming back from this," right? But there was none of that.
Oh, well, I mean, but the one that replaced it is the one we have now. Essentially, it's very different from the first one.
It's different, and in some aspects it's better, but in other aspects, not so much.
Well, yeah, it's still a central bank.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if he demolished it, we wouldn't have been able to institute another one later. We say we demolish a lot of things that we don't demolish, though, right? Like, we demolish monopolies. Really? Do we? Or do we just get rid of those not backed up by the government, right? Like, please tell me who has options for their lights or their water or their gas. No, you have one option, and you have one option for a reason, and that is a monopoly.
I've actually
especially
got
when they get to be privately owned on top of it.
I've actually got a few people to join my other stream that I'm playing a helicopter game.
What did you say right there at the end, Pixie? I missed it. It just.
Especially when some of them are allowed to be independent. Like, it's not a government service, but you have no competition, right? Like, that is essentially a monopoly, but we say that we don't have monopolies. Or that we made monopolies illegal or whatever, but clearly we don't enforce it.
Well, I'm not sure what's the monopoly. The central bank?
No, like utility companies, for example.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's why we make utility laws, right? So even if you end up with a natural monopoly, and that's the exception, like a natural monopoly.
But it's
right?
not natural.
No, it is in the way the term's used, right? What you can't have, for example, 10 different sets of telephone poles going along the side of the road. So,
no, you can't. But like the private part I'm talking about is the reason I say it's twofold, right? It's not just because they're independent, right, and not a government service, but it's because of the way they get to act independently, right? Like, different states have different laws that have to do with their power grid, and I get that. There's a lot of states who have a shared power grid, which is very beneficial to them. But like in my state in particular, right, we have an independent power grid. We don't want any help from anybody else, and we don't want to lend to anybody else. At the same time, right, we as customers, we don't have a choice. We have to support this specific utility company. But they don't have any responsibility to weatherize their gear, to ensure that their gear works properly in extreme weather. And they also get to price gouge the people who have electricity, while the people whose failing electricity kills them, and they get to do this without any repercussions, right? And price gouging and things like that are the reasons we didn't want monopolies. So I just don't think we enforce it very well.
That's the thing. I don't see much price gouging in the system, with the energy system, for example.
You should have seen the Texas energy bills when the system went down and people were freezing here, and sled crews jumped on a plane to Cancun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but charging the market price isn't
No, they charged above market price for the people still receiving electricity, while there were people who did not have electricity. It has been shown in the data that they actually make record profits during these crisis times because of the way they price gouge. But we still won't even make them weatherize the goddamn grid.
But having a higher profit doesn't equal price gouging.
It does when your bill's twice as high.
No, it really doesn't. right? Because if you're doing standard business practices, which is you have your cost, you usually have like a percentage markup, and that's what you're taking in as your profit, right? So as the price goes up, that percentage is bigger, so your profit at the end is bigger. But they're not coming in and adjusting that percentage.
That's the point is though, right? If you don't have a choice, then there should be accountability. There is none. You don't have a choice, and you cannot get them to make an effective product.
Oh, well, I mean, you can't get them to weatherize it, right?
Yes.
Because the company doesn't want to spend the money, and because it's probably not profitable for them to spend.
But we have to spend extra money while they make record profit because they don't want to fix it. But we have no choice in getting service elsewhere. No choice.
But you're not able to get your electricity from the next energy company over?
Texas is a very big place, and we do have an independent power grid kind of a thing going on. But the way things work here is really weird. Things are spread across vast differences. I can't get to the next one. The next one's like a 7-hour drive from me, right? Like I'm not in an area where I can just do that. There's one energy company, there's one electric company and one gas company for my entire area. I would have to go hours and hours away and live somewhere else to get serviced from the next person over. It's even that way with cable.
No,
right?
what I'm saying, unless your state passed a law, federally, you can purchase your electricity from a different company in the house you already live, and then they pass basically the cost of service through the company that's near you that's actually running the lines.
If you have a shared power grid, which a lot of
Texas
states
has
have,
a shared power grid.
Within Texas, I guess.
Yeah, and there's more than one energy company in Texas, right?
I just don't see how it would be practical. I mean, I don't see how that wouldn't cost you more.
Well, it would probably cost you a little more, but you wouldn't be giving the profit to the company you don't like.
And that would actually work out worse for me because the grid tends to be more stable here. I just get to be one of the people that pay out the nose when it is.
Well, you'd be getting the power from the same place.
I'd be getting power from the people who were shut down and freezing.
Well, from their company, yeah. But no, I mean, it wouldn't be coming from them. The credit would be coming from them.
Well, I'm saying that neither option is a good person to support.
But that's what makes it not a monopoly. Is that you literally can buy it from someone else.
I guess that's fair. I don't know. I think it's all backwards and stupid, and I think they should weatherize the goddamn grid.
I think it'd be good for you if they weatherize the grid.
Water has to be a local thing, but even that gets people in trouble.
Yeah, water is because of how everything's set up. Well, really, because of how you have to have it set up. It's a natural monopoly. You can't. There's no real way to have competing water companies.
So then, what happens to the communities like that community in Arizona, where I guess because the water tables are getting low, they cut. There's this like little town that's like I guess it's kind of on its own compared to the other towns. It's close to a bigger city, but not. It's kind of on its own. It's like a little suburb. And they just decided that the water tables were so low, they cut water to that entire place. They just completely cut the water. And these citizens have to go and drive and haul water. How is that acceptable?
How's it not acceptable?
Well, I would imagine that they had an agreement to supply these people. They can just stop?
Yeah. If you can't service them, you can't service them.
But they can service other towns.
if they have the ability to. Yeah. Look, if they go, hey, we're not getting enough water. Who can we cut off while still maintaining profit and water for everyone else? That seems like what they did. It's triage. Triage sucks.
Well, I just think that there should be a step before that. Like, I don't know. Like, because here's my thing: if they don't have the water to supply them, then how come these people can drive into town and buy water and bring it out?
Or
right?
Are they buying it? I mean, some of them are buying it from, your little filtered water stations around, right? They're taking their jugs and whatever. And some people are going to buy bottled water, which doesn't come from anywhere near there.
Like, I just think something should have come first. Like anything. Like maybe 6 months ago, their water fees got increased, or the transportation fee got increased, or something. But like, I don't understand it just like cut off with no warning and that being okay, just because.
Well, I mean, you can charge more money, but if the issue is if you're taking a natural resource and the natural resource has now become more limited, they're increasing the cost of it doesn't increase the water.
But your natural resources are becoming slowly limited, right?
Yeah.
Like there had to have been enough time for some like warning or some arrangement, or not just all right, it's all cut off today, and nope, it wasn't a problem. Your whole town's just screwed. Like why is there no step before that?
Well, I bet there was steps before that.
Not according to the citizens.
Well, yeah, I bet that company didn't go around to everyone and tell them that the water's going to be shut off. But I would bet the company went to was it a village or city or whatever, the governing body of the area, and told them what's going on.
So that would be the mayor's fault. So why does gas necessarily have to be local?
Why does gas have to be? Well, gas. You mean gasoline, or do you mean like LP or?
Like the gas company, like natural gas.
Oh, it's piping. You can't have 30 sets of pipe going into the ground.
Most gases can be securely contained. I mean, helium can't. You're going to have trouble with helium. You have to build a special kind of structure, or it's going to leak and escape. But most gas can be transported. So why is that like inherently a local market?
No. The piping version of the market ends up having to be local. Right, but you're perfectly capable, as far as I'm aware, anywhere in the United States, going to get a big giant propane tank and fill it up and bring it to your house.
Right, but like, why couldn't? Like, okay, so I get that. How do I explain this? It's like, okay, you go to an airport, right? And there's the rental section, but it's a rental section because they're using the same parking garage, but it's not one company, it's 5 different companies, and they're using the same structure and they're using the same infrastructure, but they're all operating independently, right? Why? Because competition is good. So I don't understand why, just because they have to use the same infrastructure, the service provider necessarily has to be a single provider.
Well, it doesn't. I think this might depend on more local laws, because there are 2 gas companies that use the same infrastructure. One owns the infrastructure, and then the other party has to pay fees for like upkeep and stuff. But lots of I understand. Lots of times there's only one, and that's mostly just because there isn't anyone else willing to spend the money to start a company.
I don't know. I'm just saying, if it was going to be treated like a service, that's how I would think. Like, even if nobody owned the actual building, right? Like, even if that, as much as I hate to say it, like a government thing, not big government, local government, like city owned or something. And then each paid an operating fee to operate from there, right? But you still have a competition of service, and you still have some sort of accountability in the system.
Yeah, I mean, if someone started another gas company where you are, and for some reason the one gas company that owned the infrastructure wouldn't let them use the infrastructure, they would be they would be able to sue them and probably win. Right? It just, the question is then why has no one done it?
I was in the other room, so I couldn't answer. I can answer several of your questions, Pixie. As far as the electrical, it's true. In Texas, there is a non-compete agreement in a lot of areas. In very heavily densely populated areas like Houston and probably other big cities, there is some choice in your billing company, but the provider and
It's
the
the
and the
same.
supplier.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was
Yes,
thinking. They have no competition agreements and they have these like huge chunks of areas where you can't.
that's
Oh, yeah.
right.
Wait, are we talking about the plants? Let's say power
Yeah,
plants.
the power generation plants and
Yeah.
the transmission lines are all owned by one company. It's only the billing company that you can choose.
Well, that's how it is most places.
Okay, so as far as the winterizing and all that, it doesn't matter which company you buy; it's all the same.
Yeah, because it's all the same people that own it.
Yeah. And so as far as the winterizing, the reason that they didn't winterize, it actually was before. There are some ecology groups that sued them and said that the way that they were doing it was shoddy and bad for the environment because they were tapping off some of the natural gas that they were pulling and using that as a local generator. And the ecology group said, no, you have to electrify because that's cleaner. And so instead of fighting it, the electric companies just agreed. But then a few years ago, when we had that huge freeze, they got ice on the transmission lines and they broke, and there wasn't any way to repair them quickly. So the feed pump at the gas well froze up because it didn't have that extra heat, and then that caused the trickle of the cascade event. They shut down, a huge amount of
Right. And
electricity.
the windmills, and they tried to blame the windmills, even though the
Yes.
leak caused the bigger problems. But the reason the windmills froze, and everybody was like, see, green energy won't work. Windmills can't
Right.
even stand the winter, which
'Cause they
floored
didn't
me. I was like,
de-ice
you guys know that we have windmills in Antarctica, right? Antarctica.
Yeah.
They didn't want to pay for the type of coating they needed.
Correct.
That's it.
Or I learned after the fact, they also have a couple of de-icing options. One of them has to be embedded in the blades themselves to weep
Yes.
out, but they also could use drones to spray it as it's turning.
Yeah, but they don't want to do that, right?
Yeah.
That's what
I
I'm
mean, how
saying,
much
though.
would
But
that cost? $1,000 at most to have the drone and the spray. It's crazy.
so even though there's
I knew
the
it, though. It's
illusion of
tree huggers.
competition, it's effectively a monopoly.
Yes. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
only the billing office that's the competition.
Yeah, when it comes down to power generation, the federal government has very specifically forced it to be like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Non-compete agreements. And for the water, I don't know your individual situation, but I've lived in different areas, and it sounds like the rural water supply that was tapping off that aquifer couldn't supply enough people. So it was
Well,
just
I mean,
like
I'm fine. I'm not in Arizona. That was people from Arizona talking
no. I'm
about
not
it.
saying it's you. I'm saying just the water problem that you mentioned about that
Yeah.
town or whatever. But with rural water, they probably couldn't supply from enough customers from that aquifer. The people going into town probably had a municipal water supply that was like reclaimed from sewage or something, and so that's why they had water, even though the well water.
Given its position in Arizona, I want to say it was one of the places being supplied by the dam.
Okay, well then
But
that's it. And again, the two companies, the municipal got supplied by the dam, and the rural got supplied by the aquifer. Aquifer dried up, but they didn't have access rights to
Either that or the
dam.
Colorado River, which has gone
Either
down
way.
remarkably. Yeah.
Either way. But anyway, that was the issue there, and again, because of non-compete agreements, and it would have not been fiscally feasible for the rural water to buy the rights from the city or the dam. And just an additional example of how crappy the utilities are. In Texas, in Houston, when we had that huge freeze, they let the commercial customers So like all the skyscrapers, they all had their lights on, and because they paid a higher rate. The individual family homes had their service terminated because they paid less, and a lot of those people froze to death, had breaks in their lines that were going through the attic, and just totally destroyed their houses. So yeah.
Yep. Yep. And then you had the representative from my district jumping on a plane to Cancun.
Yeah.
This is why you don't put your life in the hands of people you don't know.
That's right.
Look, I do not like this representative at all. Okay, I am not the one who keeps voting him in.
We've got Kevin Brady, and I can't stand him.
We've got Ted Cruz. Good old Sled Cruz. He's slimy.
Yeah.
It took me a second. I was like, what? Who? I like the name, Fled Cruz.
But he ran against that cocaine guy, right? The guy that had been in the DEA, but yet had a huge amount of money because he was actually trafficking a ton of cocaine.
That may have been one of his races. The last guy he ran against, I don't think that fit that description.
He had been like lieutenant governor before or something.
No, I think the last guy he ran against was actually Beto O'Rourke.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I didn't vote for either. I voted for the independent candidate. But yeah, he's actually very slimy. And he does the stupidest things. I don't know how he's not like so embarrassed. I mean, between the eating the booger on TV and the yeah. And it just like, love Trump or hate Trump, okay? If Trump said that my dad killed JFK and called my spouse like ugly and said, like, I would not be licking his boots. I don't fucking care. I don't care. And then like, oh, when people started protesting Home Depot, okay, they didn't even protest in Texas. That's the thing. Like, Home Depot in Texas became really popular. So because Home Depot was being boycotted in other places after it or protested in other places after it became known that they had donated so many, he went and bought a single piece of poplar wood from Home Depot and lovingly caressed that thing on camera while talking about the importance of supporting Home Depot and the project they were going to work on and why he needed this beautiful piece of poplar wood. And I'm like, but you walked out with a single plank, you fucking moron. Anyway, he's just a joke. But yes, we call him Sled Cruz because when all that was going down, he jumped on a plane to Cancun. And then blamed his kids and his wife for it. He said they were cold and they wanted to go somewhere warm. And as a parent, I didn't see anything wrong with it. But then when I heard about what people were saying in the optics, I came right back.
I got caught, but then I tried to cover it up. So forgive me.
Yeah. It's so funny because there's somebody I'm related to who's like really good friends with his kid.
Mm-hmm.
And like, they're always like, oh, you should come meet the person. Cause you know, the parents have to talk because their kids are friends. And they're like, oh, they're always teasing me. They're like, oh, you should come over and meet him. And I'm like, not if you want your kids to stay friends. That wouldn't be a good idea. I mean, I've met him before, but like, you probably don't want him to realize I'm related to you. By marriage, but related anyway.
Well, someone's going to have to come up with something, or I'm going to bail.
Well, you're going to have to end it.
Okay. Everybody agree we're going to end it?
Might as well. I'm out of ideas. I was mostly going to come in here and just like add to a conversation, maybe.
Right. Well, maybe I'll start one in an hour or so, but I don't have any ideas. That's all.
I'm too busy working. I'm just responding to the other people's ideas.
Well, everybody be sure to sub to me, and that way, in case it's quiet and I can start a stream, then everybody meet up.
So, like, what's your channel name or whatever?
The same. Hillary's emails.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I'm shutting this one down. See y'all later. Bye.
Later, Dave.